evening, everybody. How are you? We will get going in just about a minute with our Through the Night results special, live from the loft. It's not the loft, it's actually the kitchen again, for childcare reasons, because when I'm in the loft and I'm booming, it wakes them up. So we're in the kitchen and we will get going at exactly 9:30. Thanks for being there, folks. Over the last few weeks, you can keep track of everything at colinkelly.net/live. And we're just about to get going. Hope you've all voted. Good evening. There are 30 minutes to go until the polling stations close across Scotland. Later on there will be 32 counts. Polls opened at 7 o'clock this morning and we have 4.2 million registered voters, many of them voting for the very first time, and not just the 16 and 17 year olds. Lots of stories from across the country of people, pensioners, turning out and voting for the very first time. So whatever the outcome later on tonight or early tomorrow morning, the big winner in all of this has been democracy. There were parts of Glasgow in the last general election where the turnout was as low as 30-odd%, and today we have seen a turnout in excess of 80%, which is absolutely incredible. Just before we came on air, I was talking to a radio station in New Zealand and another one in Australia. They're absolutely fascinated in what we are doing here in Scotland today with our independence referendum. We're expecting a final result, by the way, at some point between 6:30 and 7:30 tomorrow morning. And when it is announced, it will come from the Chief Counting Officer, Mary Pitcaithley, who normally is the Chief Executive of Falkirk Council, or used to be the Chief Executive of Falkirk Council, but tonight she is the Chief Counting Officer. Now, what we will get is the postal vote announcement, probably sometime around midnight, which should give us a pretty strong idea as to how things are looking. Although, of course, if it's going to be a very close result, then it might not tell us too much at all. We're expecting some of the local authority, the 32 local authority counts to start declaring sometime after 1 o'clock, with the peak period really between 3 and 5 in the morning. And Glasgow and Aberdeen and Edinburgh are all well towards the end of the night. So Glasgow count, I think we're expecting round about 5 a.m. or so. It's been good weather across the country, which should, of course, have helped the turnout. Also, probably sometime, maybe around about 11:30, 11:45, we should receive the turnout. And once we know the turnout, we'll then, of course, have a target that both sides are aiming for, because once they've achieved more than 50% of the number of people who have voted, then we will have a winner. So then the race will be on, and we'll keep you up to date with all of this. The sort of main thrust of it tonight is going to be results and banter. We're not going to have serious political analysts. You'll not hear any politicians unless any phone in. It really is hopefully going to be quite light and fun. And I should tell you as well that there will be a few interruptions to our live stream this evening, because I will be doing some bits and pieces for other radio networks, including LBC in London, who I will be talking to on a few occasions as the night goes on, and I won't be able to broadcast that to you, so we will be displaying this screen. That screen will appear when I am doing another bit of work. So there's going to be a long night ahead of us, and I hope that you will dip in and dip out of the coverage. It's all happening at colinkelly.net/live. It's also plugged straight into my YouTube channel. And as ever, you can get involved. You can send a tweet to @ColinKelly. And you can come through on Skype. And the number, if you'd like to come on the programme, is 0141 628 5758. That's 0141 628 5758 if you would like to come on the programme for a chat at any point throughout the night. And I'd love to know what you're doing, what coverage you're watching, what you're doing wherever you are around Scotland. So 0141 628 5758 is the number. If you would like to take part in the programme, or of course please do just tweet me at Colin Kelly. So busy night ahead. We can't say too much in terms of sort of campaigning sense while the polling stations are still open. That's why there's almost been a kind of a news blackout throughout most of the day, because you're not really supposed to campaign while the polling stations are open. I do have a funny few tweets and things that I've seen that I will share with you in a moment. Just bear with me a wee second. Good reports coming in of a good atmosphere at polling stations. No trouble. Scotland, almost everybody going about their democratic duty in the right way and the best way, and really the rest of the world looking on with, I think, a lot of envy and a lot of respect for what we've been doing in Scotland over these last 14 and a half hours or so. We've done incredibly well, and an absolutely amazing turnout. I think I saw one local authority said that 89% of their postal votes that were sent out have been returned. So almost 90%. Of course, on Twitter throughout the day, Yes Scotland and Better Together, maybe a bit more subdued than normal, really just trying to get their vote out. A bit less of the campaigning. One tweet that was retweeted very heavily throughout the day, of course, was Andy Murray at 1:08. He made reference on his Twitter channel to he said the negativity from the No campaign over the last few days. He said it had finally got to him, and then he said, let's do this. Another thing I've been seeing today was quite a lot of people saying that they went to polling stations with friends, and that they had friends who had been going to vote no, but when they actually got there, couldn't go through with it and ended up voting yes. So we will see what kind of impact that has had. Also, just looking at a tweet just now from the Scottish Sun, which is just reminding everybody that if you are in a queue at a polling station at 10 p.m, you will be allowed to vote. Just don't leave the queue. So if you're in a polling station at 10 p.m, they'll shut the door, but if you're in that queue, you will be allowed to vote, and it's important that you stay there and make sure that you do that. And also, the Electoral Commission tweeted earlier on this evening, just about an hour ago, just reminding everybody that polling stations do not close before 10 o'clock. There was some rumours earlier on that some of them had shut. Absolutely not. They all stay open until 10 p.m. So if you haven't voted yet and you're listening to this, go and do it. This is a moment in Scotland's history that will get talked about for generations to come. And you're part of it, and you've got a say. And it doesn't matter what way you vote, go and do it. There's a long enough night ahead, there's plenty coverage, there's plenty analysis to come. Go and use your right to vote. Your polling station won't be far from your house. It's carefully designed that way. So please go and use your right to vote. You've still got 23 minutes to do it. So huge interest in this all around the world, and we welcome all our listeners in the United States. And last night I was looking at all the statistics. We had the United States, we had Greece, we had Ireland, people throughout the UK. We had Australia and New Zealand as well. Of course, in Australia, it is compulsory to vote. It's the law that you have to use your vote. So when they hear about us getting excited about a turnout of 80%, and when I go on and I tell them that in some elections it's as low as 30%, that absolutely astonishes them. And of course the Australians very interested as well in the future of the United Kingdom, and whether this 307-year-old political union between Scotland and England and Northern Ireland and Wales, whether that is about to come to an end. I had a tweet a wee while ago from @mcolburn, who is a keen listener to the programme over the last few weeks, and she was asking, have you been to vote? Have you made up your mind? And yes, I have. I did. I made up my mind, and I went and I cast my vote first thing this morning, shortly after dropping the children off at nursery. Also had a tweet from @GrahamAiken3, who said to me earlier on this afternoon, any sense or any inside info as to how it's all going? And my reply is absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is on a knife edge. All I can do is share with you the opinion polls from the last few days, which were suggesting a very narrow no win, maybe by 2 or 3 percentage points, which when you work in the margin for error on opinion polls is absolutely next to nothing. It really could go either way. And I have seen lots of tweets today as well from people saying, look, whatever happens, we're all still going to be friends. We all want good things for Scotland, and we will get up tomorrow morning, shake hands, and get on with the serious business of being all we can be, if I'm allowed to quote anti-drugs adverts. So it's 01416285758 if you would like to come through on the phones via Skype, or just tweet at Colin Kelly. So you know the timetable for the night. That postal vote at around about midnight should give us a good indication. We'll get the turnout, the official turnout, the number of people that cast their votes, and we'll then know the target that the yes and no campaigns are trying to reach. It's been an incredible few days. Let me just give you a wee sense of what the newspapers were saying this morning. And we'll start with the Herald, who called it Scotland's Day of Reckoning. And I've got to say, to the Herald, they had an absolutely bleak picture on their front page of a man standing on top of a hill looking out at a very bleak day. And their headline was Scotland's Day of Reckoning, final appeals from Salmond and Brown as the referendum race goes to the wire. I have to say that the Edinburgh Evening News had a much nicer front page when their paper came out at lunchtime. And it was really, really beautiful. It was a picture of two children, a boy and a girl, on Arthur's Seat, just a wee bit up Arthur's Seat, looking down at the Scottish Parliament. And their headline on the front of the Edinburgh Evening News was "Their future in your hands." And then they shared a quote on their front page from David Hume. And it says, "It's when we start working together that the real healing takes place. It's when we start spilling our sweat and not our blood." So that was the Edinburgh Evening News earlier on today. The Scottish Daily Mail had on its front page the Union flag and the saltire intertwined, tied together. The Daily Mail obviously very much in favour of protecting the Union. And on their front page, they said it has been the bedrock of our greatest triumphs and united us during our darkest hours. Today, let us secure Scotland's future in the glorious and remarkable family of nations that is Great Britain. So that was the Scottish Daily Mail today. And the Daily Record saying "Choose well, Scotland." Again, going with youth on its front page. A picture of a young lad holding up a yes banner, and a young girl saying no thanks. And the Daily Record with its souvenir wrap, quoting on its front page the latest opinion poll: no thanks on 53, yes on 47. And inside the Daily Record saying that it would not tell its readers how to vote, but making clear that it favours home rule and that it thinks that's what most people want, but saying you go for it, Scotland, choose wisely and make your own mind up and use your democratic right. So Scotland on a knife edge just now, waiting to see how the votes have gone, expecting a huge turnout. I also saw an incredible tweet earlier on today from Dr. Leah Totten, who was one of the previous winners of The Apprentice with Lord Sugar. And she tweeted at lunchtime today, "In the case of a yes vote, Dr. Leah Clinics will be offering 50% off the removal of any Union Jack tattoos made obsolete by IndieRef." So she tweeted that at lunchtime. She's clearly hoping for a little bit of business out of Scotland's independence referendum. So there you go. That was at Dr. Leah Totten, former winner of The Apprentice, via Twitter earlier on today. I'm also looking at Scotticus E, who says, "Not sure what the result is going to be, but we've done our best." And at Scotticus E is a yes campaigner. They've got the yes profile on their Twitter profile. So hi to at NS Design, who's listening in and can hear Can hear my good lady wife putting the dishes away in the background. Yes, we're not live from the loft, we're live from the kitchen because we're right through the night, so there may be a few interruptions. Incredible scenes just now from George Square, where it looks like thousands of people have gathered. An extraordinary atmosphere in Glasgow's civic heart. You think of all the things that have happened at George Square over the years, and people are there because they know that history is going to be made here in Scotland tonight. The official announcement, of course, when it comes, will be from Ingliston, just outside Edinburgh. That's where the Chief Counting Officer will make the official announcement. Now, we're expecting that maybe as late as 8 a.m, but we, of course, will probably know how it's going to go a couple of hours before that. 15 minutes then until the polling stations close. Remember that there is no exit poll this evening. When they calculate an exit poll, they always try to crunch the numbers. They look at previous voting patterns in the same seats. Obviously, they can't do that this time, so no exit poll. Also, some good tweets coming just now from @MartinMCL on Twitter, who's been looking at Glasgow's referendum history. It was 83.6% in favour of the Scottish Parliament back in 1997, and that was higher than the national average of 74.3%. There's no doubt that in the last few weeks there has been huge momentum towards yes. Of course, we saw the Better Together side. The Daily Record said that Gordon Brown lit a fire underneath them and spurred them into action, and then they came forward with their promises and really campaigned hard, and they all came up here. And did that help, or did that make things even worse? Well, we will find out. We will find out very soon. The polls close in 14 minutes. The ballot papers will then all be taken to the counting centres. There are 32 counting centres around Scotland. Once they have a result, they will ping it across to the Chief Counting Officer in Ingliston, who will then give them the all clear to make their own local declaration, which we will be able to share with you here on this programme. And of course, we'll be keeping a running tally of the overall number. And at some time before midnight, once we know the official number who have cast a vote, we will have a target that the yes and the no side need to hit. And as soon as they hit it, we will know the result. So that really is the timetable for the evening. Incredible scenes in Glasgow just now that are being tweeted very heavily, of thousands of yes campaigners gathering in George Square, waiting to see what happens. They have all been out and voted. There really is a sense of change in the air, and whatever happens, you know, democracy has done its job with such a huge turnout. You're listening live at colinkelly.net/live. Let me share with you this tweet from @YesScotland, who say, we can be proud of Indie Ref, which has seen a flourishing of Scotland's self-confidence as a nation. And UK Together, they've just tweeted, not long to go, polls close at 10 p.m, go vote. Also throughout the day, they've been highlighting their supporters and that there is a movement for Better Together, and that they've been doing a lot of door knocking and getting positive signs and positive results. A couple of the front pages for tomorrow's newspapers have come in. Getting these through at Sky News. They are talking about the vicious backlash after Andy Murray supports Scottish independence. This was his tweet that he sent out in the wee small hours of this morning, just after 1 o'clock this morning, and then was met with quite a nasty backlash, some quite horrible tweets from some people, and I think the police have certainly been alerted to them. And Police Scotland tweeted earlier on today saying to everybody, remember, social media is a powerful, useful tool that must be used carefully and properly, and telling people not to post abuse, because all that will be taken very, very seriously indeed. So Andy Murray on the front page of the Express tomorrow morning. All these, of course, will be out of date very soon. These are just very early editions. And Daily Telegraph, a picture of a piper leading voters to seal Scotland's future. Also talking about the Syrian and Iraqi terrorists parading a new British hostage in a video that they released earlier on today. I suppose a reminder that whatever Scotland votes for regarding its future, we are very much part of a small world now where things that happen thousands of miles away can have a huge impact on us. So the front pages tomorrow continue to come in. They will of course all be updated as soon as the various results trickle through. The first of the local authority results probably going to be around 1 a.m. Most of the activity between 1 and 3, and then the later results, the big counts, including Glasgow, probably nearer 5 a.m. So you can get involved in the programme this evening. Just call 0141 628 5758. I expect things will get busier after 10 o'clock, and you can call up and you can tell me how you voted and what you've done. I'm also hearing that the turnout for Kinross, this is a tweet from @Bennerty, turnout for Kinross at 92%. Apparently that's according to @Bennerty. That's unverified at the moment, but I will try and keep you up to date if there's any update on that. Lucy J. White, who I know well, she's with STV. She is at the Renfrewshire count. Great coverage, of course, on the television. STV are doing their biggest programme ever because they're going right through the night, and they're doing a breakfast programme tomorrow morning with their own team. They're opting out of Good Morning Britain with Susanna Reid, etc. So they're doing their own. The BBC on all night as well, on TV and radio. Radio Clyde doing a special programme with Robin Galloway, and I of course will be part of the team at LBC from London. They have their presenter Ian Dale in Edinburgh, and they have Duncan Barks at Leicester Square in London, and I'll be dipping into them doing some social media analysis overnight tonight. So 0141 628 5758. We have 9 minutes until the polling stations close, but if you are in a queue come 10 p.m, stay in that queue because you will indeed be allowed to vote if you're in a queue at 10 o'clock. So we're starting to get some pictures coming in now of the counting teams at the different counting centres. Of course, the Emirates Arena being used in Glasgow. Here is a nice picture. This is, in fact, a picture from at R. Dawson Scott of the Emirates Arena, and it is the 504 enumerators to count the vote at Glasgow. And they're all going in, they're just going through the security barriers moments ago with all their instructions, and they will do a terrific job throughout the night. And let's hear it as well, of course, for all the staff at the polling stations throughout the day, making sure everything went smoothly. So it's been really interesting the last few weeks doing this programme, giving you a slightly different take on the independence referendum. One of the reasons I did it was because so much digital media takes a particular stance. There's a huge amount of it, and I didn't want to go down that road. I wanted to try and do something with the same sort of neutrality as most of the broadcast media, and I also wanted to keep it politician free. I don't really like the way these other digital channels, they get to go on digital where they could kind of do what they like, and then they pack it full of the same pundits and politicians that you see everywhere else. So I wanted this to be a wee bit different, and it's been great the way you've supported it over the last 3 weeks or so. And if you do want to catch up with any of the old programmes, they're all there at colinkelly.net/live. So tonight it's all about results and banter all the way through until the wee small hours. Pictures coming in now of the Edinburgh count as well. The staff just going in. The boxes will be arriving soon. They're there in their yellow vests. God, it looks a bit barren, and they look bored already. A few bottles of water on the tables. These horrible wooden tables, which have seen a fair bit of action over the years. So that's the Edinburgh West count. I'm just looking at some pictures of that on Twitter at the moment. So lots happening, lots coming in. We'll have the calm before the storm at the moment. Scotland is buzzing, it seems to be the main thought going through a lot of people's minds just now. We will see what happens. the rest of the world very, very interested in this. Last night, listeners from all over the world tuning in to colinkelly.net/live. And if you have been listening over the last few weeks, we'll continue from Monday, 9:30 every Monday night, right here, colinkelly.net/live for the phone in, which I'll be delighted to move away from politics, and we will have just a general phone in on whatever the big issues of the day. So that'll be called Colin Kelly Live on the website, and it starts from 9:30 on Monday, and we'll be doing some pre-recorded interviews on that as well. So 01416285758. And I was asking the other night, whatever happens, has social media killed the union? Because even if there is a no vote, we know that change is on the way. I'm very interested in the role that social media has played in all of this. I think there has been a feeling throughout the campaign that the official media, the mainstream media, wasn't giving people the full picture, and that they felt that the full picture was these things that their friends and fellow campaigners were sharing on social media. And the problem with that is, of course, very easy to say something quite captivating on social media, and it can spread like wildfire, but is it accurate? And the mainstream media maybe don't get it right all the time, but they are at least expected to get it right, and they try to get it right, and they have some systems for checks and balances. And I'm not defending them, but that is their role, that is their remit. When you move online, you really are into the great unknown, and there's all kinds of rumours can be spread as fact, and things get a bit twisted, and I think we have to be really careful with that. But there's no doubt that people have been seeking alternative ideas and alternative coverage and alternative voices, and they found a hell of a lot of it on social media. And we've seen previously the role that Facebook and Twitter had in countries that weren't democratic. And this is, I suppose, the first time we've really seen the impact it can have on a country that is democratic. And I think social media is so good for spreading ideas, spreading things like a virus. And that has clearly happened on this occasion. The momentum that the Yes campaign have. If all you did was look at social media, Yes would win by an absolute landslide, and I'm sure that has had some influence on the proceedings. How much? Well, we will be finding out very, very soon indeed. Just having a wee look across the Twitter channels. A lot of people saying that they are nervous. A lot of people staying up. A lot of people saying that they're voting for the very first time, and a lot of people saying today as well that they were in tears at the ballot box. It just hit them how enormous this is. Of course, some of these people 30, 40 years ago were regarded as slightly crazy. They were on the fringes. And here they are now with a real prospect of what they have worked and lived for so long. And it's a huge, huge moment for them. And then, of course, within the Yes side, even within the SNP, some of them have very different ideas of the type of independent Scotland that they want. Some of them absolutely furious that an independent Scotland, it appears, would stay part of NATO. Some of them very disappointed to be keeping the Queen as head of state. So within the SNP, within the Yes campaign, a lot of different ideas and attitudes, and I think we'll see, if indeed it is a Yes vote, we will start to see some of that coming out in the next few days. Different ideas as well about the currency. Yes Scotland have just tweeted, as the polls closed, total likes on the Yes Scotland Facebook page have passed David Cameron's. Which I really don't think is something that they should feel the need to trumpet. But maybe it's symbolic. So Yes Scotland now 330,531 Facebook likes. David Cameron 330,519. Yes Scotland comfortably ahead. If you just look at Facebook likes, Yes Scotland comfortably ahead. And then of course there's all the local grassroots pages. So people might not have liked the big one, but they might have liked the Facebook page nearest them. So we will see what happens in the next few hours, and we should get some indications sometime soon. The Edinburgh Evening News reporting earlier on that Edinburgh City Council let 5th and 6th years leave school at 3 p.m. today, so that they could go and vote. Also, the Kay Burley from Sky News is at the Glasgow Count at the Emirates Arena. She was had an interesting exchange with a voter earlier on, where there was a bit of heckling going on behind her, and she called him a knob, didn't she? So also the count that we're going to have in Glasgow makes up just over 11% of the total electorate for the whole of Scotland. So that is a massive declaration. It's going to come right at the end, and it could have a huge impact. Let's take this call. Good evening. Who's that?
Hi there, it's Dougie.
Hi, Dougie. How are you?
I am doing well. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm well. Thank you for phoning in. Tell me what today's been like for you.
In many ways, it's just been a normal day with work on, and at lunchtime I went in to vote at my station, and so it just seemed like a regular polling day, no sign of trouble or anything like that. Small queues, and quickly made my vote, and then got on with the rest of the day.
And are you prepared to tell anyone else that's listening how that vote went, Douglas, and where you put it?
Yeah, I've been quite open for a while. I'm a yes supporter. So yeah, it didn't take too long to decide how I was going to vote.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you have wanted for quite a while, it's fair to say.
Yep. I've supported independence for over 20 years now.
So when the SNP came forward with the white paper and this particular vision of independence, because you would have been interested in what they were doing in 97 and in 92 and the penny for Scotland and, you know, Scotland within the EU and all that. So what's your take on what they're actually offering this time?
I haven't read the white paper. I didn't download it or get a copy of it. The main thing for me about this particular referendum is not all the policies that are in the white paper, but the basic question whether or not we want the freedom to make our own decisions, or whether we want to still share that process with some of them being made in the Scottish Parliament and some of them being made in Westminster. And I've always been of the opinion that I think we've got enough intelligent folks in the country that if we were running it ourselves, there would be plenty of challenges about priorities that we spend our budget on, but I see no right reason why we would fail or mess up having our own say in running our own country. So that's what it's been about for me.
The polling stations have now closed, so we can basically say what we like. I think even the strongest, I hope the strongest Better Together supporter would have to concede that an independent Scotland, I think we're all agreed, would cope and would do fine. But during the campaign, the Yes Scotland, they did put forward what they said was a compelling economic case for independence, and the suggestion that Scotland would somehow be better off. We wouldn't just survive, but that we would thrive. Is that something you buy into as well?
I think the economic arguments have been one of the bits that I think have frustrated lots of people, because it all seemed to be about whether we'd be a bit richer or a bit poorer, depending on how we voted. And you would get experts coming out with statistics and reports arguing both ways. And I guess the thing that I find exciting about voting for independence is that we just control the decisions over everything to do with the country. And to me, it is as simple as that. I think we've got a fairer voting system at Holyrood than Westminster, where first past the post means that if you don't actually get your own MP elected, it feels like a wasted vote, whereas with the mixture of first past the post and proportional representation for Holyrood, even if you don't win in first past the post, your kind of wishes are respected through the kind of list MSPs that reflect more or less the kind of percentage of votes.
And of course, all that was one of the reasons that the Scottish Parliament was set up the way it was to try and change that type of politics which you've seen at Westminster. And they never believed that one party would actually get an overall majority. Back in the days of Donald Dewar, they thought that the Scottish Parliament, it would be some sort of rainbow coalition, that everyone would have to work together. Do you think that this, if let's say if there is a yes vote, is this going to change the style of politics? We've seen so many people who maybe hadn't been engaged before, now very engaged. Some of them maybe want to get involved. In 5 or 10 years from now, do you think that Scotland's going to have a much better type of democracy?
Yeah, I would hope so. I think it's been really encouraging to see the number of folks that have signed up to vote. I think it's been good to see lots of pictures on the likes of Facebook of debates happening and hustings and good turnouts at kind of local events with people from all walks of life getting involved. I think it's been good to see people who haven't voted for years putting themselves on the register again for the first time in decades. And I think that's all very healthy indeed. And it would be a shame if that stops with the end of the polls today. It would be good if it can continue, and I think it's healthy for people to have that kind of political involvement and an interest in wanting a say in how things are decided.
The opinion polls the last few days have suggested a narrow win for no. If that's the case, Douglas, there's going to be a huge number of, up till now, very enthusiastic, very motivated yes campaigners. There's thousands of them in George Square just now. You can't really tell them just to go home quietly and wait for Westminster to deliver the promises. Do you think we will be, if you don't win, do you think we will be able to put the country back together again tomorrow?
Yeah, I think there are lots of folks that are yes voters that would see increased powers for the Scottish Parliament as a second best. It might be a disappointing second best, especially when there's doubts as to which of the three options from Lib Dems and Labour and Tories will be put forward in the White Paper, and lots of doubts about whether or not it will get through Parliament. But I think lots of folks that are yes would kind of see it as still a step forward if those powers are given to the Scottish Parliament in the next year or so. And I think there's lots of no voters that have said that they have had unanswered questions and would have wanted more information, and if they'd had that information, they might have voted yes. So I think if there's a yes, then even folks that voted no, there'll be a chunk of them will just say, well, it might not have been our first choice, but we'll wait and see if it works.
But, I said on this programme a few nights ago that, no matter what the outcome, I think, and I've tried to stay very neutral in this programme, but I think that the people of Scotland owe the Yes campaign a huge vote of thanks, because it's been an incredibly good-natured campaign. They have mobilised and motivated people and, created a situation where Westminster, appears to be bending over backwards for Scotland. And if we make sure that they come good on that, then, hopefully whatever the outcome, Scotland gets a better deal. What do you think will happen to the SNP in the event of a yes win? Because I know it's made up of very different types of people with different ideas, some of whom want to run an independent Scotland and some of whom have no interest in that at all.
Yeah, I think for all the main parties, it's interesting to see what will happen. You could say that the SNP have fulfilled their major aim if it's a yes vote, and that once that aim has been fulfilled, the likes of Jim Sellers has said that he would quite happily resign his membership of the SNP and campaign for Labour in Scotland at the next Scottish election and vote against Alex Salmond. So it could be that the SNP over time splits and loses members that might identify more with some of the other parties. And I think that there's also a good chance that Labour and the Tories and Lib Dems will no longer have to answer to the rest of the main UK parties, and that they can redevelop their policies in Scotland and maybe hit a better mark with Scottish voters than they're able to do when they're also having to factor in that they're part of a UK party and need to appeal to the southeast of England. So I think all the parties could change, and the SNP is maybe the one which has got a wee bit of a threat as to how united it would stay once the main aim has been achieved, whereas some of the others might get a fresh lease of life.
Well, just before you go, Douglas, a really nice tweet, which I'm sure you'll agree with, has just come in from @Mr. John Nicholson, who says, the eyes of the world are on Scotland today, and they've seen an extraordinary demonstration of peaceful, democratic engagement. That was certainly my experience at the polling station and on the streets, and yours as well. Scotland has done itself proud today, I think.
Yes, I hope that there are no stories. I think there's only been one or two kind of arrests at polling stations, and that's out of about 5,500 polling stations, and there's always some kind of disturbances here and there at any election. So I think with a big turnout that it's all looking as though it's been peaceful and no kind of worries about how it's been organised as well. So I think
and they're counting, that's them started, they've opened the boxes, they're counting now exactly on time, so it looks like it's gone like clockwork. Douglas, thank you very much for phoning in. Great to talk to you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, and I'm sure we'll talk again sometime soon. Take care, have a good night.
All the best.
Cheers. That was Douglas there phoning in, a Yes supporter, proud to cast his vote today. Thank you very much for him. To him for coming on. Some great tweets coming in now. People saying it feels like Hogmanay, but you don't know what you're going to be doing at midnight. Here's one as well. Loads and loads of observers at the count on every ballot box. There was an issue as well. I think because they had the campaigns have their observers. They can have them at polling stations. They can have them at the counting stations. And it appears that Better Together haven't quite had the numbers to get round all the locations, whereas Yes seem to have been very well resourced wherever they are. Suggestion that the postal ballot might be coming at 11:15, just over half an hour away. Here's the last tweet from @Nicola Sturgeon at 10:01, just as the polls closed. She said, "So that's that. Polls have closed. What an amazing, emotional, inspirational day of democracy this has been. Now we wait and wait and wait." Potentially. Glasgow isn't expected to declare its result until about 5 a.m, and with so many people in Glasgow, around 11% of the overall electorate, Glasgow will have some influence on the final result. So no matter how things go in the early stages, it may still be some time before we know the final result. And we're hearing that East Renfrewshire, they are now verifying the postal votes. And so we should have, we should start to see some results there sometime soon. Also, BBC Scotland News just tweeting some young voters reciting a poem urging unity after the Indy Ref result. Also reports that there's a 94% return of postal votes in East Lothian. Absolute uncharted territory this. For general elections or any kind of election, any voting in the United Kingdom. Also at BBC Andrew Black, he's at Ingliston, which is the counting centre where the final result will come. He's looking at the stage. The stage is set. That's where the final declaration will be made, and possibly as late as 8 a.m. This morning at Ingliston. Of course, Glasgow, they're using the Emirates Arena. Just a few weeks ago, the scene of so much excitement for the Glasgow 2014 Commonwealth Games. So the polls have closed. I hope you used your democratic right. Lots of pictures coming in now from around the country of the votes, the postal ballot being opened up and the counting beginning, and these people doing an absolutely amazing job in the face of huge scrutiny, making everything run like clockwork tonight. So it's 01416285758 if you would like to share your thoughts on what has been an incredible day for Scotland. Also, we're seeing, this is a tweet from @John Mann MP. He is a Labour MP, and he says, if it's a no vote, it's Gordon Brown who won it. Either the next First Minister or Scotland's first Prime Minister, certainly the person to lead Scottish Labour. Douglas and I were talking about the future of the SNP and potential division in there. You want to talk about political division, let's talk about the Scottish Labour Party. There's no doubt that Joanne Lamont was sidelined a wee bit in the last few days as Gordon Brown took centre stage with that amazing speech, a barnstorming speech that he made last night. And where was Joanne Lamont? What's been happening to her? So there's some serious questions in there, I think, about the future for the Labour Party in Scotland, if indeed it is a yes vote. And if it's no, as that MP, at John Mann MP, has just tweeted, if it is a no vote, element within the Labour Party will feel that much of that was down to Gordon Brown. I think it's all going to have a big impact on the media as well. The Daily Record suggesting home rule, which really wasn't talked about, hasn't been talked about in those terms for maybe about 20 or 30 years, and they brought that line out in the last couple of weeks, and they feel that they sort of spurred Gordon Brown and Better Together into action. If they've called it wrong, then it's going to be another slap in the face for one of Scotland's biggest mainstream media organisations. They already, of course, when Labour got a bit of a wipeout at the last election, that was a blow for the Daily Record. They lost their circulation battle to the Scottish Sun. So it's going to be interesting to see what the future holds for the mainstream media in Scotland. Only the Sunday Herald, out and out yes support, of course, and huge criticism of the BBC. So there'll definitely be interesting to see if what happens if there is a yes vote. What happens with the media in Scotland? I just hope that it continues to scrutinise and question everything that the government does, whichever government we have. So, we've had some indications of the order in which things might unfold. These are just very rough expected declaration times. With the level of turnout, it's quite likely that things may significantly overrun. It's certainly expecting Glasgow, Edinburgh and Aberdeen right towards the end of the night. The Western Isles and Perth and Kinross fairly early, maybe around about 2 a.m. Lanarkshire and Inverclyde and East Lothian, and then places like Stirling, Renfrewshire, Falkirk a little bit later on as well. We'll be back shortly. And we are back. Sorry about the wee interruption. That was another station in Australia. Tasmania, actually, believe it or not, wanting a wee chat with me in about 90 minutes from now. So huge interest all around the world. You may have seen tweets earlier on today about the scale of the international media. About 800 of them. Well, here's another one coming in. I'll be back soon. And we are back. Yes, good to be back with you. Just doing a wee chat there with LBC Radio in London. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to bring you that. And also, while I was chatting to them, and I'll tell you what they were talking about in a wee moment. Big hello to @email_Alan, who is listening in tonight from Grimsby. Talking about, according to the polls, close to half the population isn't going to get what they want. Is that a real solution? Well, Alan, that is one of the big issues I know that is on everybody's minds at the moment. Thousands of people right now gathering in George Square, determined that this is their moment. This is where they're going to be winners. They're going to get real change. They've got their party planned. And we spoke to Douglas a wee while ago, who said, well, some of them will, see it as a sort of a second best. If there is a no vote and these extra powers come from Westminster. But there's no doubt. I mean, I've seen people I know who have said it would break their heart if they don't win this tonight. And yes, and some strong support for the union as well. So @email_Alan in Grimsby, obviously that is a serious issue. Although we hope, of course, that Scotland, being the peaceful, friendly country that it is, we have a real hard, frank exchange of views, and then we get on with things the way we always have. But let me give you a wee flavour of what LBC, which is a London radio station, fairly close, I would say, to the British establishment, or has been over the years. They were talking a lot there about the mainstream media coverage and the fact that the Sunday Herald came out to vote yes, and is the only Scottish newspaper to do so, and enjoyed a 25% uplift in circulation. They were also saying that if there is a no vote tonight, that David Cameron is finished, and they think that William Hague will take over in the interim until that next election. And let me give you the breaking news that is just in, is that we have a final YouGov poll which puts yes at 46 and no at 54. This is not an exit poll, but this is the final YouGov poll which puts yes at 46 and no at 54. So that is a slightly wider gap for no than we had last night. That is an 8-point lead for no. Yes, 46, no, 54. The final YouGov poll. If no win, I think the words of Alex Salmond, he's going to have to choose them so carefully, because they have built up this huge movement, and they will do what he tells them to next. So I think this is the moment where Alex Salmond really, if yes don't win, a huge moment for him in terms of choosing his words very, very carefully indeed. So we're expecting the postal ballot result sometime soon, potentially maybe within the next half hour, and we'll bring it to you here, of course, at colinkelly.net/live. And I am sorry that we had to break out there for a few moments to go and talk to LBC in London, and we will be talking to them again later on tonight, and we will also be talking to some more of the Australian radio stations. We are doing Tasmania, Canberra, Adelaide and Perth, all taking content from this programme as we go through the night. Here's a tweet from Labour MP Jim Murphy, who has been right out there, taking it on the chin throughout this whole campaign. I think he tried to do 100 appearances in town centres. He has tweeted 5 minutes ago, "This is more of a feeling than a prediction. Today I just sensed a wee bit of movement in our direction, but far too early to call." Also, reports from every count centre across the country, the projected turnout gets higher and higher. I think 80% now looking like the lowest estimate. We are seeing some places potentially more than 90%. 92% I've seen as one of the potential turnouts in one area, which is absolutely staggering. But if you are just back with us, that YouGov final poll, yes 46, no 54. And I'm sure we'll get some reaction to that. If you'd like to come on the phones this evening, it's 0141 628 5758. 0141 628 5758, or you can tweet at Colin Kelly. Of course, all sorts of rumour and speculation flying around on social media. The Sun newspaper just tweeting, breaking news, Scotland set to reject independence. No 54, yes 46. I said on this programme a few nights ago how many no supporters were just sitting there keeping very, very quiet. There's certainly a fair few of them. The first ballot box is now arriving at the South Ayrshire count. At Stevie Miller BBC is there. Tory leader Ruth Davidson talking about a turnout of more than 90%. I'll tell you what I think is quite interesting. If you look at David Cameron's Twitter, he has said nothing today about the independence referendum. Not a thing. He's got "Let's Stick Together" on his Twitter profile picture. His last tweet was retweeting Obama from last night, saying that the UK is an extraordinary partner for America and a force for good in an unstable world. I hope it remains strong, robust and united. That was the last tweet from David Cameron's Twitter channel, was retweeting Obama. Wonder where he is right now. I wonder what he's doing. Been a very busy day, of course, for various world leaders with the terrible events from Iraq and Syria and the terrorist organisation over there, and their videos and some of the propaganda. So much as we would like the whole world and everybody to be thinking about Scotland and this amazing victory for democracy, there are some serious issues going on elsewhere which will occupy politicians' time. Email_Alan's been back on from Grimsby talking about the northeast of England wanting a part of independent Scotland. I read somewhere today, Alan, that is it Doncaster, which apparently 900 years ago was handed over to Scotland, and we never gave you it back. So Doncaster apparently somehow still part of Scotland. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some constitutional issues for the rest of the UK, regardless of what Scotland decides tonight. There's some people in the various English regions furious about the promises that have been made to Scotland about devolved powers, and that has led many people to say that whatever the outcome, the Union will never be the same again. Right now we are looking at the various social media channels. I'm using my Hootsuite dashboard. I've got them all set up in front of me. It is 20 to 11 UK time. The ballots closed 40 minutes ago, and it is clear tonight that every single vote is going to count. The Glasgow count, responsible for more than 11% of the electorate, and that won't declare until 5 a.m. we expect. At BBC Newsnight, quoting the president of YouGov, who carried out these opinion polls, saying that whilst he once said there was an 80% chance of a no victory, he now believes it is a 99% chance. This is the YouGov president. His reputation is right on the line. I mean, it was already. These polling companies in unprecedented waters now, and he's putting himself right out there, saying that he now believes there is a 99% chance of a no victory in the Scottish independence referendum. It will be very interesting to see if the polling companies have got it right or not. It's a night where everybody is staying up. I want results and banter, so please do feel free to call in on 0141 628 5758. Hearing lots of good praise for Kevin Bridges and his special referendum programme, which was on the BBC, giving everyone a laugh. I also, hold on a wee second, just plugging my phone in here. I also did enjoy Maybe's Aye, Maybe's No, which was the BBC Scotland one. With an amazing dance soundtrack to it, following different families. It was a wee bit like Gogglebox on Channel 4 with Caroline Aherne, but they did it in the style of the Scottish independence referendum. Very, very enjoyable programme. So all sorts of questions now about what the future might be for Scotland, and I'm thinking what future I might have staying up all night doing this. live from the kitchen. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be very interesting. Just in terms of maybe the lighter side of the referendum, there was some concern that the count in Stornoway on Lewis could be delayed by fog affecting the plane that was carrying the ballot boxes from the other Western Isles. It seems that the plane is now airborne. There's no delay expected, but that could change if conditions worsen. I remember at the last election back in 2010, I was covering the Braehead count for the BBC at Braehead Arena, and we were stuck there until 9:15 in the morning, 8:45am, before the last result came in, which was a hell of a long night. I don't think I'll be doing that tonight. But Alan's been back on. He's tagged in David Cameron. He says, yes or no, Mr. Cameron, what do you think? Give Colin Kelly a ring on his radio show. That's very kind of you, Alan. I'm going to retweet that. We just thought we would do something different with this programme and plug it right into YouTube, rather than just streaming online or podcasting or anything like that. The statistics from YouTube and the feedback on Twitter suggests that people all over the world, and they maybe can't access some of the mainstream media streams, are listening in to this one and dipping in and out. And I know that everybody's got a second screen in their hand. They'll watch the telly and they'll keep a wee eye on what's happening on programmes like this as well. Also, hello to Referendum TV, they're on as well, doing their thing too. So it really has been a campaign where the mainstream and the digital media have all worked together. And here's me, of course, in my kitchen doing this, and at the same time as I'm talking to you on YouTube, dipping in and out with LBC in London and with big radio stations all around the world, particularly in Australia. Talk now of bookmakers lengthening the odds on a yes win. At Newsnet Scotland, urging yes supporters to watch coverage of the results on STV rather than their BBC rivals. I already earlier on was talking about what a huge night this is for STV with their biggest ever programme, and they've got a fantastic team over there, as has BBC Scotland. For the record, I think they do an absolutely magnificent job. The Sun newspaper having a wee dig into the social media and looking on Twitter, and in the past 48 hours there have been 378,000 mentions of yes campaign hashtags and 138,000 mentions of no hashtags. So more than double, which is no great surprise. Having looked at this for the last few weeks, it appears on social media at least very one-sided in favour of yes, but looking at that latest opinion poll, an 8-point lead, they say, to the no side. But incredible scenes up and down the country. These yes flash mobs, and that event in Buchanan Street at the weekend, a party in George Square, Cayley's, absolutely amazing. So everybody at the moment retweeting that YouGov survey, and that was a YouGov survey of voters previously polled, and it shows support for no at 54% and yes at 46%. It's going to the wire, folks. It's going to be a very interesting night indeed. You can take part in the discussion. You can come on the phones and share some chat and some banter. We're not looking for serious political analysis. We're just looking for how you're feeling right now. 0141 628 5758. While I'm doing this, I'm not able to send out as many tweets as I would like. So if you are listening and you're enjoying the programme, I hope you'll do your bit to spread the word. Just send a link out to colinkelly.net/live. Stick that on your Facebook or tweet it, and see if we can get people tuning in and create something a wee bit different here on the website and here on YouTube. This is just in from Edinburgh City Council, and this is a picture of the rest of the world's media assembled at the count to see democracy in action, to see the result being declared. Huge interest, every journalist wanting to work, wanting to be part of this, and it's a night where they do absolutely tremendous work. Dennis Canavan, just quoted by Laura Koonsberg on the BBC, Dennis Canavan tells me those numbers don't match their feedback, but sometimes their activists are a wee bit over-exuberant. That from Dennis Canavan, as tweeted there by @BBC Laura K. Koonsberg, one of the greatest journalists, best broadcast journalist in the country right now, talking to Dennis Canavan earlier on. So maybe a wee chink in the Yes campaign, and it's going to be so hard for them to manage their followers' expectations because they have been telling them for weeks, we are going to do this. I saw Carolyn Leckie saying, you know, if you convince another person, we will win by a landslide. And I feel that if Yes don't win, my God, they came so close. They came so close. And I think last weekend, or a fortnight ago, when that poll came out that said they would win, you know, that put Yes in front, if the vote had been there, I am convinced Yes would have won. Lots of people talking about the social media war. There's no discussion. There wasn't a social media war. Yes ran rampant across social media, and it's one of the reasons that the expectation was built up so high. And how are these people going to be feeling? And I have said it before, there is absolutely no doubt that the people of Scotland owe the Yes campaigners a huge thank you for what they have done and the way that they have conducted themselves. So we can just have a wee look at the local authority areas that we think will play a huge role. If no don't win in the Borders, there's a huge issue. No aren't going to win. The Borders is a real no heartland. Similarly, Dundee, if Yes don't win Dundee, or if it's close in Dundee, then I'm told Yes can forget all about it. Here is some more front pages coming in, and these are first editions, so that what you get in the morning will bear no resemblance to this. The Metro looking at the 16-year-olds who voted on the future of a nation. School children boost massive independence turnout. Again, you know, what do you say to these children in May, these teenagers? There's a general election. If Scotland's still part of the Union, sorry, now you're being dinghied and, you know, you can't vote. That is absurd. That is absolutely ridiculous. The Independent Eye newspaper, oh my God, it's gone blue. They've gone from red to blue for their newspaper tomorrow. It is an Independence special edition. They're up to 30p. That's a wee sneaky wee price increase, is it not? Scotland writes history. And they have Yes campaigners on the front with a piper leading them, I think, towards a polling station. So that is the Eye. I wondered if they've just mocked up the blue for the television tonight, or if indeed it will be blue tomorrow. I like the Eye. I think it's a really good newspaper. So that's their front page. These are all coming to me courtesy of @BBC News. I should credit them for this. Also now looking at The Guardian, tomorrow's Guardian, Scotland's history makers. The Guardian also focusing on the school pupils, the teenagers, the 16 and 17-year-olds who are having this huge say in not just Scotland's future, but perhaps David Cameron's future, maybe Gordon Brown's future, the future of this incredible 307-year-old union. And let's have a look at tomorrow's Daily Mail. They are talking about the prime suspect in the hunt for missing Alice. They're talking about Prince Harry, and get this, stop the press. The Daily Mail are giving away free Lego toys tomorrow. A Ninja Turtle and a Star Wars, I think that is as well. Goodness me, well done, Daily Mail. That I think is the English edition. And the Independent tomorrow, again, at BBC News tweeting this via @SuttonNick. Power to the people, and pictures of people going to the polls all over Scotland, one with a Yes flag, one with a Union flag, motorbikes and sidecars and wheelchairs and young people and old people. Terrific front page on the Independent tomorrow. Power to the people. Millions of Scots decided the country's future in an unprecedented display of democracy and patriotism. But after an exhausting campaign, this referendum is merely the end of the beginning. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we can go forward and make this country, whether it's an independent Scotland or a United Kingdom, move it forward, make it better with the same brilliant level of engagement. Amazing. Dennis Canavan, the chair of the Yes campaign, whatever the result, I think the people of Scotland ought to work together to build a better Scotland. Well said, Dennis Canavan. That is exactly what I will be doing, and I'm sure you will as well. We now have verification of votes underway in Falkirk. That's at the Grangemouth Sports Complex. Wasn't that funny earlier on Facebook when Scotland changed its Facebook status from married to it's complicated? In the morning they might be changing it back to married if those late opinion polls, that final YouGov poll of people previously polled, 54-46 in favour of yes. Just seen a wee tweet here which I want a wee bit more information on. No, it's just somebody having a laugh. Just beware some of these strange tweets that fly around. So we're live online at colinkelly.net/live. We're plugged into YouTube as well. You can catch up with all our old programmes on the website. And we will, of course, be relaunching the phone-in from Monday, 9:30 every Monday. Colin Kelly Live will be the phone-in, 9:30 till 10 every single Monday. We'll talk gadgets, we'll talk politics, we will talk sports sometimes, all kinds of things on the phone-in from Monday at 9:30. I'm not convinced my voice is going to hold out until the wee small hours. I might need to take a wee break in a few minutes for a wee glass of water. But I hope you're enjoying the programme. colinkelly.net/live, and you're very welcome to come on the phones on 0141 628 5758. You can, of course, remain anonymous if you want, and if you don't want to tell me how you voted, then that is no problem whatsoever. 0141 628 5758, or you can just send a tweet through to @ColinKelly. Fascinating watching this all unfold. And there's Laura Koonsberg again quoting a senior no source urging caution, a long night ahead. And you know that Glasgow result, I think, will be absolutely critical. It is so important what happens in Glasgow, and huge numbers the last few nights, huge numbers in George Square. Partying, they have been. I think tonight mainly waiting with bated breath. So much at stake here. I'm going to take a short break, and then I will be back in a wee while. And we are back. I had to take a wee break there, folks, because the voice was giving up the ghost. But we're back now, just about 11 o'clock, so an hour on from the polling stations across Scotland closing. They are now saying that in some parts of the country, the turnout will be almost 100%, which is absolutely incredible. A near 100% turnout in some parts of Scotland. I have to give a mention to at Wings Scotland, who are the website Wings Over Scotland, and their wee blue book that they published, which was given out to a lot of people at the Yes stalls over the last few weeks, and they are tweeting tonight, and looks like they are mainly taking the rip out of the mainstream media, and fair play to them. Wow, they have just tweeted, is Scotland really going to be the first country ever to democratically vote against democracy? Imagine the embarrassment. Well, they obviously will be none too happy, but they've done a lot of good things, and I think that they are casting a wry eye over some of the mainstream media coverage of the night. Also need to mention at Daft Limmy, the comedian Limmy, who has the thing I like about him is he very much is a free thinker, thinks for himself, and a lot of very passionate tweets from him, quite extreme sometimes, but certainly interesting. So at Newsnet Scotland and at Wings Scotland, they are the, I guess, the kind of pro-yes media, and they have played a big role in mobilising people, the Yes supporters, for this campaign. The eyes of the world right now on Scotland, and you're part of it, so wherever you are and whatever you're doing, you can let me know. 0141 628 5758, or tweet at Colin Kelly. And like I say, unfortunately I'm not being able to send as many tweets as I would like. In fact, I'm going to do one now. Hold on, just put the hashtag in there. I like to tap into some of these yes and no campaigners and see what they're doing. So if you are listening and you can send out a few tweets, that would be very much appreciated. And big thanks to at NS Design, who has indeed already done that, and also at email_Alan. Here's a tweet from I guess the pantomime villain of the last couple of weeks, at BBC Nick Robinson, who tweets, UK collectively holding its breath, some dreaming of the birth of a new independent nation, others fearing the breakup of an ancient one. My opinion, Nick Robinson has done his job incredibly well in the face of huge scrutiny, as have so many others in the mainstream media. We're hearing reports of an astonishingly high turnout. I just hope that the level of engagement continues, and I hope that there's a new breed of person decides to enter politics as a result of what we've seen today, tonight, and in these last few weeks. I hope that democracy is always the winner, and that we all know people who should get more involved in politics. And you know what, I will tell you here and now, generally in elections I tend to vote for the independent candidate, because I always think if that person is encouraged, they might come back and do it again. If they keep the deposit, maybe other people like them will get involved and we can break away from party politics. Yep, and Daisy_Buffa, what a great Twitter username, saying the same thing. It's going to be very interesting if it is indeed, as the polls now predict, if it is a no vote tonight, then if it is a no vote tonight, how will Westminster deliver on their promises? It's going to be one problem solved for David Cameron and the like, and immediately straight into another one, a monumental problem. And at email_Alan was talking earlier on about the northeast of England wanting some level of devolved power, and various MPs saying, over my dead body will Scotland get this extra power, what about us? So some huge issues for the UK government to resolve. just making sure that we, as quickly as we can, bring you any results as soon as they're in. I haven't seen any yet, just waiting for the postal ballot. Some parts of Scotland reporting, this is unofficial, a 100% turnout. Absolutely incredible. At Kevin Bridges 86, watching some of the coverage. He's watching Sky News just now. I think they've been terrific throughout, and they've been very good on their social media as well. Here's one from at Rob F. Mack. Sources say that a U2 album has been found in each ballot box open so far. That was a bizarre one, wasn't it? Apple forcing the U2 album on everybody. So Scotland and the UK will never be the same again after tonight. The counting is going on. At BBC Scotland News, tweeting, quoting at Mary Pitcaithley, the chief counting officer. It's her job to reveal the result, and she says, "I'm just focused on getting it right." Just bringing up a few more tweets here. Maybe you're listening around the world. It's a free call if you connect on Skype. Email Colin Kelly is the username. And you can call 0141 628 5758. That is our number here in the studio, which tonight is a kitchen. Serving you at colinkelly.net/live. Also around the world for LBC Radio in London and various stations in Australia, part of the ABC News Network, regularly joining them, and into New Zealand as well. Here's another one from Alan. He says, born in Scotland, went to uni in Wales, work in England, not entitled to vote, and is struggling a bit with the question, what makes you Scottish? Well, no ballot paper for you. We did, of course, a few weeks ago. We heard from Derek, who called up from Manchester, an exiled Scot in Manchester, saying that because he's only been in Manchester for a couple of weeks, he did have a vote. He got a voting paper, and he was in two minds. He was going to vote yes. He was in two minds about whether to travel up to Scotland to use it, and he ended up he did. So I know that Derek voted, and I know as well that he may be tuning in tonight. So great to hear from you, Derek, and well done exercising your democratic right. So it appears, all the indications we're getting at the moment, despite huge evidence on social media to the contrary. I said a few nights ago on this programme, I said if everybody that says they're going to vote yes does vote yes, yes will win. What I saw today on social media was wave after wave of people saying that not only did the yes supporters vote yes, but they were all quoting no supporting friends of theirs who apparently when they got to the polling station ended up voting yes, changed their mind, couldn't do it. Has that not happened? Dennis Canavan, very interesting quote from him reported by the BBC a few moments ago. Some of our supporters can be a wee bit over exuberant. Has it been hype? Well, no, because you look at the people in George Square. You look at the people on Buchanan Street. You look at the people all over. You see the movement towards yes. You see the flags. I saw, on my way to the polling station today, a van which was driving round the area where I live all day with flags and the yes banners, and in the window a sticker that said, "Don't be a shite bag, vote yes," which did give me a smile. So I thought that was hilarious. And you've seen all that, so you know it's not just hype. You know it's not just hype. You know that there have been a serious mood and push towards change. I am trying to get into Facebook and I seem to be locked out of it at the moment, which is a complete pain in the neck. Hopefully get into Facebook. How can I get locked out of Facebook? That's absurd. But that appears to be exactly what's happened. Unless I get sent my security code. Where's it gone? It has properly gone. Well, I'm sure I'll bring you some Facebook in just a little moment. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Let me just bring this up. I'll give you a wee bit of Facebook chat as well. Okay. So 01416285758, live with you right through the night at colinkelly.net/live. It is results and banter all the way. Hold on a wee second, just sending out a quick message here. And it's been an incredible campaign. I remember working on the original referendum for the Scottish Parliament, where Scotland voted yes, yes, and there was a real mood of euphoria. I remember covering Tony Blair getting into 10 Downing Street, and a new dawn has broken, he said, and lots of cheer. And then the dream went a wee bit sour for a lot of people who voted for him, a lot of Labour supporters, and I think for a lot of people it put them off politics. They felt very badly let down, and always now a little bit cynical about politicians. Now a quote saying that palace officials say the Queen has been following the independence referendum closely. I'm sure she has. I bet she has. Remember quotes in the paper at the weekend about thinking very carefully about how you vote, but insisting that it would always be a matter for the Scottish people. I do think it's strange that David Cameron hasn't tweeted all day. He must be worried. How does he take anything positive out of this? You know, he is in bother, no matter what, I think. Hi to Douglas, he was on earlier on. Douglas, a yes supporter for more than 20 years. It must feel incredible if you were one of these people flying the flag for Scottish independence 20, 30 years ago, when there was an element of, you know, being on the fringes, and now you see what's happened in this country. Even just to be asked the question, to have the opportunity, you know, your Jim Sellers of the world, guys like the Paisley SNP MSP, George Adam, who I know fairly well. There must have been a point where they wondered if this would ever happen. Even Salmond himself. You know, there was a time when, those days when John Swinney was leader of the SNP, did they always believe? They surely could not have anticipated what we have seen in these last few days and weeks, and it has been absolutely incredible. John Curtis, Professor of Politics at Strathclyde Uni, telling people now to be patient, because a high turnout means the votes will take longer and longer to count. It could be 1 a.m, he's now saying, before the first results are in. Is a symptom of things going well. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. It's what happens when democracy it does its job. And absolutely incredible turnout. You know, Shettleston in Glasgow, lucky if they get 30% in some elections. And the turnout probably tonight going to be well over 80%, maybe even over 90%. An incredible situation, and Scotland is all the better for it. Various rumours and hunches coming in. We do have this YouGov poll. It's important to note, though, that YouGov poll, they only asked people who had already been polled. And it's 54 no, 46 yes, and the head of YouGov saying he is now 99% certain, staking his entire reputation and his organisation's reputation on a no win. That is what they're saying. 54 no, 46 yes. Where would we go from there? What would happen? We've heard the conspiracy theories. We know there's huge dissatisfaction with the mainstream media. There's been allegations of dirty tricks. There's been allegations of MI5, etc., etc. We're now hearing, and this is unconfirmed report. I'm just checking the source on this. This is an RTE journalist on an unofficial Twitter channel saying that Stornoway Airport is fog-bound and that the Western Isles ballot boxes are coming in by fishing boat. A very long night ahead. That is an unconfirmed report. Unconfirmed report from a journalist saying that the plane, which I think had taken off with these Western Isles ballot boxes, is Stornoway is fog-bound, and that those ballot boxes are coming in by fishing boat. That is unconfirmed just now, but that would significantly delay the official final result. We're expecting the bulk of the results between 3 and 5 a.m. with an exceptionally high turnout. There's the potential of the postal vote result sometime round about midnight. Also hearing that at Alloa, they're on schedule for an early declaration. The ballot boxes have only just arrived at Edinburgh just 10 minutes ago. Perhaps there were people in the queue waiting to vote and had to remain in the polling station until after 10 o'clock. So counting only just getting underway from Ingliston. At that central count, Ingliston and Edinburgh, the word is that the turnout has been astonishingly high. So counting underway now. Yeah, I mean, if we look at the Albert Halls in Stirling, until 10 p.m, that was a polling station, so the ballot papers had no distance to travel. And the counting only just begun just before 11 p.m. So I think we are on a long night. No campaigners being very, very cagey. They've had this unexpected boost from this YouGov opinion poll, which they weren't expecting, and they weren't expecting an 8-point lead. Here's one from @Suzanne Allen of the BBC. One Yes campaigner said in one part of Perth he counted the turnout at around 82%. It's usually 35%, and he had tears in his eyes, she said. What an amazing thing to see in your lifetime. We're all very lucky to be part of this. Lots of pictures continuing to come in from an extraordinary atmosphere at George Square. It's the sort of picture that gives you that tingle down your spine, whether you are a yes or a no, to see everybody coming together like this in front of the city chambers, lit up, young and old, children on adult shoulders, and people coming together. It's like Hogmanay. And what will the future hold? It's 0141 628 5758 if you would like to come on and take part in the programme and tell me what you're doing right now. That's 0141 628 5758. I know we have listeners all around the world looking on, maybe thinking, God, I wish our country could have a moment like this. I wish we could get the opportunity to have our say. I wish our government listened to us the way the Scots and the UK do. And I saw someone saying earlier on, isn't it incredible, whatever you think of the UK, whatever you think of the UK government, isn't it incredible that they allowed Scotland to have this opportunity when the SNP got that huge majority, that mandate from the Scottish people, and they went to Westminster. Westminster said, yes, you can have it. And because we live in a country where we're free and where democracy is the most important thing. It's a night where we can all be proud. So 32 local authorities will declare results. Once we know the official turnout, we will have the target that each side has to get. And once they hit the target, which will be 50% plus one vote of the total turnout, they are the winner. It becomes a race to see who will get there first. What's going to make it a long night is the huge turnout, and also the fact that Glasgow is, of course, so big and right at the end of the night. 01416285758. Glasgow, hugely influential. More than 11% of the electorate will be there in Glasgow. So it will have a huge influence on the outcome tonight. 01416285758, or you can send a tweet to @Colin Kelly. As I dip back into Twitter, I'm now looking at the Times front page for tomorrow. Looking at the Times front page, no camp predicts victory. Exit poll suggests swing away from independence, and they say Salmond starts post-vote negotiations. The Rupert Murdoch-owned Times. Bit of interest the other day, of course, that the Scottish Sun stopped short of telling its readers to vote for independence, and the Times saying that the No camp is predicting victory. Well, they are, but in an extremely cagey way. They are very much urging caution. The No camp have been battered around a bit, I think, in the last few weeks. And, when they saw their leaders panicking like that, and Clegg and Miliband and Cameron coming up, I think even their most hardcore supporter must have wondered where it was all going. And here's a funny tweet from @the Staggers, watching the BBC coverage. Labour's Douglas Alexander tells BBC a Glasgow cabbie asked him, "If I stop the meter, will you explain the Barnett formula for me?" So a nice bit of chat from Douglas Alexander. I remember seeing him actually at the Bray head count on the night of the last election when I was covering it, and he had a face like thunder. That almost Labour wipeout in the traditional heartlands last time round, the vote really that got us where we are tonight. He pitched up halfway through the night, furious, as so many of his colleagues were, of course. So is he going to... he often, of course, runs the Labour election campaigns. Very highly regarded, very, very good politician, whatever your views. One of our best political talents, I think, whether you agree with them or not. Very influential, very close to... when Labour were in government, very close to power, and so maybe a wee smile on his face as the night goes on. 01416285758. It's Colin Kelly, live online at colinkelly.net/live. Here is Radio Basher. Good luck, Colin. I'm off to bed. I can't stay up for it all. Oh, you're forgiven. You're completely forgiven, Basher. Listen, you've done amazing. Thank you so much for being with us. Here is Ted D.B. Stewart. Colin, I'm on your YouTube stream. I was wondering the effects on the Commonwealth, a country like Canada where I live. Well, listen, Ted, a lot of talk about Quebec as an example of a referendum where the yes side thought they were onto it, thought they were going to win, and then they said they were victims of a loving at the end, where the establishment sort of bombarded them with promises. That was back in 1995. So Ted's asking, in Canada, what would happen to the Commonwealth? Well, if there was a yes vote, Ted, we would still have the Queen as head of state. My understanding is that Scotland would very much remain an active part of the Commonwealth. And so I don't think things would change too significantly. There are so many countries, of course, which have declared independence from the UK. In fact, almost all of them, to be honest with you, at one time or another. And they're still enthusiastic members of the Commonwealth. And you need only look at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow and the suggestion that Glasgow might get to host it again sometime soon. So I think the Commonwealth would be okay. And do you know what? An independent Scotland, it might be better, because we might feel that we have a wee bit more influence in the Commonwealth. So thank you very much at Ted DB Stewart for watching on the YouTube live stream. That's absolutely great to hear from you. Also, we've got Volpa Girl, who just said Speed Bonnie Boat. So thank you very much to you there at Volpa Girl. And Andrea Fox, what's Andrea saying? She feels she's talking to Alan, who of course was born in Scotland but went to uni in Wales, works in England, has got family in Scotland and can't vote. What makes you Scottish? And Andrea says clearly it's all down to who you pay your council tax to. So she says it's a wee bit unfair that Alan doesn't have a vote. So thank you very much there at Andrea_Fox. And she's in radio. She's head of music at Juice, and she does a bit of continuity on the TV. Good to hear from you, Andrea. Thanks for getting involved in the programme. Hey, long night ahead. God knows how long I'm going to last. God knows how long I'm going to last. That yes or no? Should I keep going? I need to, because I'm down to do stuff for the Australians and the London stations a wee bit later on as well. I'm now looking at the front page of tomorrow's Sun. Now, this is not the Scottish Sun. This is the English Sun. Union back is their headline with a question mark. Union back. Cameron and Salmond. Cameron is smiling in the picture. Salmond looks a wee bit worried. Posters say no. Bookies say no. City says no. But Andy Murray says yes. Very, very interesting. I'm just going to just reply quickly to the one of the other stations who want a wee word. Going to be live to Canberra in about 20 minutes. You wouldn't believe how interested the Australians are in what we are doing here right now in Scotland. So that's the headline of the English Sun tomorrow. Union back with a question mark. Andy Murray, God love him, he waited so long before nailing his colours to the mast. 8:01 this morning, comes out pro-yes, saying the negativity got to him in the last few days. Has he, in the end, potentially backed a loser? We will see. We will find out soon. My take on it, having covered quite a few of these elections over the years and seen opinion polls, you cannot discount the role that Glasgow plays in this. And there has been absolute euphoria in Glasgow for yes these last few days and weeks. Huge movement. They're in George Square just now, partying. And with Glasgow declaring so late and with being responsible for so many people, I think even if we get halfway through the night and no are in front, there is still a high chance, I think, that by taking Glasgow, yes could win. So I really would be really not sure of the result at all until such times as we see that result from Glasgow. This is Reuters. This is Reuters saying that Sterling surged after that YouGov poll. Jeez. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That this, I mean, and is it affecting the money markets? Or is this people with particular sympathies trying to stir things up? That's always been the allegation, hasn't it? I'm just trying to get a wee bit more from Reuters on this. Tomorrow's newspapers are going to have absolutely incredible pictures. Largs and Millport News reporting a 78% turnout at Kelburn Primary, which was their polling station. Definitely was a bit of a push for the no side, in the last few days. More of them coming out and knocking on doors. But still, in terms of the social media, absolutely overwhelming support for yes. I'm just going to try and bring up Reuters here and get a wee bit more on that story about Sterling responding to that YouGov poll. I'm trying to... Hold on a wee second. I'm just trying to see if I can find a wee bit more about that. Let me have a wee look. Hold on. Sorry for the brief delay. There will be a few of these throughout the night, as I'm sure you understand. What are they saying? Just trying to get a wee bit more detail on that, because I know there's sometimes people stir things up a wee bit with reports about the markets, and I haven't actually seen the raw. I've seen some tweets about it, but I haven't actually seen the raw stats. So we'll put that on hold for the moment. Hold on. Strange noise there. Sorry about that. It's now at BBC Nick Robinson saying, since the polls closed, the pound has risen by more than half a cent against the dollar. Goodness me. Here's Luda. Let's have a look at Luda. She's tweeting. We have Gordon Cree, old pal of mine, working for STV News. He's out and about tonight. He's at the West Lothian Declaration. He's been told to expect that at 3:30. Sheila McLaren of STV, the boat with the Arran ballot boxes has left Brodick ahead of schedule. Should be in Saltcoats around midnight, so they'll get the counting done underway in there. Here's Luda. I've lived in Scotland for over 10 years permanently, yet not entitled to vote. That must be so disappointing on a night like this. That's a shame, Luda, but very interesting to hear that. And I almost can't believe that that's true. How does that happen? How does that happen? Surely you can just get on the electoral roll, Luda. I'd like to know a wee bit more about that, and anyone else that wanted to vote and for whatever reason wasn't able to. So that is that. BBC Nick Robinson, markets betting on no since the polls closed. The pound has risen by more than half a cent against the dollar. Tomorrow's newspapers, they will have obviously lots about this independence referendum, but they will unfortunately, and they are having plenty coverage as well of the terrible terrorist activity in Iraq and Syria and some of the stuff that is going on over there. We've now been on air for just over 2 hours at colinkelly.net/live. It's been a long time since I was online right through the night, but it's a pleasure to be speaking to you here on YouTube, online, wherever you are listening around the world. I wanted to bring you something a little different, that was free from the usual pundits, that solely looked at the social media. And I know that there's some people around the world with issues not able to access the main media streams, and I wanted to give you something that was not biased either, that had the same sort of editorial standards, even if we lack the production standards, but had the same editorial standards as the mainstream media. So that's what we're doing here at colinkelly.net/live, and we continue our phone in from Monday 9:30 till 10 UK time at the website colinkelly.net/live. It will be the phone in where everybody can come together, 9:30 till 10 on Monday. So very much looking forward to that. And you can find out all about me and chat to me by on Twitter, just going to @ColinKelly. And why not come through on the phones? 0141 628 5758. Very, very interesting night ahead of us. 0141 628 5758. Despite these opinion polls, the yes side certainly very buoyant. Nobody getting despondent. No results in yet. So still a long way to go. Despite the indications, and that's all they are, indications, that it will be a no win. And at BBC News tweeting their favourite polling day photo, it is a yes campaigner and a no campaigner shaking hands outside a polling station. And I know that has been replicated all over Scotland. We are passionate, we are very vocal, but we use our democratic right, and then we come together and we make this country as good as it can be. If you are listening around the world, very interested in what the mood is in your country, what you think of this decision that Scotland is making, how do you hope things turn out? Revel Alderson of the BBC saying that there's people in the public gallery at the Albert Halls in Stirling. He says he has never seen spectators at a count before. Labour MP Jim Murphy saying that the events of today have been remarkable and predicting a very, very big no vote in his constituency of East Renfrewshire. Well, they'll need to be, because East Renfrewshire is the absolute one of their real hardcore areas, despite their ill-advised tweet of a few weeks ago where, for some reason, the East Renfrewshire Council Twitter channel made a slightly disparaging remark about Alistair Darling during one of the televised debates. Things can go wrong with social media, as I'm sure you know. So yes, Jim Murphy expecting a big win for no in his constituency in East Renfrewshire. If they don't get a big win in East Renfrewshire, it will almost certainly be a yes win overall. East Renfrewshire, if there's serious gains for yes in East Renfrewshire, that will have some impact on the eventual outcome. So thanks to email_Alan, flying the flag, and Bob Real Options. He's with us as well. Good evening, Bob. Back with us again tonight. He says we're doing well. Much appreciated, Bob. And thanks for spreading the word. You're an absolute star. And Lou Pickney, at Lou Pickney, one of the United States' finest media production talents, an absolutely top-notch news producer in the United States, spreading the word about our coverage as well. And I know that Lou was listening the last couple of nights as well, and that's much appreciated, Lou. It's great to have you tuned in the United States. The United States interests me because they really back, 2008, wasn't it, when they talked about social media helping Obama win his first term, and they saw it first. They saw the impact that social media could have. And whatever happens with this particular vote, there is no doubt that this surge in support for the Yes campaign, this massive turnout, this change in the Scottish political culture, these extra powers that might be coming from Westminster, so much of that has its roots in social media, particularly Twitter, which seems to be this really powerful news network. It's where people go to get the real story. And Facebook as well, I think, where people were connected with friends, and friends that they maybe only felt that they only knew loosely, but they were right, I know you're a yes, I know you're a no, and I'm going to ask you for a bit more information on this. And it's been fascinating to see the mainstream media and how they respond to that. Channel 4 News tonight, for the first time ever, communicating via Snapchat and WhatsApp, trying to get that younger demographic. And it, for many of them, might be the only way that they receive news. So this is going to change this country forever, what we're seeing tonight. And it will have some impact, I'm sure, on the rest of the world. Absolutely incredible. So, an 89.6% turnout in Edinburgh. That is what we're hearing. 89.6% turnout in Edinburgh. Not 100% sure what the source is for that, but that seems to be, that's unconfirmed, but that seems to be what is being tweeted. And certainly we're on for a record-breaking turnout tonight. So that YouGov poll, 54 no, 46 yes. What have CNN screwed up? I'm just looking at the social media, the stuff that's been retweeted. Oh, God, they got it wrong. Right. CNN in their poll of polls, no 52, yes 58. That should have been a 48. Graphics department. Lou Pickney, I'm sure you will relate to that. You'd have kicked somebody's backside if they'd done that on your watch. Bless your heart, CNN. No 52%, yes 58%. Hey, Ted Turner, if he was still in charge, would have been raging. So CNN getting retweeted heavily just now for a little blip with their graphics. 52 plus 58 doesn't add up to 100. But very nice that they are so interested in what we're doing here in Scotland. Absolutely fascinating. So good to have Bob Real Options watching. And listen, what did you think of some of the televised debates? We went for this American style, didn't we? With the head-to-head, two head-to-heads between Alistair Darling and Alex Salmond, and Darling seemed to win the first one quite easily and then took a bit of a roasting in the second one. Allegations about the makeup of the audience, and was it too pro-yes or too pro-no? And the one that, it was just like two banshees screaming at each other was Nicola Sturgeon and Joanne Lamont, that one on STV a few months ago now. I'm not sure. I think that's where people started getting a bit disengaged with the mainstream media. People who I know turned on these programmes genuinely wanting answers and were so disappointed when they didn't get them. And I can kind of understand that. Here's Sarah Brown UK saying, watch Gordon Brown's speech from today's Love Scotland Vote No rally. Standing up for her man there, Sarah Brown. I remember as a young journalist being sent to cover their wedding. Well, not cover their wedding because we didn't get close, but sort of doorstepping them afterwards in South Queensferry or North Queensferry, I forget. So yes, Gordon Brown, has he maybe in some people's eyes redeemed himself? A tricky period as Prime Minister a few years ago, but he has certainly given 100% to this particular campaign. And one MP saying earlier on this evening that if no win, it is largely down to the work of Gordon Brown, which I think oversimplifies it a wee bit. But there's certainly some truth in that. And some discussion about the 16 and 17-year-olds and whether it was right that they were eligible to vote or not. This is one on Twitter from Fats Domingo, at Fats Domingo, saying, no taxation without representation. If you can tax a 16-year-old, then he or she should have the right to vote on how you spend their taxes, which is an interesting thought, and I kind of agree with that. I'm going to give that a retweet. I just think it's disappointing that these young people, now engaged with democracy, and the next UK general election, they won't be eligible to vote. I think is interesting and maybe a wee bit disappointing. Here's one from Helen. Just on the off chance you are broadcasting and looking for something to talk about, I know a young girl who drove 4 hours from Hamilton to Buckheath after work today to cast her vote. She felt such passion to contribute. Great wee story. Thank you very much for that, Helen. It's absolutely my thing. Yes, happy to for letting me know about that. Incredible. Really interesting. The lengths that people go to exercise their democratic right. Great stuff. Something we should never take for granted. And you think through Scottish history and British history and people around the world that have given so much for their freedom, for the right to choose, for what we've done in the last 24 hours, the lengths that some people had to go to in order to enjoy that right. I will be back in one moment, folks.
Colin,
Hey,
it's Coop. How are you?
Derek, how you doing? I was just we just took a wee break there because I was doing a bit for one of the
LBC?
stations. No, it was a
No?
station in Tasmania, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah, a station in Tasmania talking about the referendum. So it was about 10 minutes doing that. Good to hear from you. You'll have been plugged into the TV coverage.
Yeah, I've been plugged into it all evening long, pretty much all day long. Obviously on Twitter, following it on Twitter, on Facebook. Just basically, that'll be my whole night, being totally honest with you. Following it, I'll be flicking between the radio stations, the TV stations. The reason I like doing that, I think it's interesting to get the different angles of how they report things, and it can be quite interesting. Some of it's quite, boring. Obviously, it's the same sort of thing, especially this time of night. I think really all we can do, and all they are doing, is obviously cutting to the reporters and speculation.
They've got nothing to say. They've got nothing to say.
And they're just filling time.
They keep going on about the turnout might be this and it might be that, and it's a hard job.
One of the things that I'm kind of confused about, I'm reading a lot on social media. Maybe I don't know if you know, Colin, is a few people keep tweeting and putting on Facebook saying about the postal votes, saying that the no's have got this, the no's have got that, the yeses have got that. Now, my understanding, I was watching it live on Sky just after 10, and the postal votes just arrived, but the way the tweets I've been reading and the updates on Facebook, it's as though people assumed that those votes had already been counted, but I'm assuming that they wouldn't have been counted until after 10 o'clock at the centres.
My understanding, Derek, is that as soon as the polls close, they can start counting the postal votes at 10 p.m. because they've already physically got them, whereas they have to wait for the ballot boxes to then come to the counting centre, and only later on can they start the actual ones from the polling stations today.
Yes, so to me, that all the tweets may be totally incorrect then if they're saying that they've heard the results of the postal votes before 10 o'clock. I thought that's got to be completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing some of that even before 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So I mean, the social media, there's people get their stories crossed a wee bit, and there's mischief makers. But yeah, I saw a few of them. But my understanding always is that at 10 p.m. the first thing they do is they start counting the postal votes, and I was told we should get a result, and it won't be for every individual. I was under the impression that there will be one postal vote result for the whole country.
Yeah, I'd assume that, because I think they all went to Edinburgh no matter where you cast your vote. But I think it's going to be an interesting night. Obviously, the YouGov poll that came in later on, I believe that's people who've surveyed already. What they were going to do. But the thing, I mean, the way I look at it, polls, from my experience with general elections, are never wrong. But I think because this is such a unique one-off event, and with that many people registering to vote that probably haven't voted before or haven't voted in years, I think it is very, very, very unpredictable. I think no matter what, it's going to be very, very close. Yeah,
and I think as well, with Glasgow declaring so late, with Glasgow being so big, the influence that Glasgow has is absolutely huge. And I think even if no are a good bit ahead through the early part of the night, if Glasgow was a huge yes, that might well be enough for them to win the whole thing. Glasgow is so influential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've heard another one to watch out that could give an indication is Aberdeen, I reckon, if that somehow went to yes, that could be a massive influence on it. But I tweeted something earlier on, and I put something on Facebook earlier on. I don't know if you picked up on it. I believe no matter what the result tonight, next year at the general election, one way or the other, I think the turnout for the voting from Scotland will be abysmal, will probably be an all-time record low.
I think you're right, and I think if it is a no, and if we are still in this union and voting for Westminster in May, isn't it a disgrace that 16 and 17-year-olds won't be able to vote? Here they get the vote today, they get engaged in democracy, they learn all about it, and then the establishment's going to turn around to them in, 6 months and say, oh, chuck it.
Yeah, it seems pretty ludicrous. Certainly for my sister Deborah and a couple of work colleagues, obviously I'm down in Manchester, back up in Scotland, they were saying that their 16-year-old children knew more of the facts than they did, and they're grown adults. They actually said that their kids knew more about it, had become so engaged in it, and read about it, and they were actually telling their parents the ins and outs and the truth and the facts about it, which is brilliant. But as you say, come next year, they've not got the chance.
I know. I just hope that they continue to stay involved. And listen, so the last time you were on, you said you were going to vote. You wanted to vote yes, but you weren't sure if you would travel up from Scotland and use your right to vote. So in the end, did you go through with it?
Yeah, I voted. I definitely voted.
Good for you.
So I couldn't miss a massive bit of history. I couldn't miss that at all.
Absolutely. And what I saw today, looking at the social media, is, I said a while ago that if everyone that says they're voting yes does vote yes, yes will win. What I saw today was lots of people saying that they've got friends and family members who had been no voters, but when they got to the booth, couldn't go through with it, and lots of no voters ended up voting yes.
Yep, I've heard that. I saw loads and loads of that on social media. Now, again, I don't know if half of them made up stories, or half of them, but there seem to be too many. And I've heard from a couple of people the exact same thing, that in their heart, they were going into that booth to vote no, but when their hand was hovering above the ballot paper, they ended up putting yes. So it's going to be an interesting time. And again, I think I mentioned to you last time, in Manchester, in the last week in my work, which I deal with the general public, every single customer, as soon as I opened my mouth and they heard the Scottish accent, they just said, "What do you think of next week?" Every single person that I spoke to were really engaged. We also had the top man of the group that owns the company I work for in the other day. And again, as soon as I started chatting to him, he didn't talk about the business. He said straight away, what's your gut feeling? What do you think's going to happen?
Maybe it's actually brought Scotland and England a little bit closer in a strange way.
I would say it has. I would definitely say it has.
We've started talking about things that we didn't used to talk about.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people, they've maybe come to realise as well how important Scotland is to the UK. I think a lot of people have realised that, because again, only a couple of people kind of bad-mouthed, like, "Oh, I hope he's good riddance to you, you've lived off the back of us," but the rest of them were again very, very passionate about Scotland staying in the United Kingdom.
Let me give you this tweet that's just in from @BBC James Cook, who is at the count at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow, and he says the Yes camp are, quote, "much happier now than half an hour ago," and a senior Yes camp source says Glasgow looking good for us. That's just in.
That is interesting. Well, I was watching the Sky correspondent at the Edinburgh count, and he was basically saying, I think it's been the same with the whole process. He was saying, as soon as the ballot boxes turned up, because the No campaign, I think, are very confident for Edinburgh. He said that the Yes camp, he said it was a military operation, that as soon as the boxes came in and got opened, they had all the people along the front basically taking, notes, counting the votes. He says there was hardly a no person in sight anywhere, which is it's quite telling. But that's interesting about Glasgow. That's very interesting. Well, that, as you say, that could be the one that swings it.
And it could be right at the end, so it looks like a long night. Alex Salmon just tweeted at 6 minutes past midnight saying, "This has been a remarkable day. Scotland's future truly is in Scotland's hands." So, listen, thank you very much for phoning.
Listen, no problem.
We'll maybe
have
catch
a
up
great
with you
night.
later. Thanks, you
and
too.
Good luck with the Dollar Station Colin. Take care.
Thanks very much. Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Bye.
That was Derek, an exiled Scot down south for a wee while, but he still had his polling card because he's only literally just been down a couple of weeks and came back up and voted yes. So really good to hear from him. And immediately before that, there was a wee break in our transmission because I was talking to a radio station in Tasmania, believe it or not. And they're absolutely fascinated with what's going on. In fact, in one of the streets in Tasmania, they saw a piper in all the Highland regalia marching down the street. So huge interest all around the world in what Scotland is deciding, what Scotland did decide today, and hopefully not long to go now until the results come in. So that tweet from James Cook of the BBC, at BBC James Cook, he's at the Glasgow Emirates Arena, where the Glasgow count is taking place, quoting a senior Yes camp source saying that they are much happier now than half an hour ago. Half an hour ago being the YouGov poll, giving no 54, yes 46, and saying Glasgow looking good for us, which comes as no surprise to me, having seen Glasgow the last few days. There's a huge movement there. Glasgow expected to declare right towards the end of the night, maybe just before breakfast, maybe 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning, and potentially holding the key. And even if No has a lead going into that Glasgow result, Glasgow, I think, will swing it. I think it's going right to the wire. The ballot boxes are travelling to the counting centres by plane, by car, by van, by lifeboat in the Western Isles. It's an incredible night. Turnout is going to be well over 90%. All kinds of rumours flying around Twitter and social media. Rumours about the postal vote says this, trying wherever possible only to give you verified information. Coming from the official channels, but giving you a slightly different take on it here on the phone in on colinkelly.net/live, which is coming to you through our website, and we're on Google Plus, and we are on YouTube as well, and you can listen through Facebook too. And the number, if you'd like to phone in and take part, is 0141 628 5758. That's 0141 628 5758 if you would like on the programme this evening or this morning. And you can also send a tweet to @ColinKelly. I'm also seeing now BBC Scotland News saying that former Labour First Minister Henry McLeish saying that he voted a reluctant no. The architect, or one of the architects of the Scottish Parliament, Henry McLeish, is a key part in determining what the Scottish Parliament would be like, how it would function. Henry McLeish voting a reluctant no today, he says. So we were hopeful of the postal ballot results sometime round about midnight. Looks like that. Well, because it's everything's nice and busy, so everything will run a wee bit later, and that's why we're still waiting. Simply because there is so much counting to be done, and that was some of the people in the studio with me this evening, in the house with me, just asking what the hell's going on with the postal vote. Well, they've just got a lot of work to do, and they need to get it right. And as soon as we know that postal vote, we will bring it to you. Lots of people chucking it, going to bed, others in it for the long haul. They're doing the conga in George Square. Pictures coming in, my goodness, all these Yes campaigners with their flags, they are doing the conga. Oh my God, some of them are calling it Independence Square. The people who are there are calling it Independence Square this evening. Goodness me. And that tweet from the BBC's James Cook, saying that they're feeling much happier now than they were half an hour ago, and they think that Glasgow is looking good for them. Hold on. We will see if that transpires later on as the morning progresses. It's going to be a long, long night. That Glasgow result not expected until sometime potentially between 5 and 6 a.m. And we will bring it to you here on colinkelly.net/live. So that tweet moments ago from Alex Salmond, it's been a remarkable day. Scotland's future truly is in Scotland's hands. The turnout, more than 90% in some areas. Incredible scenes in George Square just now, or as the people are calling it, Independence Square, the people who are there. So the polling stations closed now 2 hours ago, and they began counting the postal ballot, And we can't be that far away now from a result in that postal ballot. Andy Murray, of course, just about 24 hours ago, both sides really wanted his support. He'd been asked numerous times over the last few years, and he always played his cards quite close to his chest. And then at 1:08, he took the plunge and said that the No campaign's negativity had got to him. And let's do this, is what he said. And then he got a lot of retweets, more than 20,000 retweets for Andy Murray for that tweet from last night, and some disgraceful abuse as well, which unfortunately is part and parcel of the social media world in which we live now. So it's 01416285758 if you'd like to be on, if you would like to be part of the programme this evening. We have the first official turnouts now. This is the first official turnouts, 83.7% in Orkney and 88.6% in Clackmannanshire. The first official turnouts, it's above 80%, 83.7 for Orkney, 88.6 in Clackmannanshire. And we've got Bob on the line now. Thanks for phoning, Bob. How are you?
Good morning, Colin. I'm fine. Yourself?
Yes, I'm all right. Bearing up. A wee bit, getting a wee bit tired, but we'll
see. You're keeping me awake anyway.
Good man. Listen, Bob, I take it you went and you cast your vote today.
Yes, I did.
And how did that feel? Tell me about the moment you were there in the ballot box.
Well, I changed my mind at the last minute.
You changed your mind?
Yeah. At the very last minute.
Are you able to turn your computer down a wee bit, Bob? We're just getting a wee bit of feedback there.
How's that?
That's better. So tell me about this, because you were on the other night and you said that you were definitely going to vote yes.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Well, what happened is I got there and I was just about to put my cross into the yes box, and I thought, I can't do this. So what I did is I put a tick in the yes box instead.
And of course that's perfectly valid, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
I was always told any discernible mark, typically an X, but a tick is acceptable as well in either box. And Bob, I guess there was maybe a time when all this began, people didn't really give the Yes campaign a chance. Certainly not David Cameron, anyway.
I didn't myself. You know, I mean, I must admit that, as I've always said, you know, it's an underdog campaign. And I mean, when I started with this, I mean, obviously I hadn't declared one way or another. But at the time, I mean, as I say, they were over 20 odd points behind at one time. Mm-hmm. And I think that to me, the key has been that the Yes campaign was on a more positive note. And one of the things that I always feel that they underestimated the Scottish psyche, in as much as you know, you ain't having this, you ain't having that. And I think a lot of people turned around and said, well, oh, is that right? Well, let's see, you know. But I'm still not 100% confident, but I'm a little bit more confident now than maybe what I was an hour ago.
Yeah. Was there a particular piece of information you got, or something that you maybe saw on social media that played a big part in influencing how you ended up voting?
No, Colin, it's been a long-standing thing for me. I've always felt that you know, that England were a big brother, and you know, they were good to have, and you know, they could still carry on being a big brother. But I think now is the time for us to move on and stand on our own 2 feet. I mean, I think what Alex Salmond said the other day, and I don't agree with everything he says, but he did say the other day that he wants to remain friends and all the rest of it. And you know, I think that's the real way to go. I mean, we're not really changed. I mean, we're both the same types of people, if you like. But I much prefer that view than David Cameron's, you know, it's going to be a painful divorce. What
about, in the event of a yes vote, the negotiations about how things will be split up? You've got Alex Salmond, you've got David Cameron, you've got a whole heap of civil servants. How difficult is it going to be for Scotland to get a good deal out of that?
I think it's going to be difficult, and I wouldn't say it's so much getting a good deal. It's getting a fair deal, and I think that's got to be the key when you go into that. There has to be negotiation, but it's not helped when I was reading some stuff today from some of the Conservative backbenchers saying that the Scots are this, that, and the next thing, and sort of saying they'll get nothing. Well, I think we've come a long way, and we've used the ballot box. We haven't used the bullet or anything like that, as they have in many other countries. And I don't think it's helpful, when they start off saying, their standpoint is you're getting nothing to start with,
Whatever the outcome, Bob, with a turnout of 88.6% in Clackmannanshire, nearly 84% in Orkney, it's just been an incredible result for democracy, hasn't it?
Oh, it's amazing, Colin. And tomorrow morning, irrespective, well, when I say tomorrow morning, this morning, irrespective of how the result goes, I think the majority of people will just get on with their lives and accept it. I know one of the things that you'd stated in a previous show was that, don't go out and party. I disagree with that. I think if it's a yes vote, then have a few hours of a party, and then roll your sleeves up, get back to work, and get back to doing what we do.
Yeah, I saw a tweet earlier on. Of course there will be a party if there's a yes vote. There may even be a party if there's a no vote.
Not in my house.
I read somebody saying, and not in George Square either by the looks of it, I saw someone saying it will be toil, not oil, that will make Scotland a success.
I think so too.
And we've no problem with that. We've done plenty of hard work over the years, haven't we?
Oh God, aye.
Where do you think?
I'm getting towards the twilight years.
Where do you think, Bob, if somebody said to you, right, next year, Scotland needs to be 10% more productive than this year, where does the growth? People talk about the oil, people talk about life sciences and food and drink. Where do you think? What's the kind of hidden gem in terms of Scottish industry that we should make more of?
Well, I think one of the big things is going to be the corporation tax debate. I feel that if you look at Southern Ireland, because they've got a lower corporation tax, then they tend to attract more business, and obviously business is paying tax into the system.
I know that you're a man that likes your technology, and there was some discussion I saw that the potential for Scotland could actually become a communications hub. And that some of the communications cables could actually go under the North Sea rather than routing them through the rest of the UK or through America, and that we could sort of sell ourselves as a secure communications hub. Do you think there's any merit in that?
I think so. I don't see why not. To be honest with you, Colin, I'm quite impressed with yourself. There you are in your, as you say, live from the loft, and you've got followers all around the world.
Yeah, it's incredible that the technology available in the times that we live in now.
I know. So, it's people like yourselves, it's innovative people with a voice can really push our country forward.
Well, we're nothing without people like you, Bob, so many thanks for phoning in and all your support and over the last few weeks, and we'll be continuing, of course, from Monday evening as well. So thanks a million for being part of it, Bob, and all the best.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Colin.
All right, enjoy the rest of your night, Bob. Take care.
Same to you, mate. Take care.
That is at Bob Real Options phoning in. He had me at the start there where he said I was going to vote yes, and then I changed my mind. I thought, God, we've got an exclusive here, but he put a tick in the box instead of an X. So Bob, a long time yes supporter. Well done to him. Good to hear from you, Bob. 01416285758 is my number. Wherever you are listening around the world, whatever you're doing, social media is one of these weird things. A few retweets and you can end up goodness knows where. They're now singing Flower of Scotland at George Square. They've been doing the conga, some of them calling it Independence Square. It is a sensational scene in Scotland's biggest city. We're hearing that the Caithness ballot boxes have been held up by 1.5 hours. There's been an accident on the A9, which is slowing things up a little bit. Also, I should mention, because it is not all about events in Scotland, sadly there are things going on around the world which we must be aware of. Obama has been speaking in the last few minutes. More than 40 countries are joining the coalition against the terrorist organisation in Iraq and Syria. France is set to join in strikes against the militants. So it might be that one of the first decisions we need to start thinking about if we vote for independence is what to do regards the terrorist organisation over there. And we are back. Just caught something a wee bit strange on the television, as often happens when someone does live rolling coverage. They end up padding a little bit and speculating, and the same thing happening over and over and over again, and it gets a little bit silly. So we are expecting the first result, I think, sometime in the next half hour. I'm now seeing tweets, again picking up on that quote from James Cook at the BBC a wee while ago, that the Yes campaigners, particularly in Glasgow, feeling pretty confident of taking Scotland's biggest city. And I have to say, from what I've seen, and that is the city I'm closest to, I would agree with that. I think Yes may well win Glasgow. The trick is going to be, well, by how much? Because it appears with that opinion poll, maybe the rest of the night will not be as straightforward for Yes as they might have expected. It also looks really frustratingly as though some counts might be extremely late. So it might be that we have an even later night than we had thought. Also, I'm just looking at Jamie McIver in Clackmannanshire. No campaigners say the result may be better than they'd hoped. They had been expecting a Yes vote there. And we're back. So it looks like the first results might be coming sometime soon. We'll bring them to you here, colinkelly.net/live. And you can call, of course, on 0141 628 5758. That was a good chat with Bob. Sorry about those few wee interruptions, but we are back now. Who's this? This is Tenzing 334455. What is Tenzing saying? Talking about David Cameron having Scottish links. Oh, maybe have a wee look at that. Thank you. Also, the big discussion in Wales about, well, when are we getting our extra powers? And the Scottish Secretary, Alistair Carmichael, quoted saying that the question of more powers for the Welsh Assembly is a matter for Wales. So all the rest of the UK thinking, well, what is all this that you're giving Scotland? How about giving some of it to us as well? So there'll be some serious diplomatic discussions taking place. But here's a tweet. Better Together says the Falkirk result is very tight, but with postal votes thrown in, they feel that No will win comfortably. Looks like Falkirk might be coming fairly soon. Someone else, I like this tweet here. This is from @SimpleSatchwill. taken the sofa apart, got my roll mat and duvet out, and a packet of Lucozade tablets. It's going to be a long night. Yes, indeed it is. It's going to be a very long night indeed. The turnouts are amazing. It just shows how much the people of Scotland care about the future of their country. Eastern Bartonshire has declared an enormous 97% return in postal votes, and sadly we've had a serious accident on the A9 and a road closure, which means that some of the Highland results are going to be delayed by perhaps as much as an hour and a half. Significant delays to the count on the A9. That's the ballot boxes from Caithness will be delayed by about 90 minutes getting to Dingwall. Lots of people staying up all night, lots of people just stunned at some of the mainstream television coverage and the way that they speculate. I'm not sure what I'm doing is any better, but it's interesting nonetheless. I'm just going to have to reset my box here. Bear with me a wee second. I think I should tweet a picture of the technical setup that we have this evening. It's a wee bit different from the normal Live from the Loft setup, because I do have my ISDN system plugged in, which allows me to broadcast to LBC in London and some of the Australian radio stations, so I don't normally have that. And I've also had to relocate, because I'm staying up all night, I had to relocate for this to the kitchen, which is why it sounds a wee bit echoey, and also because the rest of the family are asleep. I am talking quite quietly as well, but hopefully it's all getting through okay. Right, I'm going to take a quick picture and I will tweet this. Hold on, I'll just stand up and get this to you. Hold on. Camera. Just changed it from video to camera. This will be with you in a wee second. There we go, got my picture taken. And so if you are just tuning in the last few minutes, it's been confirmed that the turnout for Orkney was 83.7% and Clackmannanshire an absolutely incredible 88.6%. And in the last few minutes, Eastern Bartonshire just declaring a 97% return in their postal votes. And it looks as if that Scotland is going to set a world record for turnout in an election or a referendum, which is staggering, absolutely staggering, that Scotland could become known for that. It's truly, truly something to be proud of. So I'm just waiting for this tweet to load up, and I'm going to send it now. I'm just putting in my IndieRef hashtag. My live setup for tonight's coverage. Send. That's gone. So you can actually see what the studio here, my little makeshift studio, and you know, I started doing this because I wanted to see what it would be like. Would it be possible to live stream like this on YouTube? And it hasn't cost me a penny, and that was the other thing I wanted to avoid. You see some of these online channels, digital channels, and they ask for donations, they ask for money. I wanted to make sure that this was at no cost, so that I could continue to do it, and so that it would be scalable, so that as my number of listeners increased, it wouldn't cost me any extra money, which is why I chose to live stream through YouTube, because even if I end up with thousands and thousands of listeners at some point, YouTube will handle all of that. So good to hear from at Tenzing334455. Thank you very much for being part of things this evening. And Bob Real Options, spreading the word about the programme, which is really good, and really appreciate everybody's support. And if you do want to connect with me, you can do so via Twitter at Colin Kelly, or all my details are on the website colinkelly.net/live. And while you're there, you can click around the rest of the website and get in touch, and maybe you will come on the programme sometime. They are still verifying, and I am going to have to go and do a little bit with LBC. I'll be back soon. Well, I thought that LBC were coming through there, but they haven't. They phoned and then hung up, so they must be changing the plans a wee bit. Hi to at Yvonne Lion Music. Thanks very much for your tweet as well. Good to have you there. Yvonne wrote the most fantastic song, which is very appropriate for the referendum. You should check her out at Yvonne Lion Music, and her website is yvonnelionmusic.com. Well worth a listen to Yvonne's music. Absolutely cracking stuff, and she gets played quite a lot on BBC Radio Scotland and Radio 2 as well. One of our finest singer-songwriters, so please do follow her at Yvonne Lion Music. So as I said, there will be a few breaks in the transmission this evening. Firstly, because I'm doing work for other radio stations around the world, including LBC in London and quite a few stations on the ABC network in Australia. So if I do drop off, that's what happened. It will have happened. I won't have fallen asleep. I guarantee I will not have fallen asleep. I'll just be changing the feed over and doing a little bit of work for somebody else, and I'll put up the title screen, which just tells us we'll be back in a moment. I'm going to put that up now. Okay, so LBC will be in about 10 minutes, which means I can come back and talk to you for another wee while. It's now 23 minutes to 1. We are still waiting for the result of the postal ballot. The accident on the A9 means that the Caithness ballot boxes will not now arrive at the count until about 3 a.m. So it might be that rather than Glasgow holding the key, it might end up being somewhere like Caithness before we get that final result. It depends how close things are. It seems we're fairly close to a result from Falkirk, and apparently the No campaign are convinced they're going to win it and win it comfortably, with particularly thanks to the postal votes. Also hearing, and again this is unconfirmed, that Alex Salmond is not going to his local count. This is unconfirmed on Twitter. This is somebody calling themselves Just Being an Icon, at Just Being an Icon, saying Alex Salmond not going to his local count. I'm not an expert at these things, but that comes across as a defeatist move. Well, I think you are back soon, folks. And we're back. That was a wee bit there for LBC. They were just talking about these cases of electoral fraud in Glasgow. Police took away 10 ballot papers from Glasgow, and they were investigating double vote impersonation. Now, I blogged a couple of weeks ago about the fact that when I was a student back in 1997, I had a student term time address, and I had my home address because I went home every weekend for work. And that election, I got 2 polling cards. I only used one of them. I only voted once, but I remember thinking at the time, well, is there anything stopping me getting up in the morning and voting in Edinburgh and driving through and voting in Renfrewshire in the afternoon? And it appears that there has been, well, there are allegations and there's a suggestion that maybe that may have happened. Or actually, they're saying that some people turned up to vote and were told they'd already voted. So it's either potentially somebody voting twice or trying to vote twice, or someone else has used their name and tried to do it for them. So that is unfortunate, because it has been a great occasion for democracy, but potentially some allegations there of fraud claims involving 10 ballot papers in Glasgow, but hopefully no more of that sort of thing. So we are expecting, we were told Lanarkshire may declare a result in about 5 minutes. When I was on talking to the guys from LBC, who are a huge London talk radio station, 100% speech radio station, but they are commercial. They're like BBC Radio 4, but commercial. So they were expecting a result in about 5 minutes, and they've heard from their team at the count, 51 yes, 49 no, was what they were telling me from North Lanarkshire. 51-49 yes. According to them, I must stress that's unconfirmed. Looking again at BBC James Cook, who says that Better Together sources are sounding confident, saying they're certain they've got their vote out in droves. When it's on a knife edge like this, that's what you need to do, is make sure that everyone that does support you actually gets out and goes through with it. And it looks very much like that has happened on both sides. We're also hearing, we had a wee whisper of it earlier on, and it's now being tweeted by at BBC Politics. First Minister Alex Salmond cancels appearance at his own Indie Ref count, and we're not sure why that is. I would expect he simply wants to be in Edinburgh. I would think he will head to Edinburgh. He may have some meetings to attend to, some people he needs to speak to. I'll give you a wee bit more on that in a moment if I get the detail. Also, turnout for Inverclyde, 87.4%. BBC Jane Lewis unofficially told that some polling stations in East Renfrewshire has 98%. And she says the verification process is finished. The official turnout for East Renfrewshire will be coming soon. And a funny tweet that made me laugh from at Sue Perkins, who's a well-known comedian. It's at times like this I mourn the passing of Paul the Octopus. He'd have this whole thing figured out in the wave of a tentacle. I'm just going to put the Skype back on. If you were trying to get through on Skype, I muted it while I was doing the LBC link up there. Hi to Lou Pickney again. Nice tweet from him saying that the broadcast is sounding great. Using YouTube is smart, especially compared with other expensive online broadcasting options. Yeah, that's why I did it, Lou. I wanted to do it without spending any money, and as things go on, I might improve the setup a wee bit as we go forward with the phone from Monday. But for now, YouTube is so scalable, it's so worldwide, it automatically saves everything afterwards, so you get your archive, and it just confuses me that more people don't use YouTube. I'm also hoping once I fine-tune my camera setup, maybe from next week, maybe from Monday, we'll actually live stream video as well, which of course YouTube will accommodate absolutely fine. So yeah, it's something I've looked at for a wee while, whether you do podcasting or online radio streaming. but YouTube for me seemed like the way to go. We've been on air tonight since 9:30. It's now 9 minutes to 1, and due to that road traffic accident on the A9, the Caithness ballot papers now won't be counted. They won't arrive at the counting centre until 3 a.m. It's going to be a very long night, and with things so close, that might be a big part of the result. So we will bring you all as it unfolds here at colinkelly.net/live, and it's great to have you listening. I know that you'll be dipping in and out and you'll have other things to do and other media to enjoy. It is a true historic night for Scotland. Let me see if I can get you a wee bit more on Alex Salmond missing his own count, and there's just a wee bit more coming in as well from the YouGov pollsters, who say 54 no, 46 yes. He says, Peter Kellner putting his own reputation on the line here, says, we reckon there's been a 2-point shift to no today from either people shifting or from no people being especially determined to turn out to vote. He says the word is out that Glasgow is very close. Yes needs to win Glasgow comfortably if they are to win overall. If it's tight in Glasgow, no has won Scotland. That is from Peter Kellner of pollster organisation YouGov. No more information about Alex Salmond cancelling that appearance at his own count, other than the fact that he has. I wonder if there's somewhere he needs to be. I wonder if the events in Glasgow with the fraud probe, I wonder if he wants to go there. I wonder if he's going to be there, if he needs to oversee things. If there's an issue for him to just double check and see if there's anything he needs to do there. I wonder if that might be his plan. Because it will be very interesting if they win Glasgow with these incredible scenes that we're seeing in George Square. I would suggest that might be where he wants to be, either Glasgow or Edinburgh, rather than his own count. So we anxiously await the first results. We'd heard that North Lanarkshire might be coming soon. We heard that Falkirk wasn't terribly far away. We're waiting for the postal ballot result as well on this absolutely incredible night for Scotland. And wherever you are around the world, we're going through this together, and it's an incredible moment. So 10 papers under investigation in Glasgow amid fraud claims. People turned up to vote and were told that they had already voted. I wondered if that may have happened in other places as well. I wonder if there may be more on that story. An incredible night. 0141 628 5758 is the number if you'd like to come through on the night that Scotland potentially breaks world records for turnout in an election. Just scanning across the various channels here, trying to give you a wee bit more. The Dundee turnout now verified at 78.8%. So nothing above 90 yet, but certainly topping 80. Renfrewshire confirmed at 87.3. The Renfrewshire turnout 87.3, which I think Clackmannanshire got 88, didn't they? Yeah. Okay. The counting is continuing, and you're listening to Colin Kelly live at colinkelly.net/live. We've been doing this at most nights for the last 3 or 4 weeks. Alternative coverage of Scotland's independence referendum. We've had ordinary folks phoning in. Although we're digital and online, we are neutral. Although I have to say that overwhelmingly, in terms of the engagement that we've had, as is the case with so much online, the engagement we've had, overwhelmingly pro yes, which should come as no surprise. And as I speak to you, a party atmosphere in George Square, the pollsters telling us that yes, will take Glasgow, but the question is by how much. They need to take it by a significant majority. And that result from Glasgow is going to be 5, maybe 6 a.m. Highest turnout we've had so far, Clackmannanshire, 88.6%. An intriguing night. Really no sway as to how it's going. All the journalists are at these various counts. They're all talking to campaigners who don't really know what's going on, but they all like to think they have a hunch, and so they give the journalists a hunch, and of course the journalists don't have any news to report, so the hunch suddenly becomes news and people get very excited and then react to it, which makes it, even more credible. I'm just looking at Eleanor Bradford, BBC Scotland's health correspondent, talking about people coming out, voters giving them winks and thumbs up, if they'd voted because they'd voted no, but they didn't want to shout about it. An incredible night then. So we're expecting Inverclyde sometime soon, and just lots of speculation, and no facts, which has been reflected in all the coverage. Counting has now stopped at Clackmannanshire, and they're looking at the doubtful ballots. So they'll just be double checking. They'll be saying, is that a spoiled paper, or can you make out a clear mark in that box? Can we accept it? So they just verify the doubtful ones, and the postal vote will churn out some that it's not sure about, that it can't quite pick up. But that's what we're hearing, is that they're now almost wrapping things up in Clackmannanshire. If the overall turnout is over 85%, it will be the highest voter participation in the modern universal suffrage system. That is a tweet there from @EdJournal, which is Scotland's largest student newspaper. The Journal in Edinburgh. If it's over 85%, and almost all of them so far have been. We're also hearing the BBC's Nick Witchell reports that the Queen is expected to issue a written statement late Friday afternoon about the results. So the result will be declared, it will sink in, the Queen will put something together and then issue a written statement. Lots of people now on Twitter saying they can't hack an all-nighter. They've got a big day ahead of them tomorrow, and they need to get some sleep. I fully understand, as the clock comes round to 1 a.m. and we still wait for that very first result. So the Queen will give her view on IndieRef sometime on Friday afternoon. The turnout in Dundee is 78.8, Renfrewshire 87.3. And we are going through this together. If you need help staying awake, you can phone in 0141 628 5758. You know that there will be wall-to-wall coverage of this when you wake up tomorrow morning. On newspaper, on the television, STV are doing their own programme. They've been on from, I think, about 8 o'clock last night. I now have the Scottish Sun front page for the morning. And again, this will be, no one will see this paper because it will be simply out of date. It will be rewritten several times. But the first edition of the Scottish Sun front page is a picture of a guy carrying a placard with "The beginning is nigh" written on it. Has this bloke got inside info? As up to 4 million Scots vote in the independence poll, and lots of coverage inside, mainly about the scale of the vote, the amount of people going out and casting their vote in a record-breaking night, certainly for Scottish democracy, but maybe global democracy with this level of turnout. So that's the Scottish Sun's front page at the moment, but by the morning that will have completely changed, of course. Let me see if I can grab you a wee bit more. The last of the boxes now arriving in Shetland. Patrick Harvey's been speaking to the BBC, saying that the UK has a broken political system that's been propping up a broken economic system, and Scotland has managed to channel the anger at this into something positive. The Western Isles update now. The plane with the ballot papers from Uist and Barra left Benbecula at 22 minutes past 12 and is expected to land in Stornoway at 1 a.m, so it should have just now. They had a bit of an issue with fog, but it looks as though that plane has landed in Stornoway, and so it looks like the only hold-up to the count is the issue in Glasgow with those fraud allegations and the investigation going on at the moment, which was double vote impersonation, and also the accident, the car crash on the A9, which is delaying the Caithness count by at least an hour and a half, and means that they don't expect the Caithness ballot papers to arrive until about 3 a.m, which makes for a very late night indeed. Hi again to @TedDBStewart on Twitter, who says, in your thoughts, if the yes vote is a majority, do you think they would remove the Cross of St Andrews from the Union flag? Do you know, Ted, I don't have strong views on this, but the speculation lately here has been that they would, and I think there's an element of the yes campaigners would almost insist on it. In fact, some of them have been designing the flag without the saltire in it. It's an interesting one though, because we are keeping our union with the crown. So the royal family and the Queen remains our head of state. So I'm not sure that they could remove the saltire from the Union flag, but there would certainly be a push for it, and people are already mocking up Union flags without the Scottish saltire, and it looks very strange indeed. For some people in Scotland, some people in the UK perhaps, the Union flag has come to represent things that they don't like. It has come, for some people, to represent a right-wing way of thinking, which some people in Scotland want to distance themselves to. And there are people in Scotland who are by no means nationalist, but would still feel a little bit awkward flying the Union flag. And so I think if there is a yes vote, while we may still have that connection to the Union flag, I think you'd see even less of it in Scotland, and you will see people trying to create something different. But of course, as long as our union with the crown remains, as long as the Queen is our head of state, we have that relationship and that bond, then I guess the Union flag would officially would have to remain, and the saltire would have to stay part of it. But that's a really interesting thought at @TedDBStewart, and thank you very much for getting involved. So the Inverclyde turnout 87.4. And we're also hearing from Mary Pitcaithley, the Chief Counting Officer, who says of Scotland's 32 local authorities, 24 of the counts now have all their ballot boxes. So we should have more turnout figures coming soon. Let me take a very brief break and I'll be back in a moment. Hi again, we are back, continuing our through the night alternative coverage of Scotland's independence referendum. We will be on air until we have a result, essentially. And maybe a little bit after that as well. We've got some more broadcasts to do for Australia and New Zealand in the wee small hours of the morning. So we're here for quite a wee while. If you do have to zone out, we will probably still be here when you zone back in again. Still waiting for this first result. 6 minutes past 1 now. Of the counting centres, 24 out of 32 now have all their ballot boxes, and the counting can begin, and the rest I'm sure will be there shortly. Here's Ted again. He's in Canada. He says, several flags of Canada, including my province, have the Union flag as a part, so they would change. Yes, of course. You're exactly right. And Australia and New Zealand, all have very prominently an element of the Union flag. I think officially that probably wouldn't change because of the relationship with the Queen. I think that would remain. There's been no guidance on this, Ted, from the Scottish Government. No mention of it. You might see more prominent, flying off the Saltire. It's already flying over 10 Downing Street, which we never thought would happen. But I think and in any case, Scotland will not declare independence until the 24th of March 2016. This will be one of the issues that's discussed, though. But I think that your flag will not be changing in a hurry. I am almost certain. It is merely the political union. It's Westminster that Scotland would be breaking away from. The United Kingdom may, in some regards, still exist. Scotland may still have some role within it, even though we would not be part of that political system. But there are bigger experts than me who may tell you something different about that. But very interesting point, Ted, and thank you for it. The turnout for Western Bartonshire, 87.9. Also, lots of chat on Twitter. Lots of people watching some of the coverage who spotted some yes ballot papers on a no table in Dundee. And I think there is I'm just trying to find out a wee bit more about that. Yeah, they're saying that the ballot papers have not yet been sorted. They're just resting on a table just now. So there's such scrutiny, absolute scrutiny that they're under. We're now hearing that Angus might be quite close to. It might be quite a close result, and they're expecting the turnout at 1:30. Of course, all the journalists now, because they're under pressure, all these broadcast journalists, their producers are saying, do you think you'll have any news for us soon? When are you going to have a result? And so they're looking for clues, and there are none. Nobody knows. You get about a 30-second warning when the result's coming. So most of what you're seeing on TV is largely bollocks at the moment. The producers are saying, when are we going to have something? Oh yes, something will be happening soon. Stay with me, because they all want the airtime, don't they? They should be doing stuff like this. They could get all the airtime they want. And so they end up talking utter nonsense, talking absolute gibberish while they wait and wait and wait. They all just want to give the presenters something to go on. So we think that the overall turnout at the moment is somewhere around about the 87% mark, which is absolutely incredible. It's really interesting watching all this play out tonight. Argyll and Bute Council, they've just tweeted that all their votes are safe on the ground and ready to be counted. So they've all arrived and they're now going through them. The Uist and Barra ballot boxes have taken off after concern that fog would stop them being flown to Stornoway, but they are now en route. At BBC, Nick Robinson, the focus of so much anger from the Yes campaign in the last few days, he has tweeted saying that he can't help noticing no campaigners are smiling while Yes campaigners are refusing to speculate before the votes are counted. And he gets some amount of flack on Twitter. So, and BBC James Cook referring to that opinion poll earlier on. 54 no, 46 yes. And James Cook, who's a BBC reporter, has been talking to some yes sources who say that their data for Glasgow said 54 yes, 46 no, although he says that the mood is quite flat in the yes camp. They've been rocked a wee bit by that opinion poll. Jack McConnell, former Scottish First Minister, very successful First Minister, talking to the BBC and saying that there's a need to describe what the UK is about in the post-devolution age. Yeah, and it really ties in with what Ted was saying via Twitter, that other parts of the UK, London, there's an element of people in London keen on independence, North West, North East, Midlands, Wales, all thinking, well, what are you going to do for us, United Kingdom? You've spelled out what you'll do for Scotland if they stay. What about us? So it's going to be interesting how this unfolds over the coming weeks and months. And of course, if Scotland does vote yes tonight, there will be about an 18-month period of negotiations where all these issues will be discussed and hammered out, and people will negotiate and try to get the best deal for Scotland. And we might end up in an extraordinary situation where people who up till now have campaigned on opposite sides may end up on Team Scotland together, trying to get the best deal for an independent Scotland. Here's a tweet from @ShireenKW, who says, I need to go to bed but glued to the TV, feeling love for all my Scottish family and friends, both home and away. Really nice tweet there from @ShireenKW. Here's another one, 1 a.m. and I'm wide awake watching votes being counted live. Tense. #IndieRef. Yes, who thought just watching people count papers could be so compelling? 0141 628 5758 is the number. You're very welcome to phone in, talk about any aspect of this campaign, anything that you've seen or heard. Maybe it was a particular bit of information that helped you make your mind up. Maybe it was something humorous that you saw on social media. I love the tweet about it was a picture of the House of Lords chamber saying, are you sure you want to delete? And the yes graphic was the yes logo. And also the one about David Cameron being less popular in Scotland than Windows 8. There's been a real sense of humour to this entire campaign. 1:15 now. Falkirk turnout will be announced very, very shortly. It's not a turnout we want, it's a result. We've got a wee bit of information from Dundee. They're a wee bit disappointed with their 78% turnout, although in any other referendum it would have been remarkable. Now, Stuart Hosey is an SNP MP. He's been speaking about this. He says he was asked if he was still hopeful that yes would win. And he said that there is, for now, an information vacuum. Votes have not yet been counted. Not a single result has been declared. He's absolutely right, and he's quite right not to enter into this kind of speculation. West Lothian has declared a turnout of 86.2%. That's 119,115 votes cast. So most of these turnouts, a good 20 to 30%, sometimes even double the last election. And so that will give you an idea of why we are waiting so long for these first few results coming in. But they will come in. We just have to remain patient here at IndieRef. Now this guy's been quite accurate so far tonight. It's a guy called Ross C. Hawkins on Twitter, @RossCHawkins. He is a BBC political correspondent, tweeting under his own channel. This is not a BBC account. This is unofficial. And he says no sources anticipating a no win in Aberdeenshire, which is where Salmond has his seat. And BBC Scotland News have retweeted at Ross C. Hawkins. No sources anticipating a no win in Aberdeenshire, where Salmond has his seat. Also, a lot of people think it's interesting that the lowest turnout so far is in the SNP stronghold of Dundee. And if they haven't won Dundee, we are told that it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And also Ruth Davidson, leader of the Scottish Conservatives, saying a 51-49 yes win in North Lanarkshire. And I think she is taking that as good news. I think she thought that the yes win there may have been bigger. Yep, we're having another one now. That according to the No Camp, they could be on course for a shock win in Aberdeenshire, Alex Salmond's seat. And you'll remember moments ago we spoke earlier on about Alex Salmond. According to the BBC, Alex Salmond not attending the count at his own seat in his own area, his own part of Scotland. The leader of the Scottish government. There is now rife speculation that right in Alex Salmond's backyard, that No are going to claim what would be a sensational victory. Clackmannanshire, Orkney and Stirling all in the running for the first declaration. Clackmannanshire was tipped to be first. They're a wee bit later than planned, but we're still expecting something, and they will come thick and fast after that. They will be thick and fast. Who will be first, and what is going to happen in Aberdeenshire? We're really getting close now to something fairly exciting happening. Fervent speculation that right in Alex Salmond's backyard, that No may have taken an incredible win. We also, if you're just joining us, have this disappointing news that police investigating fraud claims involving 10 ballot papers in Glasgow. That is a police investigation involving alleged double vote impersonation. All the counting now getting underway. Some of it may be reaching its conclusion. Remember, once they have a local result, they're not allowed to announce it until they've run it by the chief counting officer in Edinburgh. She will then give them the go-ahead to make a local declaration. Here's one from @Peter Adam Smith, who says No campaigners are smiling and hugging in Clackmannanshire, and that yes campaigners are not reacting at all. That's from @Peter Adam Smith, who's an STV journalist at the Clackmannanshire count, smiling and hugging in Clackmannanshire. And yes, campaigners, no reaction at all. We will keep you up to date as things start to move a little bit now, with potentially Clackmannanshire first to declare. Maybe the first result of the evening could be coming from Clackmannanshire, where it looks like the No side appear to be feeling confident about this, because we cannot be sure, nothing official. I'm just going to scan across some of the other channels that I've not looked at for a little while. The Yes Scotland Twitter feed, 10:01, just said thank you everyone. That was the last tweet from them. 10:01, thank you everyone. And UK_together, their last tweet was at 9:05. An hour to go. Please retweet. If you haven't voted, get to your polling station well before 10 p.m. Jim Sillars now saying he's disappointed with the turnout of Dundee. Better Together in the Western Isles, hugely encouraged. They believe they've won. Shetland now declaring an 84% turnout. Wow. Let me just retweet some of this, because Peter Adam Smith is sharing a Vine video of the Yes camp versus the No camp at Clackmannanshire. All this momentum for Yes. You could feel it, you could sense it, you've seen it on the streets. We're expecting an Orkney declaration soon. Clackmannanshire imminent. The mood has definitely changed in the yes camp. The no side are very confident. Things are starting to happen, and they're going to happen thick and fast right here at colinkelly.net/live. We are being flagged up. The Clackmannanshire result is 5 minutes away. Our first result of the evening, 5 minutes away, looking very good for the no campaign. An unexpected early win perhaps for them, maybe just moments away, and it would be good to get your reaction to this on 01416285758 the moment it comes in, or you can tweet, of course, at Colin Kelly. We will be bringing you Clackmannanshire in 5 minutes time. It looks as though it's a win for the no campaign, but let me just reiterate what we've been very clear on throughout the night. Glasgow is such a huge area. Glasgow responsible for 11% of the total electorate in Scotland. Even if no has built up a lead, even if no builds up a lead, there is still the possibility that Glasgow could swing it in a particular direction. Glasgow being so big and so influential. We won't know Glasgow until perhaps 5 or 6 a.m. In addition to that, we have ballot papers that have been delayed. We have an accident on the A9, which may mean that the Caithness papers can't get counted perhaps until 3 o'clock in the morning, that the counting won't begin until 3 a.m. They're now looking at spoiled ballot papers at Inverclyde to give each side the chance to look at it and say, is there any way that could be a vote for you? Do you want to investigate this further, or are we letting it go? Is it a spoiled paper? So they're going through that now at Inverclyde. But we have been told that Clackmannanshire will declare in now about 3 minutes. Clackmannanshire had a turnout of 88%, which is fairly typical in terms of how the night is progressing. 88%, an enormous turnout. Last time round it would have been in the early 60s. 88%. We were waiting for Clackmannanshire to come through for us here, and we will bring you this result. It is due imminently, and I think there's going to be several other results right off the back of it, which we will bring you as well. Not seen anything from George Square for a wee while. It is, of course, very late now. They have quite possibly all gone home. So Ruth Davidson now heading for the count. She's been doing some stuff for the BBC. She's now heading to the count. As we wait, the next tweet, it will flash up and it will tell me, and you'll be watching it as well, what the result is in Clackmannanshire. They'll go through the preliminary announcements, they'll tell you about the turnout, and they'll then give you the breakdown. We still don't know the overall turnout. We still don't know the total that each side has to achieve in order to win this referendum. Here is at Jerry Braden, a journalist, saying a notable yes person tells me it looks like they've won Glasgow but lost the country, and that's based on ballot box samples. That is the flavour that seems to be coming through, and that would tie in with what I've seen. Hold on. Incredible night here. Absolutely incredible. We are waiting with bated breath for this first result of the night. 1:25. It's likely going to be Clackmannanshire with an 88% turnout. I have my various Twitter streams all set up. Here's one from at Paddyba. At this point in time, we can safely say without fear of contradiction, nobody's got a clue. Here's one from at Erin Lester. This has been by far the most magnificent campaigning and voting I've ever seen in my 22 years. Looks like Clackmannanshire will be first to declare, and will perhaps be forever remembered for their contribution to Scotland's independence referendum. The rest of the world has such interest in what's going on and how we're going to vote, and of course they're not having to stay up quite so late to get the results. Lots of people pulling all-nighters here in Scotland as we wait and we wonder. These journalists on the TV coverage, they've been analysing very little for the last 3 hours or so. They're about to get that first result from Clackmannanshire. It's where everybody is looking. People saying they can't take the pressure. Shetland turnout 84%. So it's not who wins, it is the size of it. And it may well come down to the size of the yes win in Glasgow. I could well believe yes win in Glasgow by a considerable margin, just based on what I've seen. We're also hearing there's now a fire alarm at the Dundee count. This was where they were a wee bit disappointed with the size of their turnout, down to 78%, I think. They felt a wee bit disappointed with that turnout in Dundee. We now have a fire alarm at the Dundee count and something imminent from Clackmannanshire. Also, of course, hearing these reports that Better Together, very confident of winning Aberdeenshire right in Alex Salmon's backyard. So fire alarm at Dundee, that count now has been evacuated. And I'm sure that they have all sorts of security procedures in place as that count goes on at Dundee. The count now suspended in Dundee due to a fire alarm. They will have this covered, don't worry. They will make sure that nothing can interfere with democracy at that Dundee count where there's been a fire alarm, and the result is coming now. The result is coming now. They are on the stage and they are about to announce the result for Clackmannanshire. And we will bring that to you, and then we'll bring you the reaction to it, and you can have your say, of course. 01416285758. Let me give you this from Ladbrokes. Ladbrokes have a political a betting channel, and Clackmannanshire was second in the betting to be the top yes area. So if yes haven't won Clackmannanshire, you can say forget about it. And Ladbrokes Politics is saying that the betting markets have shifted massively towards no in the last wee while. So if Ladbrokes, the bookies, saying if yes haven't won, and Clackmannanshire voted no. Clackmannanshire has voted no by 2,500 in favour of no. That is a surprising result. An 88.6% turnout, and Clackmannanshire has said no. That one of the most sought after yes areas, one of their heartlands, Clackmannanshire has said no 19,036, yes 16,350. It is a win for no in Clackmannanshire, and that is staggering. That is a big result for Better Together. I have to urge caution though. The size of Glasgow and the momentum in Glasgow, no are going to need to build up a huge lead going into Glasgow. I'm just responding to a tweet just in from @Poppets16, who I think is over in Orlando in Florida, and it's great to have you on board @Poppets16. What do you think of the prediction from YouGov saying that no are definitely going to win based on polls? This was the head man at YouGov, 99% certain that no are going to win. Well, from the one result, and it is only one result, a narrow win for no in Clackmannanshire, 2,700 votes in front for no in Clackmannanshire, but that was a yes heartland. They really expected to win there. So at Poppets 16, I would have to say that I think YouGov, based on what I've seen, the only official information that we've seen, which is all we've got to go on, he appears to be on the right track. And also, Ladbrokes taking odds, and then there's an element of this just for publicity, taking odds on Alex Salmond resigning within the next 48 hours. These betting companies, of course, trying to get as much out of this as they can. So thank you. This is now at Mashable giving us percentages for that Clackmannanshire result. It was no 19,036, yes 16,350, an 88.6% turnout, a win for no in Clackmannanshire. No with, 53.8 to 46.2 appears to be the percentage. So a 6-point win for no in Clackmannanshire. So that is the first result of the evening. Clackmannanshire has said no. And lots of people drawing their conclusions. Again, I would just say take it easy with that. Don't underestimate the size and the momentum in Glasgow. But it is a no win. First result of the evening, 19,036 for no, 16,350 for yes in Clackmannanshire. The first result of the independence referendum. If you have any thoughts on that you wish to share, 0141 628 5758. This is where we will find out how committed some of these yes campaigners were, because what's happened in the last few weeks, of course, is that people who previously weren't SNP supporters, previously weren't yes campaigners, have been won over to Scottish independence. First of all, how many of them actually went out and voted that way today? And secondly, if they don't get what they want, what will they do? Will they remain committed to Scottish independence, or are they going to chuck it? Will they turn their backs on it? Here is a tweet from @LabourCat. Result: Clackmannanshire votes no to independence. Absolutely amazing that an SNP stronghold voted no. Here's another one from @Justin Wolfers. The odds of the no vote winning the whole thing now up to nearly 96%. This will become conventional wisdom in about half an hour's time. Incredible scenes. Incredible scenes. We still have that fire alarm in Dundee. So Clackmannanshire, 25 rejected ballot papers. 35,410 votes cast, an 88.6% turnout, 53.8% no, 46.2% yes. It's now official from Clackmannanshire. BBC political editor Brian Taylor saying that this would be a disappointment for the yes side. He says not that they would have expected to sweep to victory, but they would have expected to do better than that. Also seeing tweets now, pictures from outside the Dundee count. And also Brian Taylor quoting Gordon Wilson, the former leader of the SNP, prior to Alex Salmond the first time round, saying that in the event of a no vote, Scotland's influence will vanish into the sand. It is too late to do anything about it now. Too late to do anything about it now. And wouldn't it be interesting to see just what happens? People saying David Cameron is going to survive and owes Gordon Brown a huge, huge thank you. Isn't it incredible? You think of Gordon Brown, regarded as the best Chancellor we've ever had, regarded by many, had that kind of power struggle, that deal with Tony Blair, stood aside. Tony Blair has all the glory, has all the the charisma, he has all that adulation. He gets to stand there. He has his moment back in 1997. And look how it turned out. Look how Tony Blair is regarded today by the people who cheered him in. And then you look at Gordon Brown, who got his moment as Prime Minister, was widely regarded as not really performing terribly well in that role. Wouldn't it be ironic if history told the story that Gordon Brown played a key role in saving the Union? Maybe there's a way back for him. Absolutely incredible. I would love to know what's going through his head just now. And isn't it incredible, the twists and turns that life can take? And you think of what he's been through in his personal life as well, and Cameron as well, and these men, and it's always men, isn't it? And one thing that comes out of this, I hope there's more women involved in politics going forward. We'll be hearing a turnout soon from Ayr. Midlothian have just confirmed an 86.8% turnout, and we're expecting more results very soon indeed. Just trying to keep on top of all these various feeds, which are bouncing around at the moment. An incredible night. Where are you? Where are you listening around the world? You can tweet me. It is at Colin Kelly. Here's one. I'm sure you'll see many of these if the night continues the way that it is doing just now. This is at Scottish Guy 111, who has tweeted, "What is wrong with Scotland? Voting no is just incredible. I despair of my country." You might have seen it as well. I saw people on Facebook saying that they would be distraught, devastated, if Scotland does not become independent, if they don't win. They were so convinced. They felt that momentum. It was as if it was like being in the middle of Scotland at the World Cup, that jubilation, and they were screaming it from the rooftops. And all throughout today they were tweeting and they were shouting, and they were telling stories about friends that were going to vote no and they ended up voting yes. Was it all built on hype? We are finding out right here. We are finding out live. Here's a tweet from at Chris Mason at the BBC. Peter Johnston, the leader of the SNP group on West Lothian Council, concedes defeat to no. This is West Lothian. Our figures indicate that we have lost in our area. This is turning into, well, something we did not expect, and I just wonder if at the end of it all, is Glasgow going to turn things round and tell a very different story? It may well, because if you've seen Glasgow in the last few weeks, it is an incredible place to be just now. Incredible scenes. They've been calling George Square Independence Square. They've been having ceilidhs and congas. Do they hold the key? Have these people already won it for yes? Or, as these other results come in from around the country, and so far we've only had one, and it's about 2,500 in favour of Better Together, are they chipping away at that yes vote? And by the end of the night, will Glasgow be irrelevant? Wouldn't that be ironic? At Carol Erskine is expecting an announcement of the Glasgow turnout shortly, and I think it will be enormous. The turnout in Angus is 85.7. Here's Lucy J. White of STV. No campaigners tell me they are quietly confident they are shading a win in Renfrewshire. It was Renfrewshire where, on my way to the polling station, I saw the van that said "Vote yes, don't be a shite bag." You won't hear much swearing on this channel, even though we are online and on digital and unregulated, but that one was too good not to share with you. Excuse me. Everyone now returning to the building in Dundee after that evacuation due to a fire alarm. Joanne Lamont, the Scottish Labour leader, she's been speaking to the BBC. She says things are nip and tuck and there's a long, long way to go after that result in Clackmannanshire. There is a long way to go, but they should start to happen quite quickly now. And we will bring them all to you, of course, here. We may still experience a few more interruptions. We do have some other broadcasting commitments with LBC in London. We've been on with them a couple of times now, and also some Australian radio stations, and lots of people tuned in as well through YouTube and colinkelly.net/live. Let me give you the turnout for Stirling. It is 90.1%. They have broken through the 90% barrier in Stirling. That is sensational. Absolutely amazing, and I think we might be getting close to another result shortly, but that is amazing. More than 90%. And Ross C. Hawkins reporting fist pumping from Tories and Labour in response to that result in Clackmannanshire. Incredible scenes. It's 01416285758 if you want to come on. We also have the SNP leader at West Lothian Council conceding a no-win. That was another area, yes, needed in order to take independence. This is not going the way that they expected. Here is at Harry Snotter. Have I seriously been reduced to tears over the thought of disappointment? It was now about 20 minutes ago that came through from Clackmannanshire. We're now hearing sources saying North Lanarkshire and Western Bartonshire will be going to yes. The turnout in East Renfrewshire is 90.4. That's even higher than Stirling. Stirling 90.1. East Renfrewshire 90.4. This is absolutely staggering stuff. The big winner, we've said it 100 times, the big winner in all of this is democracy. Nobody really can complain about the result with this level of engagement in the political process. And if Scotland does remain part of the UK, we need to make sure that this continues at that next general election in May. That is an amazing result. 90.1 turnout in Stirling, 90.4 in East Wren, 86.1 in South Ayrshire, 87% in Midlothian, East Ayrshire 84.5, as we wait for the next one. Douglas Fraser is the BBC's economics editor at BBC Scotland. He says that Clackmannanshire result, he's watching the money markets, pushed up sterling by a fifth of a US cent. And since the polls closed, the pound is up 0.35% in East Asia trading. Is it really down to the referendum results? Is there really that level of interest? I guess there is. These guys analyse it day in, day out, and they can see it moving before our very eyes. It appears the rest of the world wants a no-win. BBC's Andrew Marr says Clackmannanshire is somewhere the Yes campaign should have won, and they would have expected to win. What is going to happen next on this absolutely incredible night? East Lothian, a turnout of 87.6%. That's clearly now established as the average turnout is going to be about 87. But throughout all this, we have to keep one eye on Glasgow. Here's another one from @Poppet16. Totally agree with you, Ree. The level of democracy, quite amazing at the turnout. And the thought of new voices getting involved in politics, people deciding to join political parties, people starting their own movements, people standing as independent candidates, more women becoming involved, younger people becoming involved. All that can happen, whether we go independent or remain as part of the union. Incredible stuff. So that first result, Clackmannanshire, 53.8% yes, 46.2% no. The bookies think it is a big night for the no's. They think, excuse me, they think that the no campaign will be winning. Aberdeen's turnout is 81.7. That's from @FionaStalker, very highly respected BBC Scotland journalist in Aberdeen. 81.7% turnout in Aberdeen. So finally, the journalists on TV all have something to talk about. Clackmannanshire is now trending worldwide. Let me just give you a flavour of some of the other other tweets that we've seen. I'll just zoom across here. That is a massive turnout in Stirling, East Renfrewshire, and indeed in Renfrewshire. So they're back in. They're counting again in Dundee after the fire alarm. Police investigating 10 ballot papers that might have been involved in some sort of fraud at the Glasgow count. We heard earlier, no on the verge. They think of a victory in Aberdeen, which would be right in Alex Salmon's heartland. Here's Wings Scotland, very pro-independence. They've led the charge throughout, quoting somebody saying that the nation will have been engaged, and then they say yes, and then crushed by the total failure of that engagement to achieve anything. It would be a great shame if some of these people who have engaged, when they don't get the win they want, then promptly disengaged. Paisley MSP George Adams saying that the Renfrewshire result is too close to call, and admits that it's been a struggle for votes in more affluent areas. Incredible stuff. I'm going to take a short break and then we'll be back in a moment. And we're back. That was just a wee chat there for LBC. We're a bit disappointed with the turnout in Glasgow. That's what they were saying. It's down as low as 75%. So an early lead for the No campaign, but certainly some yes wins are coming. Absolutely no doubt about it. And the highest turnout so far, 90.4%. Let me tell you what at TedDB is saying. He is our listener at TedDB Stewart. He's listening in Canada. And he says, everyone I know in Canada is fixed to the screens for this historic event. And we feel a large attachment to the UK and Scotland. Well, that's really, really good to hear at TedDB Stewart on Twitter. Great to know that you're with us. And it's incredible to think about the friends that we have throughout the rest of the world. And a big affinity, of course, between Scotland and Canada. So the East Dunbartonshire figure at 91% is now the highest so far. 91% the turnout for East Dunbartonshire. Dumfries and Galloway 87.5%, and Glasgow down at 75%. It's a massive area. So I think they were always going to have a wee dip, a massive area, but 75% compared to the other areas. John Curtis, who's the polling expert, says it will come as a disappointment to the yes side. Falkirk coming in at 88.7%, and we will have a result from Orkney in the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes away from a result for Orkney. This is widely expected to be a no win, as I understand it. So we should get the details of that in a little bit. Just getting news of a terrible shooting in Florida, and I know that at Poppets16 is listening in Orlando, so we our thoughts are with you. More gun crime in the USA. Terrible tragedy. That's just been tweeted there by BBC Breaking News. Here's a tweet from @Griffalot saying, at least this means the pound will be worth more in the morning. We are starting to see, and I hope that they don't gloat, but we are starting to see some Better Together campaigners who had been very quiet, just piping up a wee bit more. They are maybe speaking with a wee bit more confidence. So that turnout in Glasgow of 75%, which is actually incredible for Glasgow, because there were areas of Glasgow in the last election down as low as 30-odd%. 75%, that's pulled down the overall turnout to, I think, about just over 80%. But a quarter of Glasgow did not vote. So we will be getting that Orkney result very soon indeed. Just checking across the various channels, and this is an intriguing one. Peter Johnston, the leader of the SNP group in West Lothian, conceding defeat to No. And we wait to see what happens with Aberdeenshire. Also, while I was chatting to LBC Radio there in London, it came through another tweet from BBC Nick Robinson saying that he's now been told Alex Salmond did not cancel an appearance at his count. He was never going to be there. So another turnout now for Perth and Kinross, 86.9%. We're now hearing that this is from Nick Rugve, who's I think he's with the BBC again. No, he's a freelance now. He's like me, a freelancer. He says that no sources say Edinburgh could go 60-40 to them, which should be a big result for the no side. So just waiting for that Orkney result. And the highest turnout so far, 91%. In East Dunbartonshire, closely followed by East Renfrewshire with 90.4. Incredible. And you're listening live, colinkelly.net/live, here for as long as we can muster. And apologies for the occasional breaks in transmission while we link up with some other radio stations around the world. We will, of course, return to normal service on Monday, 9:30 UK time on Monday. Orkney is next up. This will be a no-win, but by how much is the question. I need to share this tweet with you. It's a little bit obscene. It's from @Nandrew_Nallen, who says this is the biggest anticlimax since he lost his virginity. So it looks like an overall turnout figure now heading towards 85%. And we can be very, very proud of that. Record-breaking results tonight. But it hasn't quite gone the way people expected. A lower than expected turnout in Glasgow. An unexpected no-win in Clackmannanshire. And we wait for the second result. And we hear rumours of that quote I gave you a wee while ago, that a yes source saying that it looks to them as if they've won Glasgow but lost the country. What do you do if your biggest city goes, and Orkney has voted no? Orkney, I'm hearing Orkney has, that's unconfirmed. That is unconfirmed. But Orkney has voted no by a huge amount. And I think we brought that to you first. Orkney has voted no by a huge amount. 10,004 no, 4,833 yes, on an 83% turnout. It's a big win there for no. A big win for no. 10,004 for no, 4,883 for yes. 83% turnout. It is a firm no for Orkney. So 2 results in, 2 wins for no. Wow. Just waiting on the percentages there for Orkney, but it's big. It's a big one. I mean, they were expecting it. They were banking on it, and the no campaign there have obviously got what they expected in Orkney. So 2 results in. It went 53.8, 46.2 to the noes in Clackmannanshire. Just give you a wee bit about the previous turnouts. UK general elections, 97, 72.6. That was Tony Blair. 2001, that's Blair again, down to 58.1. 2005, straight after the Iraq War, 60.8. And 2010, 63.8. So we've now well over 80% for the majority of the turnouts. So a very democratic result, whatever it is. So 67% in Orkney voted no, 33% voted yes. Big win for the no in Orkney there, 67 to 33, our second result of the evening. So an Orkney no, which was in like maybe slightly, that's probably towards the better expectations of what Better Together had at Orkney. They knew they would win, and that's a ringing endorsement, and so they'll be happy with that. Let me have a wee look at what's happening at George Square just now. More tweets coming in. They're still there, thousands of them, waving the saltire in George Square. I'll say it now, and I don't want to overhype things. They're not going to go home. They're not going to go home, especially if Glasgow wins. If Glasgow does vote yes, they're not going to go home. I really don't think. We'll keep a close eye on that as the evening progresses. So a firm no for Orkney on an 83% turnout. And if you'd like to phone in, it's 0141 628 5758. I know it's extremely late now. You're probably snuggled up. I hope you're nice and warm. Hope you got some food around you. Just taking all this in, watching this unfold. I still say it. The momentum in Glasgow is so big, the importance cannot be overestimated. It is going to be a long night until we know for sure how this is going. Lots of people complaining about the mainstream media coverage, Sky News presenters struggling to contain their joy. Listen, I know some of these people, and all they care about is the story. They're not biased. They just want an exciting story. Douglas Alexander MP, he tweets, "It's a welcome result. Let's see what the other authorities produce." Yep, and Wings Scotland saying Orkneys, they had low expectations anyway. So 67% no vote in Orkney. At Biz for Scotland, they are a group of businesses all in favour of independence. Talk a lot about economic policy. You can follow them on Twitter. They are at Biz for Scotland. Just quoting that Orkney result and saying it's another disappointing result. At Journal Stephen, never thought I'd say this, but a turnout of 75% in Glasgow is very disappointing. Let's see what's next. It's great to have at Poppets16 listening with us via YouTube and through the website at colinkelly.net/live. A long time listener back to my commercial radio days and some of the fun and games I used to have on Radio Clyde. So she's always been there, which is very much appreciated, and great that we can hook up again like this. I remember nearly meeting you when the volcano erupted in Iceland, and I was in Orlando with my wife on holiday, and we got stuck for about another 2 weeks. So what a great holiday. And we nearly got to meet up at Poppets16. Maybe some other time. But great to have you listening tonight. colinkelly.net/live. Clackmannanshire has said no. Orkney has said no. A firm no. And we'll see what happens next. Here's a nice one. Slightly facetious from at GG Byrne. 83.7% turnout in Orkney. Apparently 6 people didn't vote, 5 were working, and wee Moira has the flu. I think I'll favourite that. I might use it later on. That was from at GG Byrne on Twitter. There's some good stuff flying around. Here's one from at Kenny Fark, who's a journalist. He says the whole yes strategy in the late stages of the campaign was predicated on a huge turnout in the Glasgow housing schemes, and 75% is a big disappointment. And at Poppets16 says she's listening to this while the Disney fireworks go off outside. Surreal. Thank you very much for sharing that at Poppets16 from Orlando. It's incredible the way technology like YouTube can bring everybody together. Here I am in my kitchen, able to take Skype calls, monitoring this entire election results with no budget and no staff, just sitting on my own with the kids sleeping upstairs in bed, bringing this all to you, hooking up with radio stations around the world. I've been talking to Tasmania, Adelaide, Canberra and Perth, all in the last 4.5-5 hours or so. It's been absolutely incredible that we can come together like this. It feels like we are not apart at all. It feels like we're absolutely going through this together. Absolutely incredible, which is why I wanted to do it because I wanted to experience something like this free from the mainstream media and spending the whole night at account, hardly actually doing any broadcasting. I thought it'd be really interesting to do something like this and see how much we can connect with people. And when you do live stream on YouTube, and I think people should do more of it, you get these amazing stats, and YouTube shows you at the end of your broadcast how many people and where they were listening around the world, and it's absolutely fantastic. And you get real-time feedback as well, of course, from Twitter. So it's at Colin Kelly if you are listening wherever you are around the world and you'd like to tweet me. And we're just waiting for some more results. Hopefully they will come to us sometime soon. Hey, and maybe Glasgow won't take quite as long as they thought with 75% turnout. And maybe we'll be sometime before 5 a.m. But the picture that's emerging at the moment is that this is not the night that the Yes campaign expected. And that's all I'm prepared to say on it. We've had, a narrow one going no's favour. We've had one that no expected to win. So the next couple are crucial. We want the result from Dundee. We want Aberdeen. And we want places like Renfrewshire as well. These Labour Party heartlands. Here's Armando Iannucci. He tends to call this stuff right. He says, so no will win clearly and we'll all have a chat. Then I'm going to bore you senseless for 6 months about the menace of UKIP. That is the thing. What exactly has Scotland, if Scotland votes no, what has it voted for? It's voted to remain part of the Union. We don't know what's going to happen at the general election in May. Beyond that, there may be an EU referendum. Could the EU come out of Europe? But where the hell would that leave Scotland? Very interesting times. Right, I'm going to take a brief break and I will be back very soon indeed. Give me a few minutes and I will be back. We will continue. And we're back. I hope you're still there. This is Colin Kelly, colinkelly.net/live. Just took a wee comfort break there. It's great to be with you tonight. This is something I will always remember. My history with... I have always been a journalist since I was about 16, 17 years old. Studied journalism at university in Edinburgh. Always wanted to do radio, always wanted to do broadcasting. But always wanted to host programmes and phone-ins and engage with people like I am now. And started off reading news bulletins. And got to the point where I didn't really want to just read bulletins anymore. I wanted to present programmes. So I tried to work my way up and ended up hosting music programmes on commercial radio in Scotland. And always pushed it, always tried to talk a hell of a lot, as you probably realised from tonight. Always tried to get loads of phone calls onto my programme, which sometimes worked and sometimes went well and sometimes wasn't terribly popular, maybe with the bosses or even some of the listeners. Eventually ended up working with the BBC, presenting a early morning news programme at BBC Radio Scotland. And that was involved a lot of early shifts. My wife and I were starting a family, so I eventually went freelance and I came away from that and started working on media relations training and helping businesses with marketing. And so I came away from the broadcasting with the BBC because I felt there'd be a wee bit of a conflict of interest there. And now freelance, and it frees me up. It means I get to do things like this, but broadcasting is what I love, and the wonderful thing about the internet is it enables me to do what I like, and it doesn't really matter to me whether 5 people listen or 5,000 people or somewhere in between. It's about being part of it and doing it, and I do think one day I'm sure I will go back to mainstream broadcasting. But I think at the moment this is where it's at, and one of the reasons I did this is I wanted to figure out YouTube live streaming and how it all works and what happens with it, and so this has been really useful. Right, let's get back and have a wee look. The turnout for Shetland, 84.4%. For Shetland, we've got celebrations in Orkney and Clackmannanshire. We've got a big national scoreboard at Ingliston where the big count is there, and slowly but surely filling up. This is at BBC Andrew Black, who has just tweeted this, and it's got the results from around the country and all the different turnouts as well, which is looking really interesting. The eyes of the world on Scotland. Labour's Jim Murphy MP, he tweets, looks like a very big win for No in East Renfrewshire on more than a 90% turnout. Looks like quite close in Inverclyde. My mate Kenny is down that way. I've seen pictures coming in of the count at Perth and Kinross. Only 2 spoiled ballot papers in Orkney. Just a wee bit more detail coming in there on the second result of the evening. Midlothian turnout is 86.8. Angus 85.7. These all sound like radio frequencies, don't they? If there's a 102.5, you'll know that somebody's on the fiddle. Here's a tweet from @Swed80466. Love to all the yeses out there. Not looking great so far, but everyone can be proud of our efforts. Stay strong, stay positive. That is the sort of pragmatic, sensible tweet that does their campaign a hell of a lot of good when they say things like that. And I do hope that common sense prevails, whatever the overall outcome. Not long to go in the Western Isles. The North Uist and Benbecula boxes are being counted. Here's Laura, who's working with STV tonight. She says both yes and no sources in East Lothian are talking about a 60-40 split to no, again, which is bigger than expected. Looks like Fife is going to be a bit later to declare. Here's at Ruth Davidson MSP, a prolific tweeter, leader of the Scottish Conservatives, who says, bloody love Orkney. Always said it. Aberdeenshire is about to declare a turnout. 17.4 million has been staked on Betfair during this Indie Ref campaign. It's the biggest political event the bookies have ever seen. 17.4 million. East Lothian result expected in the next 10 minutes. That ran out about 4 minutes ago, and was looking like a no win. Labour MP for Midlothian David Hamilton predicts no will win Midlothian. Let's just go back to this because we're expecting East Lothian sometime soon. Quote now from Alistair Carmichael, who says the logical conclusion of this whole process is a federal UK. Isn't that absolutely staggering? Can you imagine? As I bite into my Kit Kat, a federal UK. I think to some people that will be even more an outrageous proposition than Scotland being independent. And I thought to myself, I may have said it one of these early programmes, it was a mad idea through my head at 3 o'clock in the morning. What if England wants to be independent? And there's now a strong case within England that actually quite a few of them do. Unbelievable. What is going to happen? A quote from Michael Forsyth talking about this real can of worms that Clegg, Miliband and Cameron have created with these extra powers that they've promised Scotland, the vow they called it. Michael Forsyth says you cannot tear up the British Constitution because 3 leaders signed a press release, and he is absolutely right. And you may hope that Scotland gets these extra powers, and that might have influenced how you voted. You may have never trusted them, maybe you never thought they would deliver it. But the fact of the matter is these guys are now in a situation where the rest of the UK is saying, hang on a minute lads, you promised Scotland X, Y and Z, what are you going to do for us? And there's Alistair Carmichael, and I understand why he's saying that the logical conclusion of this whole process is that we end up with a federal UK. Absolutely incredible. Orkney is now trending worldwide. BBC says 83,000 tweets have been sent about the referendum between 1 and 2 a.m. this morning. Also, just seeing as at Poppet16 is with us and she's listening, and we send our love to you over there. A Florida man shot and killed his daughter and 6 grandchildren on Thursday afternoon in a small town in north central Florida. Absolutely heartbreaking. And at Poppet16 is a proud Scot. She's been over in Orlando for quite a few years now, but very much interested in what's going on over here, and the rest of the family, Simon and the rest of the gang as well. Good to have you listening, and that must be amazing, being in the United States with the Disney fireworks moments ago, and all this happening here in Scotland, and really on social media, which is our focus. The talk is turning to constitutional change for England. Incredible. And also Edinburgh's Chief Counting Officer says that one woman who voted in person today was celebrating her 100th birthday. We're now hearing more sources that no has won Aberdeenshire. And if that's true, that goes down as another big shock if no has won Aberdeenshire. So as we approach 2:30, let me just wrap up the headlines so far. No has won the first 2 counts. Clackmannanshire very narrowly and Orkney very easily. We have allegations of electoral fraud in Glasgow, 10 cases, which the police are investigating. We have the highest turnout so far of 91%, excuse me, 91% is the highest turnout so far. I believe that is Stirling. And Orkney and Clackmannanshire both voting no. It is Eastern Bartonshire, forgive me, is the highest turnout. Eastern Bartonshire on 91%. We've had incredible scenes from George Square in Glasgow, some of them calling it Independence Square, where they've gathered the last few nights, and they're gathering there tonight, celebrating, waving the saltire, a very jubilant Yes movement in George Square. We have Yes sources saying that they think they may have won Glasgow but lost the country. We've had an accident on the A9 which is delaying the Caithness count. They will not receive their ballot boxes now until about 3 a.m. We're expecting a result from Ailen Sarr in the next 10 to 15 minutes. That could be the next result. We're hearing of a potential no win in Aberdeenshire and West Lothian. And sources in the Yes camp say Renfrewshire looking tricky. And we have, by comparison, a fairly disappointing turnout in Glasgow, where everyone else has been up well above 80. We have a 75% turnout in Glasgow, which for Glasgow is incredibly good, just with the large number of people there. We had a fire alarm and evacuation in Dundee. News coming in from Edinburgh that the Edinburgh Declaration may not be made before 5 a.m, but it's expected to be a pretty substantial no victory. And this is a slightly depressing one if you're pulling an all-nighter. Only 98.7% of the results to go. That's from @Polly Curtis, who's the Deputy National Editor of The Guardian. A lot of these sources in each camp, and people say, who are these sources and why do they concede things so early? A lot of them are hardened, sometimes battle-weary political types who have been round the houses time after time after time. They have done elections several times, and when you've done a couple, you get a feel for how it's going to go. And you know, they all have their own. You know, if you think something's going your way or not going your way, you immediately think about, well, what happens next? What happens next within the party? If you've ever watched the thick of it, the skullduggery that can go on. Remember, these a lot of these campaigners, while they're united behind a cause, they're all maybe from, a lot of them from different parties, and even within that party, may want different things. And here's Sky News just tweeting that Police Scotland says it takes referendum safety extremely seriously. That's following reports of electoral fraud in Glasgow. So it looks like the overall turnout is going to be 84%, which isn't quite what we had hoped for. We thought maybe over 90%, but 84% still beats the previous Scottish election high of 81%. So 84% we're on course for with this independence referendum. Yep, and the turnout for Glasgow confirmed there as 75%. Also, the no camp in East Lothian confident of a comfortable victory, looking like a 60-40 split in favour of no in East Lothian. So the night is not going the way the Yes campaigners expected. And some of them can't understand why. Some of them saying, what on earth is going on? Other people saying, how is David Cameron going to deliver on the promises he made? Looks like the counting is finished in Renfrewshire. Yes camp concede to a no win in the Western Isles. We'll have a formal announcement in 15 minutes. Renfrewshire is going to be a very interesting one. That seems to be on a real knife edge. Western Isles, I think, will go no. They would have absolutely expected it. Some very bitchy tweets from the Yes side, you know, saying things like no campaigners cheer as Clackmannanshire votes in favour of food banks, child poverty, illegal wars, Tory cuts and NHS privatisation. Glasgow still on for a 5 a.m. declaration. Lots of anger starting to come through now. Some real anger towards some of the figures in the Better Together campaign. This is a better one from Martin_Compston, an actor, of course. Whatever happens here, we didn't just stand up to the Westminster elite, we put the fear of God into them. Be proud, keep the head, and keep the faith. Well, looks like Yes will win in Glasgow and scrape North Lanarkshire, but not enough to win overall. Early indications, and we are very wary of calling it wrong. Very easy to speculate. We will have a result in Shetland in 10 minutes. I think there's going to be a few coming very, very quickly. Ming Campbell saying that David Cameron will pay tribute to Gordon Brown in a speech if it's a no vote. We talked earlier on about the role of Gordon Brown in all of this. What an incredible, incredible story. Here's at Poppet16 again saying it's like kind of waiting on the Eurovision Song Contest results. It absolutely is. Absolutely. Where are Terry Wogan and Scott Mills? Gordon Matheson, the leader of Glasgow City Council, says the result in Glasgow is too close to call. Now, this was one that we all had down as a clear win for Yes, and it was, well, how much, if they have a bad night elsewhere, could Yes win by so much in Glasgow that they win the whole country? And Gordon Matheson, the leader, is saying it's too close to call. Looks like it's going to be Shetland next, within the next 10 minutes. This will be our third result of the evening. And we're just waiting for a few people saying, hey, how come the Glasgow and Dundee turnouts are so low? Something stinks, that's what they're saying. So Shetland and the Western Isles are going to be coming soon. Some senior figures in local Yes camp, this is down in Inverclyde, still optimistic but say too close to call. Some ballots now being recounted. This is Inverclyde. You know what, we could be on for half a dozen results, pretty much bang, 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 one after another. Yeah, and I think after these, I think in the next half hour, we will have a very, very clear picture of how things are looking. The next half hour, I think, is going to be the flurry of activity. By the way, that highest ever turnout that I mentioned a wee while ago, that 81%, which was the previous high turnout in a Scottish election, that was 1951, 81%. And tonight, it appears we have a turnout of 84%, including 91 in Eastern Bartonshire. Western Bartonshire expected within 10 minutes, and sources say the Yes camp are looking very confident. Lib Dem source at Eastern Bartonshire says no are cautiously optimistic and predicting at least 60% of the votes for no. I don't know if that's locally or nationally. I would assume locally. And yeah, remember this, the Yes campaign had given every constituency a rating as to how likely they thought they were to win it. Orkney, by the way, they gave themselves no chance. The Western Isles, which you're about to see, was just a 2 points. North Lanarkshire 6. We're expecting Renfrewshire soon. They gave it a 5, so kind of a 50-50. Aberdeenshire was a 4 for the Yes rating. So we will see. We will see how it goes. We will see in the next few minutes as these next set of results come in. They're going to be coming soon. It looks like it's going to be Shetland next. There's another one from Douglas Fraser, economics man at BBC Scotland. Sterling up 1.25 cents since the polls closed. Here's a tweet from @BobRealOptions, who joined us by Skype earlier on, and it was great that Bob called up. Always good to talk to Bob @BobRealOptions. He says, I'm not angry, but bitterly disappointed so far. I can't believe my fellow Scots, but I accept what's happening. Well, @BobRealOptions, it's by no means over. There's still a long way to go. I do think we're going to get a flurry of results very quickly now, which will build up the picture. Here's another one from @TedDBStewart. Whatever Scotland's people think is best, I support. Colin Kelly's doing a great job. That's very kind of you, sir. I think everybody's doing a great job. You know, your mainstream media doing a great job too. We're enjoying all that. I'm sure the newspapers tomorrow will, and the day after, because they'll be a wee bit outdated tomorrow. It's going to be hard for them, but I'm sure they'll do something pretty iconic with some of their pictures and some of their front pages. But yeah, the digital media has been a big story here, and it's a privilege to be able to do this, you know, completely free from censorship, and have people all over the world tuning in. And it is on my mind, of course, that even if I was broadcasting tonight for the BBC, there would be people elsewhere in the world not able to access it because of, you know, internet restrictions and blocking and things like that. But here I am on YouTube, and at no cost, you know, through colinkelly.net/live, able to bring you all of this. So it's an absolutely terrific occasion, and Twitter and YouTube and Facebook really all working together. It's 20 to 3, and the kids are fast asleep, I hope, in the room upstairs. The wife is asleep as well. Staggering amount of money being bet at the bookies on this particular referendum, and huge interest from media all around the world. That amazing tweet from Canada, from @TedDBStewart. Everyone I know is fixed to the screens for this historic event. So great to have you with us, Ted, as we just wait for that next result. And there is a feeling, that tweet there from @BobRealOptions, a feeling within the Yes supporters. What the hell's happened? You know, where were you all? Were you never there? Did you change your mind? Who knows? Who knows? Definitely questions will be asked if this doesn't go the way that Yes expect, because I've never seen a campaign with such momentum. I remember the Labour landslide in '97. It was nothing like what we've seen. People weren't dancing in the streets, you know, before the result, and we still felt, yes, there was going to be change, but nothing like what we've seen these last few weeks. So Gordon Matheson, the leader of Glasgow City Council, saying Glasgow is too close to call. Yes, really need a big win there if the next few results don't go their way. Turnout in Glasgow down to 75%. Here is one. My daughter is pretty happy with the results so far. So we got okay. Shetland is in, and it's another win for no. Shetland has voted no, and it's along similar lines as Orkney. Shetland no 9951, yes 5669. That is 3 in a row to the no campaign. 9951 to 5669. Another win for Better Together, for no. Shetland backing the Union by a comfortable margin. Along the same lines as Orkney, there were 15 rejected ballots. 15 rejected ballots for Shetland. Yes, 5669. No, 9951. Another win there for the no side for Shetland. So, 3 down. 29 to go. And again, that one though, that's a 64% no vote. 64% for no in Shetland. 64%. Again, that was one that Yes really gave themselves no chance of winning. So no expected to win that. And expected to win it quite comfortably. and they have. So we will move on, and again, there's other results that are going to come thick and fast now, so stay with us. Okay, because we are expecting, I think East Lothian, I think could be next. I think East Lothian is going to come quite shortly. Just doing some retweeting. So third one of the night, and it's Shetland voting no, 9951 to 5669. I wonder if Mr. Cameron has managed to get some sleep yet. I wonder if he has signed off. I did think it was strange that he didn't tweet at all day. Didn't tweet at all. Last tweet from David Cameron was 8 minutes past 1 last night. When he retweeted Barack Obama. He retweeted the White House tweet talking about the strength of the relationship with the UK and that he hoped it would stay together. 96.3 turnout for postal votes in Argyll and Bute. That's absolutely massive. So big no margins in Orkney and Shetland. A narrow no margin in Clackmannanshire. That's your first three. We've got no official result at West Lothian, but various sources predicting a 53-47 no win in West Lothian. Just scanning across the various channels. If you do want to phone in with any of this, the number is 0141 628 5758. 0141 628 5758. But I do know it's very late. Also picking up on some discussion from East Ayrshire. Cathy Jimison MP saying that it's too close to call in East Ayrshire. So who is going to be next? Oh, it's going to be 4 a.m. before they know the turnout at Dingwall. Mind you, it's 2:45 already, so final ballot boxes due to arrive in Dingwall at 3, and they'll declare the turnout at 4, and then they've got to count the damn things. So that could take a wee while. Busy night, long night for people, and a hard day tomorrow. Labour leader of Stirling Council predicting a no vote. What else have we got here? Looking at 4 a.m. for the Perth and Kinross result. Okie dokie. It's colinkelly.net/live, just monitoring all the different social media channels. We may, of course, later on have to have a slight break in the coverage in a wee while as we hook up with LBC Radio in London and also some stations in New Zealand and America, Australia. The ABC network over there, using myself for some of their coverage from Scotland. Great to hear from Wade and Laney at Wade and Laney on Twitter, saying great coverage, listening all night from Ontario, Canada. They were expecting to celebrate tomorrow, but it's not looking good. I always feel for people who don't get what they want, don't get what they expect. I've tried to play it very neutral on this show. It makes me emotional as a Scot. The thought of being our own country again. It sometimes I imagine covering it as a journalist, and I imagine shedding a tear. Do I feel strongly enough that way to vote that way this morning? I'm not going to tell you because it would be unprofessional, and I don't want the programme to be one way or another. I want to try and keep it neutral. But for me, let's just say I didn't have hard feelings one way or another. I want Scotland to flourish, but if that's within the UK or if it's independent, it really doesn't make a huge difference to me. But I do feel that, here we've had an election or a referendum where a huge number of people have voted, and by the looks of it, maybe just shy of 50%, maybe 46, 47% of them are going to feel very disappointed, and that makes me feel uneasy. That doesn't sit right with me. I think that's unfortunate. I guess some of those people, though, might be happy if they get the extra powers from Westminster. Some of them will still feel that they've achieved a lot. So we shall see. But great to hear from you at Wade and Laney in Ontario, Canada. Great to have you listening today. Listening all night. It's a long, long, long shift. Okay, we're waiting for our next results. The fourth result of the evening. Latest from Aberdeen is it could now be 5 a.m. before they declare a result. The no camps say that they are confident. Edinburgh, yeah, looks like a 60-40 to no. That's unconfirmed. All these just local reports. BBC Scotland News is tweeting that a helicopter pilot who picked up ballots on the Isle of Jura was told by an islander that they had a 100% turnout there. It's yet to be confirmed, but wouldn't that be incredible? A 100% turnout on the Isle of Jura. That's now been tweeted by BBC Scotland News. So we're bringing you the results as they come in. A long, long way to go. Going to be here for a good couple of hours yet. The early momentum is with the no side. What about those of you listening overseas? What do you think about 16 and 17-year-olds being allowed to vote? You know, we're in the incredible situation here in Scotland where they changed the rules. They allow them to vote in this. And then when we have our general election in May, assuming Scotland is still part of the Union, these same 16 and 17-year-olds will not be allowed to watch. I'm now looking at the tweet from the Wings Scotland Twitter channel. This has been one of the most influential Yes campaign Twitter feeds. They've done incredible work. Incredible work. They have just tweeted, TV just switched itself off. I'm taking the hint. We gave it a shot, folks. Our countrymen and women bottled it and failed us all. And there you have one of the biggest, boldest, loudest voices in this entire campaign conceding defeat and turning on their fellow countrymen and women. Bottled it and failed us all. Did they really, or did they exercise their democratic right? Did they just keep quiet until the very last moment? They didn't shout or rant and rave. They didn't tweet. They simply took that polling card, walked into the polling station and put the X in the box that says no, which is absolutely their right. And they may have done so after very careful consideration. And there you have the element of the nationalism campaign. After 3 results, we gave it a shot, folks. Our countrymen and women bottled it and failed us all. And they are responding after a narrow no-win in Clackmannanshire and a big no-win in 2 areas where Yes knew they weren't going to win. And I think that is unfortunate, and I understand passions run high, but I hope that they may reconsider that and think about sticking to their self-appointed remit, pushing for a good deal for Scotland. Do you know the incredible thing? I am getting these results in Spanish before they're coming to me in English. I think we're on the verge of another result here, and I can't read this one to you because I can't translate the Spanish. This is because the last one came through first as well. I don't know where they're getting this. I think that's perhaps a mistake. So we're still waiting on the fourth result, which should be coming soon. Oh, hi to Scary Girl in Toronto. Great to have you listening. Lots of people listening in Canada. Listen, if you want me just to, I can start giving you some Scottish chat if you're missing home, if you've got friends over here. Maybe we can come off the politics for a few minutes and I'll tell you some other stuff. So hello from Toronto. That's Scary Girl. Toronto via Glasgow. Great to hear from you. Great that you're listening. At colinkelly.net/live. Some really interesting tweets coming in now saying things like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. You have to say though, that the level of debate that's been happening over the last few weeks, there was no escaping it. I don't believe for a minute that people have bottled it. I think people have carefully considered how they were going to vote, and just because they haven't gone the way you wanted, or just because it didn't quite live up to the hype, and it's still early days. South Ayrshire turnout 86.1. Here we're hearing some yes supporters at the Highland count conceding that they may have lost. Have people underestimated the strength of the union? Here's another one from @TedDB Stewart who says, many mid-teens I know have said I would vote for the coolest sounding name, and for some it would be Smashing, but for others, yes. So this was, I was asking about how would you feel if your country gave 16 and 17 year olds the vote, and I think I mentioned this in a previous programme. My wife's a school teacher, and she was asking her class, many of them are 16 and 17, and she said it was really interesting because a lot of them took their responsibility very seriously and didn't feel qualified, didn't feel that they knew enough to make an informed decision. And she said many of them, she'd expected them all to be clamouring to vote, and many of them decided not to. Many of them said they weren't going to vote. And the one wee guy that really wanted to vote, he was a passionate yes man. He was only 15, he was too young, so he couldn't vote. But yeah, that's interesting there from @TedDB Stewart saying many mid-teens I know have said they just vote for the coolest sounding name. Yeah, you hopefully credit them with a wee bit more intelligence than that. Here's another one from Wade and Laney who says when it comes to issues of nationhood, the more that have the voting franchise, the better. I agree with 16 and 17 year olds voting. Do you know what? So do I. I think that, somebody said earlier on, if you take the tax at 16, then surely they should have a say in how that tax is spent. And I hope that maybe one of the reforms that we might get out of this, it might be quite nice if Scotland was able to ensure that the rest of the UK in every future election, 16 and 17 year olds had the vote, and maybe in other territories around the world. That would be a nice accolade for Scotland to have, to know that we'd given that to the world, if it's something that's valued. Now hearing from a Labour MP, Thomas Docherty, saying he's confident that no has won in Fife. Things are running badly late tonight, folks, because the Murray count started after 2 a.m, which was 2 hours later than expected. So big turnouts and a few wee logistical issues are slowing things up a wee bit. Okay, I think there's more coming in. Dumfries and Galloway suggesting that the No campaign looks like a 65-35 win for them. Some of these are big numbers. Also, we had 15 rejected ballot papers in Shetland. What do you think of Andy Murray's tweet? I know that Scots throughout the world and non-Scots all, Andy Murray, I think, strikes me as a man of great integrity. He is not somebody that just rants and raves. I think he's quite a smart individual. He cares, I think, about his country, cares about other people. And that tweet from him, 1:08 last night, what an amazing boost it must have given the Yes campaign when they woke up this morning to see that Andy Murray, after months and years of being asked, what way do you go, Andy? And he never said. He played it very diplomatically. he came out and he said, too much negativity from the no side. It's changed my mind. Do celebrities influence you? They both put out their lists of celebrity supporters. J.K. Rowling, one of the big ones, Harry Potter creator, in favour of the union, donated money as well to the Better Together campaign. Here's a tweet, and this just shows you the inside the heads of a Yes campaigner. This is a tweet from @Anton De Christina. Anton De Christina, who says, really rooting for independence, would be so disappointed to see Scotland throw this opportunity away. However much I might attack the hardcore, maybe slightly moronic small element in this, there's no doubt there's a lot of people who have dreamed of an independent Scotland. They have dreamed of it, they fought for it, campaigned for it when everyone else was laughing at them. They continued to push for it, and I think a lot of them really thought they'd won it, and they're sitting here now and they're thinking, are we in for more disappointment? And I do feel for them, I really do feel for them. So what I'd seen was the total so far after 3 results out of 42. We have yes on 40.8 and no on 59.2. I've got no idea why I'm getting all those stats in Spanish ahead of everybody else. I got that about 10 minutes ago, and I wasn't sure what it meant, so I didn't read it out. And the same thing happened with Shetland, although I did manage to translate Shetland. So that whoever's doing the Spanish tweeting is clearly very, very quick, and I don't know how they're doing it or where it's coming from. I'll try and find that Twitter address and give it to you. I'm not sure how it's happening. It's a strange quirk of Twitter. I don't know where they're getting it from, but it's accurate. And then it's been translated almost word for word. I think it's some sort of automated feed, but I've no idea where it's come from. Let me see if I can find it again. Anyway, so 29 still to go. Scotland has got a fair bit of deciding still to do. We're expecting a result in Angus soon. The final stages of verification in Inverclyde. Aberdeen expected around 5 a.m. West Lothian needing completion. Again, this is all the journalists trying to convince their editors, come to me next, just stay with me, I'll just talk, get myself on the telly. But yes, there clearly should be some results coming soon. It's just gone 3 a.m. And you are listening to colinkelly.net/live. Let me have a wee look at Better Together on Twitter. The campaign's thanking their teams for all their hard work and support. And here's another result. It's the Western Isles, and it's another win for no. 10,544 to no, and 9195 for yes. That's a fairly narrow win. A fairly narrow win for the Western Isles. 10,544, yes, 9195. Narrow win there for the Western Isles, and that will be, I'm told, will be a big disappointment to yes. It's 53.4 no, 46.6 yes. So again, that 6 or 7 point lead is maintained, and that will be a big disappointment to yes. They had some hopes of doing something there in the Western Isles, and it hasn't materialised for them. So that is another no win. Isn't it incredible that you can run an appalling campaign, and yet there is something that people believe in, a bond and a tie that they, if you ask them, they can't really articulate it. They don't walk down the street every day feeling pride in the union, but when they're asked if they want to give it up, they say, hell no, we're keeping it. Isn't that incredible? The Yes campaign ran an amazing campaign. An example, they took their cue from Obama, an example to anyone that tries to spread an idea. And they've taken independence in this country from being something that really was on the fringes. Everybody knew someone that was a yes voter, a yes campaigner that wanted independence. And they ran a brilliant campaign, and yet we're now seeing examples of results where they expected to do something and it hasn't happened for them. So, yeah, the reason this is a disappointment, I'm just picking up on these tweets, this tweet here from @RossCHawkins. The European elections last time round, the Western Isles gave the SNP their highest vote. So they saw the Western Isles as a real opportunity. The SNP know that they have supporters in that part of Scotland. The fact that they have sided by 6 percentage points to the no side, that's why it's a disappointment for the Yes campaigners. Looks like a very close one in Glasgow. Now, close in Glasgow will probably not be enough for a yes win. A landslide in Glasgow would put right some of their defeats earlier on in the evening. But if it's close in Glasgow, but you know, there will be huge credibility. Whoever gets Glasgow will, you know, have a lot to shout about. And I think it would put the Union in a tricky position if Glasgow voted. If Glasgow votes yes and the overall is no, you know, you have your biggest city out of sync with the overall result. That, I think, could be quite difficult to resolve. So it looks like a very close one in Glasgow, and we're still not going to know for another couple of hours or so before we get a result there. So that was the Western Isles. Here is a yes supporter at Craigie Meehan, getting more anxious but still hopeful. Quite a few sources at various counts around, all predicting good things for Better Together. We've had another evacuation at Dundee. This is now the second fire alarm at Dundee. So they're all out again. That's the second time that count's been interrupted, and there's big interest in what happens there. Because I think, yes, we're expecting to do good things. I hope it's just an over-eager fire alarm, or maybe somebody burnt the toast rather than anybody mucking about. And again, you know, they'll have very good security there, get everybody in and out safely. So Dundee at a standstill again. People out on the streets of Edinburgh, according to this tweet. Lots of empty beer bottles on street corners. There's, of course, a Thursday night here in Scotland. Student night for a few people. Here's someone saying, this is at Ferrerin Roche on Twitter, at Ferrerin_Roche, saying, at least when you're waiting on Eurovision or Oscars results, there's a wee bit of entertainment. This is dire. Yes, yeah. I haven't seen much of the television coverage, but I saw a wee bit earlier on, and the rest of the family were appalled at it. Here's another one from Bob Real Options. Come on, Colin Kelly, it's not been a good no campaign. It's been the worry about all the threats. Well, I didn't say it had been a good no campaign. I said maybe it was just people's the tie that they had to the union. But that's a valid point. At Bob Real Options, thank you, Bob, saying, you know, it's not the tie to the union. It was all the fear, all the threats. You know, this is going to go wrong. Your pensions are going to disappear. The house prices are going to capitulate and all that stuff. there was a lot of that from Better Together, and yes, maybe it is, maybe it does get through, maybe it does get through to people, maybe it was fear, and maybe that frustration from Wings Scotland, who campaigned so hard and so vocally, maybe they know it's the fear getting to people. Well, now you know why Better Together took that route, don't you? I always remember, I'll never forget, when I started my business, I went along to a training workshop on how to start a business, and the first words out of the trainer's mouth, if you're trying to motivate someone to do something, he said the greatest motivator is fear. He said if you've got a product or service and you can make someone feel scared about what might happen if they don't buy it, they will buy it. It's not something I've ever used, but it's stuck in my head. Fear is the greatest motivator of all if you're trying to make somebody do something. And for all the flack that Better Together got, maybe they had heard that advice too. Maybe they knew that would cut through and would get to people. So we're waiting on more results. The official turnout in Aberdeenshire is 87.2. We've had 4 declarations. We have no on 49.5, yes, no on 57.8, and yes on 42.2. Long way to go though. And if you are sticking around, then I will still be here. Of course, we may have to drop out to talk to some of our other stations. BBC Scotland News, they may just be trying to keep their ratings up, but they're now saying they're expecting Glasgow's result within the hour. Slightly lower than expected turnout in Glasgow, so they're a wee bit quicker to do the counting. Could we bring you Glasgow before 4 o'clock? And I would say once we know Glasgow, you really by then will have a very, very clear picture. As somebody said earlier on, the Yes campaign, really it was the Glasgow housing schemes. That's where they thought their vote was going to come from, all these disaffected Labour voters. So Glasgow potentially within the hour, and I think maybe something coming soon. Somebody's saying, how can it be that the Western Isles wants to be administered by London? This is throwing up some surprises, it really is. And I know that the other programmes and newspapers and those of us in our private lives, of course, will go over this, all the little details, all the quirks in the coming days, and somehow in amongst it we're going to have to come together and crack on and don't miss out on these business opportunities. Make sure that we are doing as well as we possibly can be, whether it's within the union or out with it. Just another wee quick scan across the social media channels. If you're wondering how I'm doing this, by the way, I'm using a tool called Hootsuite, which is well worth a look if you use Twitter. Hootsuite. Fantastic. You can set up channels and monitor a whole heap of Twitter feeds. I've got the official broadcasters, I've got the official Electoral Commission and Scottish Referendum channels, then I've got journalists, I've got campaigners on both sides, I've got the politicians all here in front of me, and I can just scan across it. So counting in Renfrewshire stopped 45 minutes ago. An announcement surely coming soon. No looking happier in Paisley. So looks like something potentially quite soon from Renfrewshire. And that's the ballot boxes in now at the Highland count. Remember that delay because of the accident on the A9. So all the Caithness ballot papers have now arrived. The Highland count underway. Staff at Dundee now returning to the building after their second fire alarm. BBC Radio 5 Live's been speaking to Nicola Sturgeon's mum, Joan, on how does it feel to be waiting for the result. And Joan Sturgeon said that for Nicola's sake, my stomach churns. I have been very impressed with Nicola Sturgeon in this campaign. I've interviewed her many, many times over my career, you know, right back from when she was opposition health minister. And I always found her a very, very pleasant, friendly person to interview. Absolutely tenacious when it comes to, arguing or debating with an opponent. Here's a tweet from @Joanna_M_Hal, who says, I'm surprised myself. Places like the Western Isles, I would have thought would have been a yes. Well, so did the Better Together campaign. Poppets16 saying, absolutely stunned. Was thinking it was going to be a close thing, but it's looking like a walk in the park for the No campaign. I'll be honest with you, I thought Yes would win. As recently as 5 p.m. today, I was convinced that Yes were going to win. The level of momentum that they have through social media around my part of the country, absolutely incredible. And there's a bit of me still expecting something, still expecting Yes to turn it round. And I remember the last Scottish elections where no one saw the SNP landslide coming, and wave after wave after wave of safe Labour seat disappeared. And you think, how can that happen in 2010? And then after all this campaign, after all this hype and build-up, why is it not happening now? What's changed? And then you look at Bob Real Options in his tweet, it's the fear it got in people's heads. Is it the fear? Was it the lack of answers? I saw some of the debates, and I likened it in some blogs that I wrote. It was like two heavyweight boxers just clinging on to each other, headbutting and spoiling and grabbing on, rather than a good clean fight. There was a lot of that in the debates. I wondered if that put people off a little bit. I wondered if that affected people when they went to the polling stations. All I saw today on social media was people saying, I really expected, there's people that I know who were going to vote no, and they came with me to the polling station and they voted yes. Countless examples of that. Counting still goes on in East Renfrewshire. They're expecting something maybe around about 4 a.m. Listen, I've been at enough of these counts. They'll give you approximate times. It's all garbage. You get 5 minutes notice and that's it. And nobody really knows. Everybody just tries to make themselves look exciting and important. So that tweet there from BBC Scotland News, if you're beginning to feel sleepy, stay tuned. We're expecting Glasgow's declaration within the hour. What exactly are they basing that on? Goodness only knows. They've got to finish the counting. They've got to get it verified. If there's any spoiled papers, they've got to go back and maybe do these ones again. Excuse me. How can they say they expect it within the hour? We've been expecting East Lothian for 10 minutes for about 90 minutes now. Anyway, see if my Spanish Twitter account gives me the result before everyone else again. The whole world is talking #IndieRef, and if you are listening, if you can, because I can't send out many tweets myself, if you can tweet the link, colinkelly.net/live, or if you just found us straight onto YouTube, if you can share the link with your Facebook friends and your Twitter followers, it would be much appreciated just to see how big we can make this today. colinkelly.net/live, or just tweet the YouTube link. Poppets16 in Orlando, Florida saying, I'm absolutely shocked. Strong SNP strongholds returning strong no results. I really didn't expect it. Yeah, absolutely. Neither did I. People keeping themselves very quiet and then going out and voting a particular way today. So I'm coming to you live from my kitchen. The last few weeks I've been doing these programmes from my loft, but because I'm up all night tonight and the kids are sleeping directly underneath the loft, I've relocated to the kitchen, which is why I'm kind of whispering and maybe sound a wee bit intimate, whispering in your ear tonight, and hooking up as well with some radio stations in other parts of the world. So if I go quiet for a few minutes, I'll put another screen up saying that I'll be back in a minute. and it will be because I'm speaking to probably an Australian radio station, or LBC in London. So if we go quiet, that's what will be happening. We should comfortably be on air until 5 or 6 until the outcome is known, and then we may go off air, certainly on until Glasgow declares its result. Lots of people tweeting about this, from Angola to Zambia, according to BBC News. Poppet16 asking, how shattered am I? I am pretty exhausted, if the truth be told, but I wasn't going to miss this for the world. It's history in the making, and to be doing it live on YouTube. I've now been on air for approaching 6 hours, which is incredible. But no, very much enjoying it, and I have done this not on air before, but I've been out at Counts all night. The last time round was at Braehead Arena until 9:15 in the morning. So this is the sort of thing that crazy journalists do, and this is Scotland's biggest ever turnout. 84% is our official turnout, which beats the previous best of 81%, which was set back in 1951. So we have broken our own record. Glasgow pulled it down a wee bit, 75%, but still a very healthy, great result for democracy. Just going to take a sip of water. A few Yes campaigners saying that they just don't buy into this optimism that it's okay. A no vote will still change things. This is David Stoker on Twitter saying, I doubt the political will exists in Westminster. Yeah, interesting comments there, David, because they do have an almighty mess to clear up, and their own election in May. So yeah, we will see certainly a lot of opposition. And here we have another tweet. This is on Fife. This is just based on sample size. We're still some time away from an official declaration in Fife, but the No campaign predicting 55% no, 45% yes. So based on all these results in already, and also sources giving their hunch on how it's going to go, it looks like a slightly bigger than expected win for the Noes. But we have only had four results. Here's a tweet. This is from a UKIP guy. The way they've conducted this campaign has been a disgrace. And I can't believe this. He's referring to Yes backers. And I've got to say, he is out of line on that. He is absolutely out of line. I have talked about this in the programme every night. There's a small, tiny minority on both sides. Any movement of people, you go to tea in the park, you go to football, you go to your Christmas light switch on, there are always any kind of gathering, any movement, a very small number of troublemakers. They're not Yes campaigners or No campaigners, they're just troublemakers, and that's it. The vast majority of campaigning has been peaceful, it has been respectful, it's been useful and interesting, and nobody has disgraced themselves. That is absolutely out of line there. That was one of the UKIP people, and that's just been retweeted or tweeted by BBC Politics, and I don't think they do themselves any good by saying things like that. Yep, and here is a tweet from Tol Crit Geo. Bravo Scotland for showing the world what a legitimate democratic referendum looks like. He's a political geographer from Washington DC. And when you get praise like that coming in from your friendly countries around the world, it's absolutely incredible. Here's one from another one from @Wade and Laney. Regardless of the results, Scotland has made me proud. The world has been talking about Scotland all day. She has left her mark. And I think better than any outcome, if Scotland can be a beacon of democracy, then I think that is absolutely incredible. Here's a wee update from one of the journalists at Glasgow. Yes Camp here at the Emirates Arena, which is the Glasgow Counts, seem a bit more confident that they've taken Glasgow, but not sure if it will be by a big enough margin to matter. That is the key, and that's what we've said here. And I guess the advantage that I have over all the other outlets is I can see at a glance, if I do this right, I can see at a glance what everybody's saying, and I also have nobody yelling in my ear, and I can do what I like, which is so I hope this is useful coverage, I guess, combined with the other sources that you're looking at and listening to tonight. So that is what it's going to come down to, right? It's going to come down to how much do the Yes campaign win Glasgow by, and we expect that result. They say probably within the next 60 minutes, we may have a result from Glasgow. And I think that, for me, is going to be the decider. Yes need a big win in Glasgow. And I think they will get a big win in Glasgow. Whether it's big enough, I don't know. But I am confident, based on what I've seen. It's the city I'm closest to. I've seen a lot of it. I've wandered around the last few days. I know people there. I am confident, yes, we'll get a big win in Glasgow. But it's how big, and how big a gap emerges from these other results. Here's a tweet from @Jenny_Kermode. Sad to hear people talking as if Indy ref defeat for Yes would mean the end of everything. Are we not Scots? Has football taught us nothing? Scotland loves the underdog. Scotland loves coming back when everyone else has written us off. It's a dream for some of these people. And the way that they're tweeting and feeling about it just now certainly backs that up. They just were convinced there was going to be this happy ending, and there still might be, because I do think they will win Glasgow by a fair bit. I think we have a Dundee result sometime soon. We're also hearing that Alex Salmond left Aberdeen Airport by private jet with his wife at 3 a.m. I reckon he's going to head to Glasgow. I think he has to head to Glasgow. I think that's where the best Yes result of the night is going to come. If they can say that they won Scotland's biggest city, I think that puts the Union again in a tricky position. If Glasgow rejects the Union, they will make a lot out of that, and I think that if I was Alex Salmond, that's where I would head. You go where you get a win. Also, I saw a tweet from Ladbrokes earlier on, taking bets on Alex Salmond being replaced as SNP leader within 48 hours. Also now seeing pictures from Glasgow of now let me just verify this before I the nightclubs have come out in Glasgow now. The nightclubs have come out. They close at 3 o'clock in the morning, so the party atmosphere in the centre of Glasgow is jubilant. It is peaceful and it is law abiding, but it is extremely high spirits, and they are climbing on top of lorries and buses now, and these are unprecedented scenes, and I'm just going to retweet this one, so that wherever you're listening around the world, you can have a wee look at those pictures coming in from Glasgow. I'm not sure how many of them will really know the full way that things are playing out. And again, if Glasgow goes yes and the rest of the country goes no, I genuinely don't know what's going to happen. Here's a tweet from Sky News. Government will be on the front foot to lay out a plan to rebalance UK powers, with the Prime Minister set to announce more powers for Scotland. Oh, So the whole of the UK could be in for something imminently. Another fire alarm triggered in Dundee but stopped immediately. There's something going on in Dundee there, and it looks like they're on top of it now. So it was the fire alarm went off for a third time and was immediately stopped. I really hope that whatever happens, if the good-natured atmosphere continues in Glasgow, in George Square. Someone else saying, all we have received is 1.7% of the votes. By all means, make it a graph, but really, it means nothing. We're hearing East Lothian 15 minutes away. Here's a tweet as well from @TedDB_Stewart. Thanks for staying with us, Ted. If Quebec is something to learn from, the UK will give Scotland a lot of perks and sensitivity. If no is the majority, well, that might be nice, Ted, but there's a few cynics like me, that whatever way I might have voted this morning, take it from me, I'm a cynic about everything. A cynic about Holyrood, a cynic about Westminster. It's the journalist in me. I do not have high expectations of politicians, but hey, if they want to give us stuff, then that is great. Listen, there's another result in. This is South Uist and Barra. And it's 74% yes. Now this is unconfirmed. I'm not seeing this anywhere else yet. I've seen 74. Is this right? A 74% yes vote for South Uist and Barra. But not seeing it anywhere else. Hold on a wee minute. Yeah, I think my Twitter is possibly slightly out of date. I'm not quite sure where this is coming from. I'm seeing South Uist and Barra vote 74% yes. And no, forgive me, folks, I'm a wee bit. There's just so many tweets coming in at once. And we're just catching up with some of this. I may have given you something there that wasn't quite 100%, and I apologise for that, if indeed I have. Just waiting for things to catch up here. I think that may have been an old result that I gave you for the second time. So we've had Clackmannanshire, we've had Orkney, we've had Shetland and the Western Isles. I'm wondering if South Uist and Barra was actually part of the Western Isles, and that was just a slightly more local result coming in there. Either that or my Twitter stream has completely crashed. Only 4 results in. Let me just restate that, and apologies if I've called one wrong there. Only 4 results in. And we're still waiting. We think East Lothian could be next. I think I've maybe picked up something wrong there on the tweets. I think that was a previous result that we already knew, and I was just picking it up a wee bit late. Okay, Yes campaign now seem to be piling their hopes on a good result in Dundee. Business Insider, jumping the gun, saying Scotland has voted no to independence. They're in New York at Business Insider. Huge, big, capital letters. Scotland has voted no to independence. That's what they're saying. A wee bit premature, I think. You cannot say that until you know how Glasgow's voted. And making the point a wee while ago, this was about an hour ago, Business Insider said at this point we should have had 8 results. We've had just 2. Yeah, I do feel sorry for people if this is their first election, first referendum, first count like this, and wondering why it's taking so long. I always was very sceptical of the timetable. Now 25 minutes to 4 here in the UK. We're expecting the result for East Lothian sometime soon, in the next few minutes, they tell us. And First Minister Alex Salmond in a private jet out of Aberdeen at 3 a.m, I suspect heading to Glasgow, where people are climbing on top of buses and trucks and celebrating. Daily Mail UK tweeting a picture of Alex Salmond being driven away, looking absolutely miserable. Let me see if I can retweet that one for you. That's the Daily Mail with a picture of Salmond shortly before 3 a.m. Remember, the night began with the YouGov poll predicting 54 no, 46 yes. And since then, it has been one no win after another. So, perhaps a tough night for First Minister Alex Salmond. Yep, I'm just gonna retweet, if you want that picture of First Minister Salmond being driven away. Inverclyde has voted no, by a whisker. Inverclyde just in has voted no. Oh, yeah, by about 100 votes. No, 27,329. Yes, 27,243. No has won Inverclyde by a whisker. But they would not have expected that. For no to win Inverclyde, that is a sensational result. That is a sensational result. For no to win Inverclyde. That's where my mate Kenny is. Since the beginning, he was always voting yes. It was him that talked to me about the destruction of the Thatcher years, and the manufacturing and the shipyards, and basically a part of the UK that got shafted. And Inverclyde has voted no by the thinnest of margins. No, 27,329. Yes, 27,243. That is our 5th result of the evening. I'm now hearing of better together parties in Glasgow. So that percentage for Inverclyde is no, 50.08%. Yes, 49.92. But it keeps no ahead in an area where they might have thought, yes, we're going to win. See what I mean about all these predicted times being absolute nonsense? How long have I been saying East Lothian in 15 minutes, and then from nowhere, with no warning whatsoever, up pops Inverclyde? And that's how you know that all these journalists, and I have been one of them, they are making it up as they go along. They will go and they'll find someone with a shirt and tie on, and they'll say, how long do you think it will be? And they'll say, 20 minutes. And they'll tell the producer, and before you know it, they're on the telly telling the world, and it becomes fact. That is what's going on. So there we go. Listen, there were 29 rejected ballot papers in Inverclyde, and the thinnest of margins, what is it, 86 votes? 86 votes in it in Inverclyde. The chair of Yes Scotland, Dennis Canavan, says he's disappointed that no won in Clackmannanshire. He says a big city could swing it back to yes. Yeah, everything we've seen so far has been relatively small parts of Scotland, small counts. And a big city could swing it. The big momentum in Glasgow or Edinburgh or Dundee, Aberdeen could make a difference. It's going to narrow the gap. So, here's the BBC's Jane Lewis. She's at East Renfrewshire, who says a Yes spokesperson has just told her that it would be no surprise to them if they won just 35% of the vote there. East Renfrewshire is a real better together heartland. It's where Jim Murphy, MP, has done most of his work. Here is a tweet which I think echoes just what I was saying. This is from @SteveJarvo14. He's down in Leicester. He says that the Inverclyde result is a significant loss by the Yes campaign. The quiet majority have shown their colours and want to stay together. Knowing the area as I do, I would absolutely agree with that. That is a significant loss for the Yes campaign. If this was going to be their night, they would be taking those kinds of places. The turnout for the Borders is 87.4. The turnout for Aberdeenshire is now confirmed at 87.2. This is an incredible night. Yep, good point there from @Rosa Zambanini, who has seen the retweeted picture of Alex Salmond. First Minister Alex Salmond says probably had about 3 hours sleep in a week. She says I'd look miserable too. Absolutely. And the thing is, you know, when you're on stage all night and everybody's looking at you, you're very aware of how you come across. The one moment where you might relax and let your face just crumple is when you sit back in the back of a car, and of course that's the moment they take your picture, and that becomes the front page, and that must frustrate the hell out of them. But that's what's happened. But good to have you there, Rosa, @Rosa Zambanini. She's out in Lanarkshire. People pacing the floor at the Glasgow Emirates Arena. We were promised that within the hour, about half an hour ago. So maybe not too long to wait there. The results are starting to come in. We've had 5 now. An incredible result in Inverclyde. 50.1% no, 49.9% yes. As somebody's just said, that is crazy close. Crazy close. ColinKelly.net/live. If you enjoy this kind of thing, slightly different level of coverage, we'll be back after this on Monday evening, 9:30 on Monday at ColinKelly.net/live and through YouTube as well. And if you are listening and you can share the link, doesn't need to be now, if you can share it at any time, it would be much appreciated. I've always thought that it was a bit strange. When I was growing up, all the good radio phone-ins were at night. And now the only radio phone-ins that we have are in the middle of the morning. The good phone-ins, I just think they're on at the wrong time of day. I think 9:30, 10 o'clock at night gives more people a chance to take part. So that's what I'm hoping to build up here at ColinKelly.net/live. Few people giving it up. There's been very little out of the Wings Scotland Twitter channel, but still they jump on top of lorries at George Square in Glasgow, although we are starting to hear reports now of better together parties breaking out. And just picking up on something from earlier on, the Police Scotland say that the allegations of electoral fraud in Glasgow will be appropriately investigated. Dr. Rob Jones analysing the polls so far, he says that the Yes campaign are several percentage points short at this stage of where they needed to be. Well, you know, really disappointed in the Wings Scotland Twitter feed, who had acquitted themselves very well, and I think almost succeeded in giving the impression that they were a legitimate news outlet, have let themselves down in the last half hour with some of their tweets. They may, of course, have several people all able to tweet on their behalf. They may be facing some hostilities from maybe over jubilant no campaigners, but some of those tweets are disappointing. And anyone that hopes to become a legitimate news source, I don't think should be engaging in that kind of chat. So that's a disappointment, and I hope that sort of coverage is few and far between. Anyway, turnout in North Lanarkshire 84.4. That's where you are, Rosa. Yep. The tweet from Wings Over Scotland is now being retweeted, and will do them no good whatsoever. Letting themselves down there. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing. They produced a very good handout, their wee blue book, which a lot of people read, and then to be, but I, they are frustrated at the moment. Passions have been running high, and they may, of course, have been taking some hostility from the other side. So here's Lucy J. White. She's at the Renfrewshire account tonight for STV, and she says, we understand Renfrewshire is a no within the margin of 50 to 55%. Result expected soon. Okay, that's Lucy there. Hey, what about East Lothian? How long is this now since we were told 15 minutes? We should pull them up. We should say, oi, East Lothian. Better Together activists at the Highland Count in Dingwall predict a victory for the No campaign by a margin of 53 to 47, which would be almost in line with the opinion polls that we saw just back at 10 o'clock this evening, around about 10:30. Just looking at Alex Salmond, that picture of Alex Salmond looking glum in the back of that car, being heavily retweeted and mocked and ridiculed a wee bit. Here's one, a Twitterer called @MeanwhileInCana. I feel like I'm the only sober person watching the Scottish independence referendum results. I'm sure you maybe possibly are. Well, I'm sober. Don't worry. Excuse me while I yawn again. Waiting for East Lothian. Come on. 50 minutes. I bet they end up last. And I don't know what's going on in Dundee with all these fire alarms. They've stopped evacuating people when the fire alarm goes off. They just stop it immediately. Ming Campbell being quoted, a very prominent Lib Dem in Scotland, saying it would be political suicide for the Westminster parties to renege on their promise of more powers for Scotland. It certainly would. But the thing is, I don't know what we would do. What do you do? You know, this is that was our chance, wasn't it? So we've taken them at their word. If they don't keep their word, goodness knows. I don't know. 12 minutes to 4. ColinKelly.net/live. You can come through on the phones if you want. It's 0141 628 5758. Maybe you are tucked up in bed, listening under the covers. Maybe you're in front of the telly. Wherever you are, thank you very much for being here with us on this incredible night for Scotland, which so far has not gone the way anyone really expected. We are in uncharted territory here as we await more results. They were supposed to be coming quick, smart, in between 3 and 4. And they're taking the time, probably due to the large turnout. And think of these people doing the counting under huge scrutiny. It's really funny. Sometimes you see the Yes campaigners very despondent, maybe even turning on themselves, turning on each other. And then you see others saying, perfectly valid, only 3.76% of ballots have been counted so far. We still have to hear from 96.2% of indie voters. Stay tuned. And lots of people saying, I hope Scotland hasn't bottled it. They really, really thought they were going to do it, didn't they? Expecting a declaration shortly from Dundee. Yes, need big wins in Glasgow and Dundee. Something strange going on in Dundee. This is where we've had all those fire alarms going off. We've had 2 evacuations. I'm sure that the security teams there have done a magnificent job keeping things flowing safely and freely. Excuse me. Here's one from @Langkatsum. Weird mixed feelings. I voted no, but just up and actually feel a bit sad that yes are not doing better. I don't understand it. That's from @Langkatsum just a few moments ago. Okay, just waiting for Dundee, and there has been something going on in Dundee. We're waiting for Glasgow as well, which has a huge 11% of the electorate, and if there is a big win in Glasgow, it may have some significance. Western Bartonshire expected soon, which is where Poppet 16 still has family. Big important place for her, and she's tuned in at colinkelly.net/live. She's sticking with us through YouTube this evening over there in Orlando, Florida. Getting late there as well now, coming on I guess towards 11 o'clock, I think, maybe midnight. So a late night, and people around the world, everybody with a connection to Scotland. Scotland more democratic than ever before, with an 84% turnout. Eastern Bartonshire, 91% turnout. Unprecedented situation that we're in here as we wait for some more results to come in. And loving the yawning here. Listen, when you've been on now for 6.5 hours, geez, if my computer packs in, it's hardly any surprise really. Yes, if I'm yawning, the computer must truly be straining under the weight of it. 6 hours 23 minutes we've been on air. We went on at 9:30 this evening, and we still have some way to go if I can hold up and if the equipment holds up. Broadcasting live, of course, colinkelly.net/live. Okay, 9 minutes to 4. Let's get some more results. What on earth is going on at East Lothian? There will definitely be discussions about what's going on in Dundee with the fire alarms and these evacuations, and I hope that there's been nothing untoward. We also have the situation in Glasgow with the electoral fraud under investigation in Glasgow. The Herald editor just tweeting, we should by now have had 25 declarations and we've only had 5. Unbelievable. Tweet now quoting Michael Forsyth, former Scottish Secretary, saying, hey, I was always against devolution because it would land us in this mess. Alistair Carmichael earlier tonight saying the only solution now is going to be a federal UK. You know, if you don't like uncertainty, we've gone from the uncertainty of this referendum campaign, the potential of 18 months of uncertainty while they hammered out the settlement, but it appears if things keep going in this general direction, uncertainty for the entire UK as they try to square the extra powers that they've given Scotland with the fact that there are other countries and other regions all saying, what about us? Here's a tweet from another Canadian, a Canadian Quebec observer at Cooper Celine. I'm just amazed at how civil and respectful Scots from both yes and no are being this evening. Absolutely, that's the way we do it here in Scotland. Inverclyde now trending no. Renfrewshire votes no. Renfrewshire votes no. 52.8% no. 47.2% yes. Another one for no. Renfrewshire. votes no. 52.8% no. 47.2% yes. That's about a 6,500 lead to no on that one. 6,500 extra for no than for yes. 62,067 no votes in Renfrewshire. 55,466 for yes. Renfrewshire no. Inverclyde no. Shetland, Orkney, Western Isles, Clackmannanshire all no. No victory so far for yes. I expect it will come in Glasgow. It has come in Dundee. Dundee has voted yes. Yes for Dundee. And a big one. A big win for Dundee. It's by more than 13,000. It's more than 13,000 in favour of yes in Dundee. They were banking on it. They needed it. And they've just got it. And I wonder if this might put yes in overall lead. This might just give them a lead by a whisker. 57.3% yes, 42.7% no. I think that is the biggest lead of the night so far. Dundee has voted yes. Inverclyde no, Renfrewshire no. Dundee gives yes, their first win. And you know, it might just be back on for them. It might just be back on if they get a similar result in Glasgow. I think it's on for them. 57.3 yes, 42.7 no in Dundee. That is a big win. And doesn't those last few results just show you the nonsense about East Lothian? You know, still waiting on it. You know, and Dundee, we'd heard nothing about them. So, right, we will get an overall picture in just a moment. But that will definitely cheer up the no side. That will definitely cheer up the yes campaigners. That is a significant result. They needed Dundee, and they've got Dundee, and it's by a big margin, 57.3 to 42.7. And as someone said, it will turn round. If they could get a big city, it would turn round. And don't you just feel that tingle back down your spine that you know this is a big night? This is not a night that has turned out the way we expected. 1 out of 6 authorities has declared a yes win, but it is a big yes win. It is a big yes win by about the best part of 14,000 in favour of yes. We will keep watching. So the Renfrewshire no vote was 52.8 to 47.1. And yes has won Dundee. Okay, we're getting more turnouts coming in. Turnouts for Moray, 85.4. If they do in Glasgow what we've done in Dundee, it will suddenly look really good for yes. That is a significant result for the yes campaigners. More tweets coming in. Whoa, my goodness, I've just got the total. I've got the ongoing total. This is Norman Hill. Let me just give you Norman Smith, who is a BBC journalist. He's just tweeted, "I'm told to expect a significant new settlement for England in the event of a no vote. But will it be a no vote? Because independence might just still be on after 7 out of 32 declarations. Yes, 49.1. No, 50.9. We were told expect the whole thing to be on an absolute knife edge, and it still is. It still is. No picked up some wins in some very small areas, and yes has just won a big one. Yes has won Dundee by 14,000 votes, and that is a significant win for yes. Yes are on 49.1, no are on 50.9. You have to stay with us here at colinkelly.net/live. Here is one. Dundee alone closes the gap. I'm shaking. I'm actually shaking. This is historic. and you're getting a unique picture of it here at colinkelly.net/live, through the website and onto YouTube and on Google Plus as well. Unprecedented coverage. So the small constituencies go with no. The first big one, Dundee, goes yes with a massive 57. If they do that in Glasgow, I think they'll take it. Absolutely incredible night that we're having. An incredible night. It's 4 a.m. Clackmannanshire, Orkney, Shetland, Renfrewshire, Inverclyde all said no. Dundee has said yes in a big, big way. In a big, big way. The totals after 7 declarations. Should Scotland be an independent country? No, 50.91. Yes, 49.09. Okay. East Lothian still expected to declare shortly, but we won't hold our breath. We will not hear our breath. Nicola Sturgeon has just arrived at the Glasgow count, and the yes supporters are cheering. Sturgeon now in at the Emirates Arena. They've got a partial recount in Ayr because some of the tallies not matching the total of the verified ballot papers. So a partial recount in Ayr. Incredible, absolutely incredible night. Poppet16 says she admires me for still being awake and able to talk. Well, we'll give it a go. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to last. The excitement is getting to me. I thought it was going to be hard enough if it's an easy win for one particular side, but if it gets complicated and I start seeing strange symbols in front of my eyes, I'm not sure how much use I'm going to be to anyone, and we might have to go off air. And remember, if we do get interrupted, it will be because we are we're doing a live link up with perhaps Australia or London. And Star Trek star George Takei, the most popular tweet, retweeted more than 1,400 times. He said, well, if Scotland votes for independence from the UK, what's to keep Canada from breaking off from the US? I know we've got a lot of listeners in Canada at the moment. I wonder how you would feel about that. First Minister Salmond is going into Edinburgh to the Royal Highland Centre. He landed 20 minutes ago. This is from the BBC. Reporter David Miller. First Minister Salmond landed at Edinburgh Airport 20 minutes ago, and he is in to the Royal Highland Centre. That is where the official declaration will be made. And if Scotland votes for independence, that is where he will take to the stage and make his victory speech. And after looking like it was miles away, it could be on a very slim no lead. They're on 50.9, yes are on 49.1, and we've had 7 out of 32 declarations. Some people saying it's a torturous night for them as they wait for these results. This Glasgow count is so important. I cannot express enough the significance of it. There's been a wave of yes euphoria for the last few weeks, really ramping up in the last few days. And if they take Glasgow, if yes take Glasgow by a significant amount, then the rest of the country perhaps becomes irrelevant, because Glasgow will be so influential. I'm going to just mute myself for a minute while I cough and take a glass of water. I will be back in a second. And we're back. My voice isn't going to last, is it? Here's a nice tweet from @PTVV, who says Scottish politicians come across as though they're successful based on merit, not nepotism. Might not be true, but that's how it looks to me. Well, I think it is true. I think you're absolutely right, Petty, and thank you for sharing. Also, Norman S. from the BBC says, I understand that the SNP will take part in talks over new powers for Scotland in the event of a no vote. Well, given that they do run the government here, I would indeed fully expect that. So no great surprise there. So a yes win in Dundee, and as Nicola Sturgeon arrived in Glasgow, she was met by a hugely jubilant crowd, yes supporters chanting yes, yes, yes for Nicola Sturgeon, who I think comes out of the whole campaign with huge credit. I think she's done a magnificent job. So the first Sturgeon in Glasgow at the Emirates Arena, Alex Salmond, Scotland's First Minister, at the Royal Highland Centre in Ingliston, just outside Edinburgh, which is where that official declaration will be made. And before each local declaration, they all pass through the Chief Counting Officer in Edinburgh. They ping her the result, and she says, yes, okay, go ahead and make your local declaration. So we are waiting for more results, and whoever the journalist is in East Lothian is going to be never allowed at account ever again for crying wolf too many times. Picture here of Nicola Sturgeon at the Emirates just coming into us. A long, long night and lots of anxious faces. It really is on a knife edge. They expect to win Glasgow, but by how much? And then what will happen in the rest of the country? This could go all the way to the wire. And a grand total. Get this. This just shows you how well Scotland has acquitted itself these last few weeks. A handful of recorded crimes during the campaign. 30 incidents. Just 30 incidents. You would get more at a small-scale football match. And here we have a potentially earth-shaking referendum. And 30 incidents. Goodness gracious me. Excuse me. I'm back. Just looking at a tweet there from @TheFruityMyth on Twitter, who's been doing a bit of channel hopping. Lots of people using Twitter as their second screen, commenting on the official mainstream coverage. And @TheFruityMyth been channel hopping and saying that Andrew Marr looks the most knackered so far of everybody. Somebody saying as well, a yes supporter, I certainly would not be looking for the resignation of Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon in the event of a no-win. Absolutely, I should think not. Be very surprised. I think they would need a real drubbing. The fact is, they've ran a good campaign. So, this is one. We'll need Glasgow, the biggest council area, to vote yes in huge numbers to swing this, because the signs from Edinburgh are an emphatic no. So obviously another major city, Western Bartonshire is in, and I think Western Bartonshire's in, and I'm hearing of I think a yes win in Western Bartonshire, but why am I not seeing this anywhere else? Why the hell am I not seeing this anywhere else? I think Western Bartonshire has Western Bartonshire has voted yes. Western Bartonshire has voted yes. It's about 5,000 votes in it. 5,000 in it. It is a yes from Western Bartonshire. So at Poppets 16 over in Orlando, your homeland, your home patch from Scotland. In Western Bartonshire, 33,720 for yes, and no 28,776. Our 8th declaration of the night, that's going to put yes in front. Yes now lead the independence referendum. Yes are leading the independence referendum. It's going to be about 51-49, I think, something around there. 92 rejected ballot papers in Dundee, by the way. A Dundee win for yes, a Western Bartonshire win for yes. 14,000 votes in it in Dundee, 5,000 in Western Bartonshire. That is going to give yes the lead. That is going to give yes the lead. They will lead now as we are exactly a quarter of the way through the results. We're hearing Better Together supporters hugging each other in Stirling as they wait for the results. I think Western Bartonshire would have been one that that yes would have expected, but that's a good win for them. 79 rejected papers in Renfrewshire, which wouldn't have swung it, but certainly a fair number of spoiled papers. So Western Bartonshire says yes, and Midlothian has said no. Midlothian has said no. It is 33,972 no, 26,370 yes. That will put no, I think, slightly back in front. Probably just swings back again to 51-49, and this is where, with the deluge of tweets, Twitter starts getting a wee bit behind. Oh, that's a big win for no in Midlothian. That's 56.3 to 43.7. That's about 7,000 odd votes in it. 86% turnout there in Midlothian. 86.8. Midlothian has said no. The results are coming in thick and fast now, and we are going to have to. I'm going to have to start keeping my own running total of all of this, because it's starting to. Yeah, here we go. Right. No's are on. It's basically 50-50. It is basically down now at the moment to 50-50. We're getting the declaration very shortly at East Renfrewshire. Now this is expected to be a landslide no win. This is going to be a landslide no win, but they need it to be as big as it possibly can, because we just don't know what's going to happen at other places. Glasgow, of course, could be, I think, is going to be a huge yes win. So 50-50, a yes win in Western Bartonshire, a yes win in Dundee, a no win in Midlothian, and let's see what else is coming through here. So Midlothian votes no. Everybody very excited about Glasgow. It will have a huge influence on the result. The indications out of Glasgow are that it's close. Indications out of Edinburgh is that it is a comfortable no win in Edinburgh. So yes, although they are expecting something close in Glasgow, they need something big. East Lothian just moments away and expecting a big no vote. That's the suggestion there from East Lothian at the Corn Exchange outside Edinburgh. Possibly they're saying a 60 or 61% in favour of no. We haven't seen that anywhere. I don't see that happening. I don't really see that happening, but we will see. We will continue to watch as this extraordinary night unfolds on colinkelly.net/live, and we're on YouTube. So Western Bartonshire said yes, that was 54 to 46. And then Midlothian went 56 to 43. They're just kind of cancelling each other out. They are just cancelling each other out just now. It's now 4:15 a.m. Douglas Alexander MP, key player in the Better Together campaign, says that he is very happy that his area voted no. Right, no is on 50.95 and yes is just behind 49.05. Jubilant Yes campaigners singing Caledonia in Western Bartonshire. So that result in Midlothian has just swung it back a wee bit in favour of no. They've just opened up a wee bit of a lead. Just in the last few minutes, it's just nudged them back in front, but very, very close. 1,000, is that right? 1,441 votes in it. Good God. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And the challenge, whatever the outcome tonight, whoever's in power in Scotland and the UK government are going to have a massive, massive job to do. They're going to have a lot of very anxious people in England and a lot of anxious people in Scotland, whatever the outcome. This is really, they are basically going to have to bring in federal powers. East Lothian is a landslide no. East Lothian is a landslide no. It is 44,283 no to 27,500 for yes. So East Lothian is a resounding no. I think that's going to be the biggest result of the night so far, and it is entirely in favour of no. East Lothian votes no 61. It's what we were told to expect. 61.7 versus 38.3. That opens up a big lead. That's a big lead for no at the moment. 44,283 for no, 27,467 for yes, with a turnout of 87.6. So no win East Lothian. Western Bartonshire and Dundee with yes. They are now coming through thick and fast. Our country is taking shape. So at last we got East Lothian. They can go home now. The no campaign is narrowly in front. Narrowly in front. So we see some pictures of the Eastern Bartonshire count, which was, I think, the biggest turnout of the whole place, 91%. They're waiting for their results. And the BBC at Pacific Quay are projecting each declaration on the side of their amazing building at Pacific Quay. Interesting. Looks absolutely amazing. Stirling has said no, 59.8 to 40%. That's a big win. 90% turnout in Stirling, and it is a big win for no in Stirling. 59.8 to 40.2. Stirling has said no. Folks, in the next 20 minutes, I think we're going to know the true picture of the country as it builds up, as these results really now pour in very, very quickly. So Midlothian has voted no by a 12% margin. Stirling has voted no by almost a 20% margin. That's enormous. That is an absolutely enormous win for no in Stirling. Nearly taking 60% of the votes. When you throw that in with East Lothian as well, that's two big wins there for the Better Together campaign for no. And David Cameron might stop sweating on one outcome, which should be independence for Scotland, and he starts sweating a wee bit more about the other, which is how the hell is he going to keep all these different areas of the UK happy when they all want the devolved powers. Oh, what a night this is turning into. And you're with us at colinkelly.net/live. The results are coming in very thick and very fast. So Stirling and East Lothian and Mid Lothian both saying no to independence by significant margins. At Bob Real Options is with us. At Poppets 6, Bob is in Ayrshire. At Poppets 16 is in Orlando, Florida. I know we've got lots of listeners in Australia and Canada and the United States. We had Lou Pickney on earlier on. What a night this is. The eyes of the world are on Scotland, and we're getting a lot of praise for the way that we've conducted this whole referendum, and a lot of praise for our fantastic turnout of 84%. We wait for more results then, and we wait for more reaction, and you're getting it all here at a glance on this programme. This is the polls expert John Curtis, who's on all the programmes giving his analysis. He says evidence of a no-win is beginning to stack up. That's what he says. Certainly all the early momentum was with no, then yes, really pulled it back with that big win in Dundee and a big win in Western Bartonshire, and just in the last few minutes the upper hand returning a bit more to no, with some big wins in Mid Lothian and East Lothian, and just there with a 90% turnout in Stirling. We're hearing that Glasgow will declare very soon. We've had 11 councils. We are a third of the way through. 53.1% on no, 46.9% on yes, which is absolutely in line with the opinion polls that we saw earlier on. That YouGov survey was almost exactly what we are seeing. It was 54 no, 46 yes, and we are currently seeing 53.1 to 46.9, so a point out each way. A fascinating night. We hear Glasgow will declare very soon. That's where Nicola Sturgeon is. Salmond is in Edinburgh at the Emirates Arena. At the Ingliston Highlands Centre. This is Paddy Power. Alex Salmond 3-1 to resign as First Minister before the end of the week. I'm not really a fan of these betting organisations doing the real time. I think that it could change so quickly. But that's what they're doing. They just want people to place bets, and they said 17 million. Falkirk has said no. And again, it's another significant no win, 53.5% to 46.5%. It's about 7,500 votes. Then fairly small area, but Falkirk has said no to Scottish independence again by a decent majority. Lou's still listening in the UK, in the US. He says you're doing an incredible job, Colin, because it's a solo broadcast. Yes, it's just the mad things that you do when you take on the life of a journalist or a broadcaster. Bob Real Options still with us as well, and tweeting at Bob Real Options. He says, I thought Stirling was going to be a William Wallace, but it turned out to be a Mel Gibson. Thank you very much for that. At Bob Real Options. What are we all doing tomorrow? Are you going to work? Have you got stuff to do? Are you going to manage a long lie? I'll be having a long lie. They say Alex Salmond landed at Ingliston maybe about 20 minutes ago. They reckon he'll actually be entering the Ingliston count imminently. I wonder if he will get there just in time to hear the result from Glasgow, which will probably make or break his night. And a huge hello to at Lou Pickney, still listening in the US. Great to have you on board, Lou. Much appreciated. I'll just do a wee retweet there. Thank you for that. Right, more results coming in thick and fast, I'm sure we're not far away from some more of these. Let's have a wee look. So Falkirk has said no. We reckon 10-15 minutes away from Glasgow. Latest overall result then is yes 46.8, no 53.2. We've had 12 results in. 12 results in, no 53, yes 47. After 12 declarations, and I'm sure more coming in shortly. We have been on air now almost for 7 hours. The geeks among you might be interested to know that this has all been run off a MacBook Air and a Dell Inspiron and a PV USB mixer, and we also have a Comrex ISDN unit which is serving the feeds that I'm giving to LBC Radio in London and also Australia's ABC network. So there's a tweet a couple of moments ago that was Falkirk. Yeah, that is of course the home area of Dennis Canavan, the chair of the Yes campaign, just losing by about 4,500 votes in his home area. So big disappointment there for Dennis Canavan and all at the Yes campaign. Better Together had a wee wobble when Dundee and Western Bartonshire came in, but they seem to have picked it up again. 107 spoiled papers in Falkirk. In Germany right now, hashtag IndieRef, the second highest trending topic in Germany. You know, if ever a country knows how to adapt and go through change, isn't Germany just the most incredible example? An absolute powerhouse of the European economy, an incredible success story. And you go back 25 years with the reunification and so much uncertainty, so much fear that there was there, a lot of hope as well, of course. You go back even further, you go back to 1945 and you look at Germany's position in the world and you look at them now. They should, I think they deserve, when you talk about democracy, you talk about progress, you know, what we're seeing in Scotland is incredible, but that is a wonderful example of how things can change in a couple of generations. Another picture coming through of First Minister Alex Salmond, it's the same one of the BBC just getting around to tweeting it, looking very serious in the back of the car as he was on his way to Edinburgh Airport earlier on this morning. Took off from Aberdeen around about 3 a.m. And then arrived here at Edinburgh, and shortly Alex Salmond will enter the Ingliston Highlands Centre. Here's a tweet from Carol Ann, looking like a clear no-win by quite reasonable margins. You can't beat democracy in action. Proud of Scotland. Yep, you know, just because you are a no voter and you keep yourself to yourself on social media and you don't shout it from the rooftops, it is one person, one vote, and Twitter and Facebook doesn't come into it. It's one thing, a campaign having momentum. It's quite another exercising your democratic right. And fair play to them. So it is no 53.2, yes 46.8 after 12 of 32 declarations. Still a long way to go. We're here in Glasgow potentially in the next 10 minutes, which will be fascinating. Here's somebody saying that they feel sick. It's just too much to take. So yes, certainly did not expect to win Western, but Angus has said no. Angus has voted no. 56.3 to 43.7. That's another big win for Angus. 45,192 no's in Angus and 35,044 yeses. Takes us to 13 declarations. A no pull further ahead. No pull further ahead, and no have the momentum. And yes, need a barnstormer in Glasgow. Yes are needing a barnstormer now in Glasgow to pull things back. It looks as though the opinion poll at 10:30 this evening, the YouGov poll, and remember the guy from YouGov staked his reputation on this. He said he was 99% certain that no would win. And Aberdeen's in. Aberdeen have said no. I think Aberdeen is coming in, and Aberdeen has said no. Aberdeen City. The reason this is Aberdeen City, not Aberdeenshire. This is Aberdeen City. And the reason for the hesitation in my voice is because I'm getting the tweets in, just because of the volume of tweets coming through. I'm getting the results from other sources ahead of official sources. Aberdeen, by a big margin, has said no. 84,000 no to 59,390 yes. That's a big win for the no's in Aberdeen. Hot on the heels there of Angus, who also voted no, 56.3 to 43.7. So, incredible results, and they're coming very thick and fast here. Exactly 4:30 now. You're listening around the world. ColinKelly.net/live. I gave you my technical breakdown there a few moments ago of the kit that I'm using for this. If you are a geek and you're interested in doing any of this stuff yourself, cost me absolutely nothing. And so far has lasted incredibly well. 7 hours we have now been on air with a constant live stream to YouTube and live link-ups with other radio stations around the world, and it's all holding firm on a domestic broadband connection. It looks as though, and Dumfries and Galloway votes no by a huge margin, 65.7 to 34.3. Dumfries and Galloway has voted no. 70,039 no voters, 36,614 yes voters, as no begins to pull away that little bit further, which means that if there's not a big yes win in Glasgow, there will be no independence for Scotland. Certainly the Dumfries result was as expected. It was as expected. If there had been any dent in there, it would have given yes real hope. 87.5 the turnout, and a convincing no win in Dumfries and Galloway. We've heard a bit about how England and the rest of the UK might treat Scotland differently if we do indeed vote no. What about the rest of the world? Much was made of an independent Scotland would have some control over its foreign policy. We were told that we could have embassies in all these different countries. We could go and set up trade associations and network with people in Canada and people in Australia and New Zealand, and we could have a presence in all these different countries. Will the rest of the world treat Scotland any differently? Those of you who are listening online just now from places like Canada, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that, and you can send a tweet through to @Colin Kelly. We now have had 14 councillors voting. We have 54.9% voting no and 45.1% voting yes. If what you want, let me tell you now, if what you want is quick tweets on this, ahead of the curve, a lot of mine are coming in at the moment from @HotPageInfo. They seem to be just a wee bit quicker than some of the breaking news channels from this neck of the woods. Getting quite a lot from them first. Here's another tweet from @TedDBStewart. So much going on, I just feel on the edge of my seat. Even though my opinion is neutral, what a great time to be in the Commonwealth. I will drink to that, Ted, and I am retweeting that as I speak. Very well said, and I hope that this gives, hope and renewed engagement to everyone throughout the Commonwealth, that you see what Scotland is doing tonight and that you think, well, do you know what, I'll have a bit of that too, and that you have a big turnout. Now, East Renfrewshire has voted no, but we need to know by how much, and it's 63.2 to 36.8, a huge win for no. Exactly what they expected. They knew that they would really come up against it in East Renfrewshire right from the start. We knew there'd be a big win for no in East Renfrewshire. It's 63.2 to 36.8. Dumfries and Galloway, another no win, was 65.7 to 34.3. Yeah, so if you want news a wee bit ahead of the curve, try following at Hot Page Info if you are using Twitter. Everybody on the edge of their seats. It's gone back and forward a couple of times, but there's no doubt at the moment no very much have the upper hand, and well done East Renfrewshire, a 90% turnout. Aberdeen saying no, maybe one of the most significant results of the night so far. A comfortable no win in Aberdeen. And East Renfrewshire as well. 01416285758 if you need to phone in and get anything off your chest. Of course, we're here next week as well. We'll be back on Monday, picking our way through the aftermath of all of this, and taking your calls on a range of issues. Normally on the phone in we'll talk gadgets and technology. We'll be a bit of politics, a bit of sports, and all kinds of other issues, but for the moment a lot on politics. So 15 councils have now voted, 55.5% on no, 44.5% voting yes, so still pretty much in line with what the YouGov poll predicted. We're expecting Fife at around 5 a.m. according to the BBC's Lisa Summers. We're expecting Glasgow in 15 minutes, but we've been expecting that for quite some time now. Just scanning across the various channels, seeing what else is being said. Sorry for going off mic a wee bit there. What else have we got here? Half the results are in. Half the results are in. No on 56, yes on 44. We are halfway there, folks. Here's Ruth Davidson tweeting, to clarify, I'm seeing this right through till it's done. That's why I need the Diet Coke. Okay. Eastern Bartonshire has said no. 61.2% no, 38.8% yes. We've had a 5-minute warning on the Glasgow result. We're a few minutes away from Glasgow. Glasgow is the big one. 11% of the electorate. If Glasgow is a no-win, you would have to seriously anticipate the survival of the Union. And that's where Nicola Sturgeon is. And we've had the 5-minute warning. Eastern Bartonshire has said no on a 91% turnout, 61.2% no, 38.8% yes. And we wait for Glasgow. Dundee said yes. Aberdeen City said no. What will Glasgow say? The biggest of them all. Could it be the nightmare scenario that Scotland's biggest city says yes, and the rest of the country, almost the entire rest of the country, says no? How do they resolve that one? Where they went out and they said fair and equal, and they talked about the number of people in Glasgow living in poverty, How do they get round that? They've built up huge expectation. How will they resolve that? It's going to be very difficult, and the people there are on the streets, and they have acquitted themselves so well, and I hope that they will continue to do so. Here's another one. Scotland will make history today, the first nation ever to vote no to its independence. Here's Tom Holland. Incredibly moving to see cities and regions across Scotland voting to renew their citizenship with the rest of us in the UK. And people talk about, how strange it might be to back the Union. Sky sources are suggesting Glasgow votes yes, but it has to be a landslide. This is Kay Burley on Twitter. Sky sources suggesting that yes has won Glasgow, but by how much? It needs to be big. At the moment, we've got 56.2% no, 43.8% yes, and we have an imminent Glasgow result, the biggest of them all. And just after 4:30 a.m, Joanne Lamont, Labour's Scottish leader, has claimed victory. Unbelievable. She's been sidelined in the campaign by Gordon Brown, and she has tweeted. She has declared victory. This is a tweet from @BBC Nick Robinson. Absolutely staggering that she would do that. She, as sources tell us, that Glasgow is going to vote yes, but by how much? It is, from what I'm hearing, not enough. It is not enough for yes to close that gap. And if Glasgow doesn't go their way, then that's it. And BBC Nick Robinson, a hate figure the last few days for the Yes campaign, quoting Labour's Scottish leader Joanne Lamont, claiming victory. Folks, it looks as though the Union will survive. In what term, in what form? God knows. God knows. The whole of the UK is going to change as a result of what has happened in Scotland over the last 24 hours. There's been so much criticism of the mainstream media, so much discussion around Project Fear and intimidation. There's been a bit about the Yes campaign and some of the tactics they used. And it's all come down to this. And here's another tweet from our faithful listener tonight, @TedDB Stewart, who says, I think Canada would give Scotland a 10. Let me give you this quote now from Tommy Sheridan, who says he feels almost broken-hearted by the way the Indie Ref results are going. A man who, whatever you think of Tommy Sheridan, and I have praised him a lot on this programme, you take people as you find them, don't you? And I always found him very friendly, very fair, absolutely committed campaigner for Scotland's poor. When it was out of fashion, he was doing it, taking on everybody. And he says he is, I'm just looking now at Tommy's Twitter, he says, I am absolutely brimming with pride at the courage of the Yes movement. That was an hour ago that he tweeted that. Now quoted by BBC News as saying that he feels almost broken-hearted. I remember interviewing Tommy Sheridan the 1st of May 1997. I did one of the first interviews with him when it became apparent that the Tories were out, and that interview got played all around Scotland, all around the UK. A jubilant Tommy Sheridan, and you think how much his life has changed and everything he's been through. And again, you take people as you find them, and I always found Tommy Sheridan to be a passionate, hard-working campaigner for the poor, for the undermined, for the marginalised. He spoke up for them and continues to do so. We have now exceeded our time on YouTube, so apologies if they've cut the feed or if we've lost something. It's now gone back to to zero. I hope that we are still on air. Yes, we are. We are indeed. It's still on air. A long time we've been broadcasting here. And I hope you can still hear us okay. So Glasgow's declaration, we're told, is 10 minutes from now. Okay. 10 minutes, and we have had 17 out of 32 results. Just trying to keep track on all the results that we've had. Let me just give you a wee recap on where we are at 4:45 a.m. No is in the lead, fairly comfortably. Tommy Sheridan talking about the British establishment mobilising the big guns and giving no a 56% lead to yes's 47%. Yeah, Eastern Bartonshire voted no. East Renfrewshire voted no. Aberdeen voted no. Dumfries and Galloway voted no. Angus voted no. And on it goes. Falkirk was a very narrow no win. And we're waiting and waiting for Glasgow, which will be coming in sometime soon. Clackmannanshire, Orkney, North Lanarkshire's voted yes. This just in, North Lanarkshire has voted yes, 51.1 to 48.9. It's about 5,000, just short of 5,000 votes in favour of yes. So very narrow, but North Lanarkshire has voted yes, and they were expected to. The No campaign said they were expecting 54% for yes. So they've taken a wee bit of a dent there, yes, not winning by quite as much as they had anticipated. So 51.1, 48.9, yes wins North Lanarkshire. That is their, by my calculations, third win of the evening after Dundee and West Dunbartonshire. So yes wins North Lanarkshire, 51.1 to 48.9 on an 84% turnout there. We still wait for Glasgow. Glasgow is going to either keep things alive or it's going to kill it. When Tommy Sheridan goes on TV and says he's almost broken-hearted, you know how things are going. South Lanarkshire has said no. South Lanarkshire says no. Here's another tweet from @NGH1875, Scotland, the unique country that thinks it's a country but doesn't think it's good enough to run itself. You know, there are a lot of people, yes supporters, and I think the main feeling that they have just now, looking at their tweets, a little bit of disbelief. They cannot understand it. How can it be, they're saying? How can this have happened? They truly believed that they were on the verge of independence. So North Lanarkshire has said yes, fairly narrowly. And that is the third area that yes have won. 51.1 to 48.9. And more. South Lanarkshire votes no, as I gave you, and I have the score for that. It is 54.7 for no and 45.3 for yes. We now have 18 of 32 councils, 55% on no, 44% on yes. And we are back. Sorry about the wee interruption there, folks. That was my my good father. Just wondering, he's been in bed. I think he's been sleeping for a wee while. Just wondering how it was looking. So I was just filling him in on the results. And while I was doing it, a big win for no in Perth and Kinross, 60% to 39.8. Folks, I'm going to call it now that the Union will be surviving. Scotland has rejected independence. Tommy Sheridan says he feels close to heartbroken. It is a 55.3% now on no, 44.7% on yes, 20 out of 32 councils. And BBC's James Cook has just asked a very senior figure in the Yes campaign, can you still win? And the answer is no. And you get that tingle down your spine one more time, don't you? Because you know that you now know how it is shaping up. And like I say, we're staying neutral on this programme. It's a victory for democracy. Nobody can complain about that. The numbers speak for themselves. And what it has come down to in the end is that there was a huge, big, almighty noise on social media and hordes of people staying very, very quiet. Not reflected in opinion polls, not on Facebook or Twitter, not with posters in the windows, not even having passionate debates with people at work. They kept themselves to themselves, and at some point between 7 o'clock this morning and yesterday morning, some point between 7 o'clock yesterday morning and 10 p.m. last night, these quiet people took their polling card, walked into the polling station, put an X against no, and walked back out. And that is what you're seeing here this evening, as you are seeing the silent majority that feel a connection to the Union. I'm now hearing that the Yes camp seem very content with the result in Glasgow. And I think what's going to happen, and this is going to make for some very awkward situations, is Scotland's biggest city is going to say yes, and the rest of Scotland, almost all of it, is going to say no. And we will have confirmation of that in the next few minutes. And I don't know where it leaves the political classes in this country, where Scotland's biggest city by a mile will be so out of step, feel so out of step with the rest of the country and with the rest of the UK. And I think we're going to see confirmation of that. And I don't know what the coverage is like on TV and on other radio stations. I don't know how they're calling it. But that is certainly how I am calling it here. I think Glasgow is going to say yes. And Glasgow has voted a massive yes. I need to get the numbers on this. Glasgow votes a massive yes. It's 25,000 votes. It's not enough. It's not enough. Glasgow has said a resounding yes to independence. It's not going to be enough to win them this referendum. It's 194,179 yes and 169,347 no. So 25,000 in it, but that will not be enough. But it doesn't have, as I said moments ago, it doesn't have throw up a predicament where Scotland's biggest city says yes and the rest of the country says no. 53.5 yes, 46.5 no on a 75% turnout in Glasgow. We will get in a moment what that's done overall to the picture, but that is an incredible headline that Glasgow has said yes, and a resounding yes. But how will it affect the overall picture? Right now there's people crunching numbers right now. There will, I'm sure, be real celebrations on George Square because they know that they got their vote out. They got a resounding yes. But what impact has it had on the overall total? I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. It's a 25,000 lead that they have there in Glasgow. They're going to need more big wins. West Lothian has voted no by a margin of 12,000, 55.2 to 44.8. And that result in Glasgow, a great result for Yes, but it isn't going to make up for the losses that they've experienced elsewhere. It's 53.8 no, 46.2 yes after 21 of 32 councils. You'd have to say, though, even within Glasgow, allowing for the quarter who didn't vote, and the fact that 170,000 still voted no, Glasgow is a divided city. Scotland may be a divided country, but Glasgow really is a divided city this morning as we approach 5 a.m. on the 19th of September 2014, a historic day for democracy, with a turnout across Scotland of 84%, our highest ever turnout in an election of any form since 1951. I can't see the Yes campaign coming back, says at Geography Greg. They will celebrate this, and so they should. That is a big win for Yes in Glasgow, but it is not going to be enough for them to win the country. Followed up immediately by a no vote for West Lothian, 55.2 to 44.8. So the gain in Glasgow, where they clawed a bit back, wiped out fairly quickly, as there's another wee swing. We're hearing, so Perth and Kinross said no, you may have missed that one as it came in. We're going to start getting Ayrshire sometime soon. Let's see what the Daily Record is saying. Just retweeting the results there. There's a Twitter channel called @CityofGlasgow. And it's just a person tweeting on behalf of the city. And they have just tweeted, I tried my best, too many folk didn't bother turning out. If Glasgow had got a 90% turnout, you think what the size of that win might have been. That may well have been enough to win it. A 60-40 no result in Perth, that should have gone to Yes. North Ayrshire has said no. Let me just catch up and give you this result. North Ayrshire has said no to independence. The Scottish Borders have said no, 66.6 to 33.4. And after 23 of 32 councils, it is 54.3 to 45.7. And we see the tweet now from the BBC's Nick Robinson, who says Scotland's biggest city has voted for independence, but it won't be enough, and the UK survives. And at 5 a.m. on the 19th of September, after being on air for in excess of 8 hours, that is the result. Scotland will remain part of the Union. And we now have a result, I believe, from Edinburgh. Let me just bring you this. This is and I think it is a no. I think it is a no. Let me just get some confirmation of this if it can come in. The Borders have said no, and we missed an Ayrshire result that has come in there somewhere. I will get that to you. We're just catching up. There's a fair few here have all come at once, and of course there's all the reaction and follow up as well. But we now have a very convincing, looks like convincing no victory along the lines of what the opinion polls predicted earlier on this evening. 53.3 yes, 53.3 no, 46.7 yes, and the Union will survive. And Joanne Lamont of the Labour Party in Scotland and Better Together, she declared victory more than an hour ago. But what about Glasgow? What about Glasgow's story and Glasgow's relationship the second city of the empire, has just voted overwhelmingly to get out of it, and it's going to be forced to remain within it by the rest of Scotland. The division is not just Scotland and the UK. The division tonight is Glasgow and Dundee and Western Bartonshire and the rest of Scotland. And how they resolve this, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. There's going to be huge momentum for further change. There will be all sorts of analysis. Sky News has now declared a victory for no. Sky News has called it a no win. Folks, it's been an amazing campaign. I think everyone in Scotland should owe Yes a vote of thanks, because they've done very well. They have pushed it further than anybody imagined that they ever could a few months ago. They were talking about a 20% no lead 2 months ago. 2 weeks ago, they were giving it a very slender yes victory. And what has come to pass tonight is going to be a clear but narrow no win. We now have the results. The win for Glasgow simply wasn't big enough. The Scottish Borders have said no. Mid Lothian and East Lothian have said no. Renfrewshire has said no. Ayrshire has said no. Glasgow and Dundee and Western Bartonshire have said yes, but not by enough. After 23 of 32 councils, no are on 53.8, yes are on 46.2. And it's great that you're staying with us, and you are welcome to phone in on 01416285758. An unprecedented night for democracy. An 84% turnout. People uniting through social media, through this programme and others like it, coming together with our different views and our different ideas, and everybody thinking about Scotland and Nicola Sturgeon, saying there is clearly a massive appetite for change after Glasgow votes yes to independence. And she's absolutely right. There's no disputing that. There's a massive appetite for change. That North Ayrshire result, North Ayrshire has voted no by a very narrow margin on an 84.4% turnout. No 51%, yes 49%. Just 2,000 votes in it. No 51, yes 49 in North Ayrshire. We now at 3 minutes past 5 can have a look at how it stands. And again, I apologise if we get interrupted or we get cut off. We have pushed the equipment to the limit this morning. I believe we're still live online, but if things go off, it may be because we do a live link up with one of the other stations like LBC in London, or potentially New Zealand or Australia. So we have 54% no, 46% yes, with 24 out of 32 seats declared. So yes, if we disappear off here, it will just be because we've had to mute the feed to go and talk to one of the other stations, or it may be that the equipment just dies on us. But you know you'll always get us at colinkelly.net/live, and please do tune in on Monday. And anytime you can go to that website then and catch up on everything that's happened on some of our older programmes. And we'll be back, of course, 9:30 on Monday, and been so exciting talking to you all around the world, in Canada, and Poppet16 in Orlando, off to sleep now. Thank you very much for being with us. You get off to sleep at midnight now in Orlando. I will be going to sleep soon. I was going to say I will join you soon, but that sounds completely wrong. But I will be calling it a night sometime soon, probably within the next half hour or so, because it has become clear now that no has indeed won. Counting still underway at some councils. We've declared 24 of 32 results. A decisive and a clear win for no. The Press Association now reporting a no vote. Here's at Mike Award. I'm off to bed, content in the knowledge that the kingdom is still united. And the next problem will be the EU referendum. Yes, we're through one issue and just straight on to the next. Here's one from at Grim City. The Scottish are really showing us what a voter turnout is supposed to be like. And what impact will this have on democracy in England? Will we see much bigger turnouts there? Absolutely incredible scenes. We'll give it a few more minutes, folks, and then I'm going to hang up my headphones for the night and take a wee breather. Incredible results, and much they will pour over the impact of it all. So yes, got a win in North Lanarkshire. South Lanarkshire voted no. Wee bit of division there. Same in Dunbartonshire. Western Bartonshire voted yes. Eastern Dunbartonshire voted no. Let's get a word with Bob. He's calling up. Good evening, Bob, or good morning. How are you feeling at this point in the proceedings?
Oh, a bit drained, Colin, but I know I was on earlier on, but I just thought I'd give you a quick one just to say I think you've done absolutely amazing tonight, or this morning.
Well, that's very kind of you, Bob. It's been a hell of a night. It's been an incredible experience. Just the thought of people being united in these different countries, all coming together. It's been something really special that I'll never forget. And I'm not declaring which way I voted, but it hasn't gone the way I expected. I as I said at 5 p.m. this evening, I did expect a yes win.
I think as I said to you earlier on in the week as well, I thought it would be a no. I didn't think it would be quite as emphatic as that. I thought it would be a bit closer, and I'm bitterly disappointed. But today is a new day, and we move on. And I think the word's been used. Let's hope Scotland flourishes, whichever way.
Absolutely, Bob, and I'm sure that it will. And people who were on different ends of the campaign will come together, and we'll all move on and do good things. What do you think has made the difference, Bob? Has it been the fear? Has it been people? I mean, that turnout in Glasgow's pretty low. Was it people not bothering to vote? What do you put it down to?
I think it has been the fear issue. I mean, I don't really know what happened with that strange poll that came out in the middle, where all of a sudden yes was in the lead. But I think that really galvanised Westminster.
Yes. This was a couple of weeks ago where yes had that very narrow win. Yeah. And it was after that they all came up in the Saltire over Downing Street.
But I mean, all this thing about, where Cameron was bringing these people into Westminster, and then all of a sudden in the afternoon they're telling you that prices are going to go up and all that type of stuff. It all happened after that.
It did.
And it was quite interesting. I was speaking to a lady the other day, and she said that she didn't even realise there was a referendum going on, in England. Yeah. And she said it wasn't until the yes went ahead that all of a sudden they thought, oh, hold on a minute. And all the English then got involved as they say, oh my God, there's a possibility they could actually win.
Yeah.
So I think that was part of it. And I must admit, I'm not a great Tommy Sheridan fan, but over this last few weeks, I've thought he's said a lot, and quite good stuff. And I'm with him tonight. My heart's broken as well. But it'll be okay. It'll be okay after I've had a couple of hours sleep.
Well, listen, sorry to hear that, Bob. This tweet just in quoting Nicola Sturgeon saying that she refuses to concede the results, saying that there are more results to come.
Mathematically possible.
Yeah, it is mathematically possible, and you just never know, Bob. But listen, thank you very much for being on and for all your support. I'm sure we'll speak again.
Colin, you've been a star.
Right. Take care, Bob. All the best.
Good night.
That was at Bob Real Options, a yes voter. He did say that he anticipated a no victory tonight, much as he was hoping for a yes win. You think of these incredible nights, 1997 with that sense of change for the Labour Party, and again the devolution referendum in 1997, in the autumn of 97. Again, you felt that historic change in the air. And again, if you support the SNP in 2010, when all these safe Labour seats fell, and I really thought it was going to happen tonight. And please don't take that as an indication as to how I voted, but I did think, just purely because I've been doing this programme, analysing the social media, everyone that phoned up was a yes supporter. Almost 3-1 on Twitter, yes supporters. And it must be hard, especially for people who've been caught up in the excitement. It must be hard to understand. A low turnout in Glasgow. Still, some things will rumble on. The allegations of electoral fraud. Had these fire alarms going off in Dundee. You've had a number of spoiled papers. And you've still got the situation where Glasgow clearly said yes. And Nicola Sturgeon, as well as saying she's not conceding the result at this stage, she says, what we are not seeing is any kind of endorsement for the status quo. And for that reason, it is largely the Yes campaign that has brought that about. That panic at Westminster, the extra powers, the saltire over Downing Street, all that stuff, all came about after. The level of urgency around that all came about as a result of that opinion poll, as Bob said, giving Yes that slender lead. And what happens now? They have promised, they have made the vow that they will deliver serious change, new power to Scotland. They have the rest of England and Wales and Northern Ireland saying, what about us? And they have their own election in May. They have some serious issues around UKIP and around the EU referendum. This is the beginning of the change, isn't it? This is people power. This is the people using their democratic right. We now have a result from East Ayrshire. East Ayrshire voting no, narrow margin, 52.8 to 47.2 on an 84% turnout. A slender 5,000 vote win for no in that one. And here's a very, very fair tweet. When the country's biggest city votes to leave the UK, politicians have some major healing to do. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. It was about 25,000 the lead that Yes had in Glasgow. Lots of people saying democracy at its finest, the silent majority prevails. That is exactly what we've seen tonight. And the Press Association, Scotland says no to independence. They have not made it official because they can't at this stage, but they are now announcing, although it may be mathematically possible, Scotland has said no to independence, and a picture of some Better Together campaigners hugging each other. The margin of victory in Glasgow was not large enough to give Alex Salmond and his campaign the momentum they needed. A comfortable majority in Dundee, but a low turnout. The Yes campaign had not managed to get voters out in significant numbers. And a good quote from the SNP's Stuart Stevenson, who says, the challenge now is for those who've won the referendum to deliver on the promises that they made to the people of Scotland. Alex Salmond is believed to be in Edinburgh at the Royal Highland Centre. So, and the inquest will begin. The inquest will begin. The BBC now predicting that Scotland will reject independence. And here's a tweet which I did retweet, but I didn't get round to reading it out yet. This is from @TedDB_Stewart, listening in Canada, who says, "The kingdom stands united, but Scotland has gained more recognition from the national and international community." I think that's beautifully said @TedDB_Stewart, who deserves a medal for being with us throughout the night. Very, very nicely put there, Ted. The kingdom stands united, but Scotland has gained more recognition from the national and international community. Absolutely correct. Earlier on, Tommy Sheridan saying that he feels close to heartbroken, and at Bob Real Options phoning up our programme, as he did on a couple of occasions throughout the campaign and earlier on this evening, coming on and saying that he can understand that he feels close to heartbroken as well. I was always very cynical throughout about how much change could any politician deliver in this, what these Yes campaigners were expecting. Would they end up being disappointed? How exactly would Scotland be a fairer and better country? The big winners, and you'll see it in the papers, and it may be too late for them, but you'll see it on Saturday. The Daily Record and Gordon Brown, two big establishment figures who maybe had been written off, coming back. And there's an element of me thinks quite rightly claiming the credit for this. Daily Record earlier this week talked about lighting a fire under the Better Together campaign. So we've had 26 out of 32 councils, 54% voting no, 45.7% voting yes, and most notably, a big win for yes in Glasgow, but the margin of the victory not enough to give them what they need. And that investigation goes on in Glasgow into suspected voter fraud. 10 people turned up to vote and had been told, "You've already voted." That is now both the BBC and Sky News announcing wins for no. They have called it. They say there is no way, even though it remains mathematically possible, no way that yes can come back from this. Incredible. An incredible night. Let me just have a wee skim across the various channels. The Yes Scotland campaign, their last tweet was 1 minute past 10, thanking everybody. There was some retweeting from UK Together, thanking everyone for all the support. And what else have we got? Nicola Sturgeon talking to the BBC, "Not trying to spin my way out of it, but it is absolutely clear that has been a real demand for change." And you can't argue with that. She's absolutely right. Alistair Campbell, a key figure, of course, within Tony Blair's Labour Party, that government of 1997. At Campbell Claret on Twitter, he says, "I've just played my new Better Together jig on the pipes to celebrate Hugh Edwards on the BBC declaring victory for the No campaign." Well, and I see now that a UKIP politician now giving an interview on the prospect of a federal system for the UK. Scotland may well be part of the UK, but what form will the UK take? It, from what I've seen tonight, it's going to be almost unrecognisable. It has changed forever, and Scotland making full use of the democracy available to it. Scotland has made a major contribution. And also, I think when that opinion poll came out giving yes a slender lead a couple of weeks ago, the way that our friends and neighbours in other parts of the UK sat up and took notice has had a key impact on it as well. And that rally in Trafalgar Square telling Scotland, please stay with us, don't go. Nicola Sturgeon through the SNP Twitter feed. There is a demand for change and this must now be delivered. There are people in Glasgow adamant that they voted yes, they want change. And Nicola Sturgeon says, having gone through this hugely empowering campaign, people aren't going to sit back and watch politicians renege on policies. Absolutely correct. So we just wait for the potential of a few more. Let me have another wee look at what Wings Scotland is saying, because I was a wee bit disappointed with their tweets earlier on. I wonder what they're saying. If they're too rude, I'll not read them out. They haven't tweeted in the last couple of hours. 5-3 was their last one, when it really started to look as though it was a clear no victory. There was some unfortunate tweets that a member of their team had sent out, and I hope in the cold light of day that they might delete them and regret them. So that appears to be it, folks. The no's would appear to have it. Where do we go from here? Well, that will be the subject of much discussion and debate in the coming days. We will return on Monday at 9:30 UK time, right here, colinkelly.net/live. We'll mop up some of the political chat and we'll move on to non-political issues as well, because there's so much more to discuss. And isn't it interesting? Very little out of Alex Salmond. He left Aberdeen, I think sometime between 2 and 3 a.m. and has said nothing since. But a good interview there from Alex Salmond. From Nicola Sturgeon. A very heartfelt interview. Very honest. Six local authorities still to declare, but it has become clear that we're getting the Aberdeenshire Declaration imminent. So I think I will call it a night after this. And Blair McDougall, the No campaign chief, says if we get the no vote we hope is coming, we can say division has lost and unity has won. It'll be very interesting when the winning side get questioned and they start getting asked questions about Glasgow and the huge appetite for change and the overwhelming yes vote in Glasgow and Dundee. And how do people in these cities feel about remaining part of the union? Jim Murphy MP. I don't think politics is ever going to be the same again. Politics is going to change, says Jim Murphy MP. And when they look at the scale of the win, I wonder, might there be some people who think that David Cameron, Ed Miliband and Nick Clegg sold themselves out? Might they think you didn't need to give Scotland so much, you panicked? Because it is going to be a comfortable no win. It is not a knife edge, it's close, but you are talking 7 or 8 clear percentage points on a massive turnout. Maybe more. Maybe 8 or 9 percentage points. And might it be that David Cameron feels a wee bit silly that he promised Scotland so much that they now have to deliver, and potentially deliver to England as well? The entire UK all reshaped because Scotland roared. That's something to think about, isn't it, in the coming days and weeks. You have been an absolute pleasure tonight. Thank you so much for all the calls and tweets and messages of support. It's been something a wee bit unusual. Really great that you stayed with us at colinkelly.net/live. Here's a tweet from @Carrie Bissett. Once in a lifetime opportunity, and people just aren't brave enough to take it. it seems to me, and it seems from Bob, who phoned up a wee while ago, that he thinks the fear got to people in the end. I guess one man's fear is another's lack of answers, isn't it? Some people maybe don't feel they felt fear, just would have liked a bit more clarity on certain issues to enable them to make that leap. And there we have it, apparently with the Aberdeenshire declaration imminent. An incredible night, an absolutely incredible night, and people from all over the world have come together on this programme. We made history. Surely this has got to be, this right here must be the biggest live election coverage from a non-official broadcaster of any election, of any count of its kind. Certainly within the UK. We can be very proud of what we've achieved here at colinkelly.net/live. We have been on air now for 8 hours. We went on air at 9:30 from my kitchen with listeners in Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Ireland, Germany, Greece, throughout the UK. It's been an incredible, incredible night. The Telegraph newspaper, UK safe as Scotland rejects independence. Here's another one. Disappointed, embarrassed and disgusted that a majority would choose nuclear weapons over welfare. I guess that's democracy. It's shite. Well, you pour your heart and soul into something, it's only right that, you know, Twitter is a place where people are allowed a rant, and if we continue after the result, if we continue peaceful, respectful, and that the only sign of the odd bit of cheek and nastiness, if that is confined to Twitter, then I would consider that maybe unfortunate that there has to be any of it, but certainly consider it a gold star for Scotland and a huge victory. The key headline coming out of this: the UK's third biggest city does not want to be in the UK. So we just wait for some of these more results. Some of them will take a while because of the various hold-ups with accounts and some of the outlying polling areas having to travel in from further afield. Results still being declared, and Nicola Sturgeon saying that she absolutely believed in her heart and in her head that the Yes campaign would win the referendum. I didn't give them a prayer until about 3 weeks ago, and then I saw it shift. I saw it happen, and I felt it shifted back a wee bit when Miliband, Clegg and Cameron all came up. I knew some people would get won back over, but again this evening at 5 p.m, walking home, looking at people, my neighbours going into the polling station, I was convinced it was going to be Yes. Nicola Sturgeon saying she will work with anyone in any way to secure more powers for Scotland. The more she speaks, the more I see Nicola Sturgeon as Scotland's next First Minister. The more I see Nicola Sturgeon, perhaps within days, as the leader of the SNP. The look on Alex Salmond's face coming out of Aberdeen Airport, that will haunt him, that will follow him. The bluster, the bravado from the debates. Is he busted? He's been down before and he's come back. Where can he go from here? Or has the SNP carefully planned this, knowing the risk, putting all the cards on the table, knowing that their main man would be damaged if they didn't win, and perhaps knackered if they did? Have they carefully prepared Nicola Sturgeon for this moment, and she has grown into it magnificently. I think she is one of the finest political talents in the UK. She's done herself proud. There's an all-night vigil at the Scottish Parliament. Some are drifting away, still fairly noisy, and there are saltires being waved. Nicola Sturgeon, the status quo has not got any kind of endorsement or mandate. And the more she speaks, the more you wonder, is Alex Salmond going to speak at all? Has he even entered at Ingliston? We will bring you that if we can. I'm now looking at Alex Salmond's official Twitter feed, and his last tweet was 6 minutes past midnight. This has been a remarkable day. Scotland's future truly is in Scotland's hands. That was his last tweet, 6 minutes past midnight. Various comedians now, of course, mocking him a little bit on Twitter, tagging him in. For sale, one victory bus, never been used. See Alex Salmond for more details. People asking, will Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon do the honourable thing and resign after they failed with their losing campaign? We're hearing Salmond may be speaking at 10 a.m. A lot of praise for Nicola Sturgeon being gracious in defeat. Well, the social media will never stop. Of course, it just goes on, and maybe you will follow a little bit more of it. But that is it. Scotland has rejected independence. The United Kingdom will endure, but the status quo has had no support, and overall the BBC predicting a 55-45 win for the no side, which is actually quite resounding, especially with the high turnout. So you know that almost everybody has been accounted for. There's not a lot of people sitting on the sidelines unhappy with the result. J.K. Rowling, been up all night watching Scotland make history, a huge turnout, a peaceful democratic process. We should be proud. And indeed we should. Here's Gregor J. Clark. I'd rather be one of the 46% who were idealistic, aspirational, full of hope, confident and creative than one of those who said no. Liam Beattie says, never let us forget scenes of Labour politicians celebrating with Tories this evening. All these messages, perfectly valid, and maybe not again today, maybe not tomorrow, but down the road that we call democracy, these scenes, just as the war in Iraq affected the result tonight, so too will the celebrations between Labour and Tory politicians. And the BBC's Andrew Marr has made a very interesting point, talking about the scare and the fear. And he said that threatened with loss of currency and massive uncertainty, the fact of the matter is, well over 1 million people in Scotland still said yes to independence. There is a real issue here. There may well be a 10% win for the no campaign, but Scotland's biggest city said yes. And in this country, well over 1 million people went to the polling station and said that they do not want to remain part of the UK, even if that means giving up some of these absolute fundamentals. So folks, that is it. It's after 5:30 now. We've been on air for more than 8 hours, and we have some more work to do later on today. The BBC now quoting sources saying that new powers for the Scottish Parliament will be an extension of existing responsibilities, not Devo Max. Are they starting to water down the promises already? Folks, listen, thank you so much for listening tonight. It's been a long one. It's been an absolute pleasure. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. We've brought you the story in a way that a few years ago we just could never have brought you it like this. Thank you wherever you are, wherever you've been listening. Thank you so much. Please keep in touch through Twitter at Colin Kelly or visit us online, colinkelly.net/live. The phone-in will return at 9:30 p.m. on Monday. Thank you very much for being with us. Good morning and take care, and I hope that we will speak again soon.